Hello, I'm Michael Clyett. I'm the visual effects supervisor from Shogun. Happy World VFX Day 2024. Really cool that you guys are in Japan this year. Really neat that I get to talk about Shogun with you guys in Japan. A show set in 17th century feudal Japan. I wish I was in Japan with you right now. I'm in North America still, but I'm certainly there with you in spirit. Today I wanted to talk about a little bit about the world building of Shogun, and also just the storytelling process of Shogun and how visual effects was such a crucial part of both of those processes. Both the story and the world building. And the world building really is almost one and the same of the story as well. That feeds right into the story. So. It was a real work of a passion project for me. I absolutely loved the subject matter. Just to give you a little bit of background about myself, I used to live in Japan, when I was very young, back in the early 80s. A really fond memory of my childhood was actually watching the original Shogun series with my dad on our first VHS player. When it came out in 1980 and aired live on NBC, or aired on NBC for the first time, I was a little bit too young. I was only 5 years old, but I did watch it when I was like 8 or 9 with my dad on a VHS, and it was still traumatizing. Don't get me wrong, for an 8-year-old kid. But I fell in love with the story. I really fell in love with the story. And having the chance to live in Japan, I fell in love with the culture and the country and the traditions and the history. So it all tied together. And I, when the opportunity came to do this new iteration of Shogun with effects, and Justin Marks and Rachel Kondo, I just jumped at it. I thought this would be a dream project. I knew it would be a special show. I knew it would be something, something I would be proud of and really enjoy working on. But I never could have imagined the reception that that it got, and how well it was received and how well the show did. A couple months ago at the Emmys, I'm so grateful for that. I'm grateful for the reception that it's gotten. For the fans, for how everybody has just really a lot of people love the show, and so thank you for that. I just can't tell you how grateful and humbled I am for having the opportunity to have worked on this show. So thanks again. So that's enough about that. Just get right into the process. So real quick, just how it began. Before we did anything, we set a mandate for ourselves that we were going to create the most accurate representation of 17th century Sengoku era Japan that's ever been on the small or big screen, the most authentic version. And so that means every little last detail needed to be correct. And so that carried into the world building of the show, the structures, the cities, these cities, these temples, these castles that we built. This world that we built, it doesn't exist anymore. So obviously a lot of that, no matter where we shot most of this all of this in Canada. But even if we had shot in Japan, a lot of this was always going to fall to visual effects as far as the world building was concerned, because it just isn't there anymore. So that, and it all had to be grounded. It had to be grounded in reality. And it had to be grounded in history. And so we had a lot of help. We had a lot of help from advisors, from historians. We had a gentleman by the name of Frederick Krenz that I talk to all the time. He's considered the world authority on this period in Japanese history. And so we really leaned on them a lot to get all of this right. We wanted not only a Western audience to really enjoy this show, but we wanted the Japanese audience to really enjoy this show, and the historians in Japan to also really enjoy this show and see that to see that we got it right. That was our hope. And I think that attention to detail and that the effort that we went and the time that we spent, really trying to get every last detail as close and as accurate as possible. I think that comes through in the final product, and it makes it as good. It's part of what makes it such a great show. because all of that attention to detail was placed on a pedestal and was very important all the time, and that carried into the visual effects as well. So in the visual effects, the way we approached the visual effects was it always had to be in service of the story. The story was always the star. And don't get me wrong, sometimes, a lot of the times in this show, oftentimes, visual effects are front and center. They're right there in the middle of the story, right there in the middle of what's happening on the screen. But yet I don't think there's a moment in this story where you're really thinking about the visual effects. Whether there's a moment in the show, at least that was my hope, and I always wanted the visual effects. We always wanted the visual effects to fall into the background, to elevate the story, to further immerse our audience into the world of 17th century feudal Japan, of Shogun. And so that was the mandate that we set and the standard that we set for ourselves. And, the other part of that is that whenever we were doing a shot or designing a sequence or a visual effect, it had to be shot in a way that we could easily shoot it, for real, from a practical standpoint, whether that be on a dolly, a handheld, a Steadicam, or a crane, or even, at times a drone. We tried to be limited with the drone use, but sometimes to get a big scopy shot, we needed to have a drone. But if we couldn't do it for real, then we didn't do it. And if it wasn't in service of the story, then we didn't do it. It all had to be, and it all had to be accurate. Now, just to give you an example of some of the details that we went into, like, first of all, from the show side, the production side, for the cast and all that, we had to have a master of gestures, a masters of movements, like all the movements, the way of walking, everything, every gesture, the way a samurai placed their sword up on the rack, the way they took it off, the way they held it, the way they walked with it, everything had meaning. And it was all done in such a particular way that needed to be correct and accurate and authentic, and the way that everyone spoke. It was a dialect of Japanese that was only spoke back then in compare it to dialects of English. The closest thing that comes to mind is like Shakespearean English. So this was written in English. It was translated to Japanese. It was translated to Japanese again, and it was translated back to English for the subtitles, and then that was translated back into layman's English that we use every day. It was like multiple translate, and that was another just level of detail that we went to in the show to make sure that it was all authentic. And when we built the world for the visual effects, now to give you an example from like the structure standpoint, the details that went into that. Like for example, when we built a thatched roof house in Osaka, a samurai house. A particular samurai house with a thatched roof of cypress wood. If that was a different kind of wood in a different pattern, it could mean a difference of 150 years from our story time. So from our period rather. So we had to get those little details right. We had to ensure that the wood was right, that the doors were in the right place. Just the little designs on a roof. The smallest design difference on a roof could mean a completely different period. It could mean the difference from Sengoku to the Edo period. So yeah, it was just all those little details when we built this world that needed to be right. Like the Osaka Castle, we studied so many maps of Osaka Castle. We finally landed with our historian on a maquette that had been built at a museum in Japan that we could find. It was a representation from 1597, which is 3 years before our story, but close enough. And that was the most accurate representation we could find. So we actually were able to get a LiDAR scan of that model that we used then to build out Osaka Castle. But the mountains from Osaka, right? Like we didn't end up going to Japan. Unfortunately, COVID prevented us from going to Japan. There was a plan in the beginning to go and shoot some in Japan. Then there was a plan for me to take the second unit and shoot some plates. Well, it didn't work out. We were shooting in 2021 and early 2022. COVID was still very much a big thing back then. And so what we did do is we went on Google Earth and we looked at from the Osaka Castle from all the different angles, what you would see from the various different angles for the mountains in Osaka, because we wanted like people who were from Osaka who were watching the show to say, oh yeah, there's the Osaka mountains, there's the there's the mountains in Osaka are iconic. Everybody who lives there knows exactly what they look like. And so we wanted to have the actual mountains of Osaka in the show. When you were standing in Osaka Castle, that's what you actually see. And, you know, the ruins of Osaka Castle are still there today. So you can go there and you can actually look around and see what you would see. But again, like that's the level of detail, the attention to detail that we paid. That was so important in the creation of the show. And it all, you know, the visual effects all had to be invisible. It all had to be as invisible and as seamless as possible. So, and that was just in an effort to fully immerse our audience into the world of the show. You know, some of the bigger VFX beats I'll talk about in a second, but, you know, just getting into the story first, it's not the biggest visual effects beat, but it's a very important story beat. It's in the beginning or it's about halfway through episode 1. It's the first beheading that happens. And it's when Blackthorn is being led through the village on his way to talk to Yabushige. And a Christian peasant comes up to him with his cross and starts praying for him. And Omi, just out of the blue, chops off his head. And at that moment, you know, Blackthorn, that's the first time Blackthorn realizes that he's in trouble, that he's in somewhere very foreign to what he's used to. You know, up until that point, he thinks he can negotiate with these guys. He thinks he can somehow get out of his predicament. And at that point in time, it's a shocking moment, and he realizes he is in big, big trouble. I was at the premiere down in Los Angeles for the very first time at the Academy Museum Theater. And with 2,000 other people watching the show for the very first time, episode 1. And when that beheading happened, there was a collective gasp across the theater. Everybody was like, and I was there and I was like, yes. And I think the lady next to me probably thought I was a little bit crazy, but I told her later who I was and everything. But, you know, my point is that we achieved that moment in the story that it needed to be achieved. And again, it's not the biggest visual effect, but it's such a moment in the story where everything turns upside down on its head at that moment in time. And so in order to do that, the visual effects had to be real. Everything, they had to be grounded. The last thing you could do that we wanted to do was like to take anybody out of the story because that was a bad visual effect, or if that was a visual effect at all. So it had to just be real. So like researching like this, you know, thinking about the sharpness of the blade, the physics of it all, the consistency, the density of the human neck, and like how fast the blade was going, like how fast the blade went through, and the rotational speed that would cause the head to come off, and then the gravity of the fall, like all of that had to be thought out, right, and simulated, and multiple iterations done in an effort to just make it real. And then it was just the amount of blood, the amount of gore, like nothing could be over the top. Again, like this is just, it's a little bit gruesome when you really think about it, but this is the level of detail and care that needed to be done in order to tell the story and to not take the audience out. So the other bigger visual effects moments were, you know, there's a lot of big visual effects moments, but the bigger moments that come to mind that I'll just cover real quick, because I know my time is limited here. But it's like the storm sequence in episode 1, when they get caught out in a typhoon on the galley. And, you know, there's parts of that where obviously it is visual effects. The environment, you know, we shot that in a parking lot. We had the ship set was on a gimbal that rotated in like 47 degrees in any direction. But, you know, the environment, the ocean storm environment that they were in, that was all, you know, visual effects. We surrounded the whole thing with the big blue screen. That all had to be. But I think what a lot of people don't realize was the waves that were coming over the ship and actually crashing on the boat and running off the sides and even hitting the actors, and the wind and the rain. Like that was all, a big part of that was visual effects as well. And the reason being was originally when we shot it, we were gonna do the sequence as a oneer, meaning we were never gonna cut. It was just gonna cut. So even though we had like water cannons, we had rain trusses, you know, we had dump tanks, we had all of that on the day, you know, just dumping water on our practical set. Because we were doing these long takes and not cutting the camera, we would run out of water. Special effects would run out of water, and so we had these big chunks of time big chunks of footage that didn't have any water, no waves, no rain. We had a little bit of wind, but yeah. And so that was really, we had to go in and we had to add the water later, because when we went to post, what happened was we ended up, for various reasons, we ended up cutting the sequence, and we had cut some takes that we liked, but had no water, no waves. So we did a scan of our practical set. We took that scan, we moved it to the practical ship set, and then we simmed waves and rain and water. We replaced the banners with CG banners so that we could really whip them in the wind. We had some wind on the day, but we didn't have as much wind as we would like to. Otherwise, we'd never get the dialogue necessary, because it would just be too loud. So a lot of the waves you see in that sequence crashing off of the ship are actually CG. And it actually worked really well for us in post, because we were able to cue waves. We were able to really well gauge the intensity of the storm. And we were at about a 4 or a 5 when we got to post, and we brought it up to an 11. And then when we were also able to cue waves on the fly as needed for the edit in post. So that really worked out well for our process. Another really big moment in the story, and the whole reason, again, like the one aspect, like the visual effects aspect of the storm sequence, it's cool, but the storytelling side of that is because it sets up Rodriguez. Rodriguez gets lost. They go find Rodriguez later. But everybody thinks he's drowned, but he's not. Basically, Blackthorn saves his life, and that sets up the whole thing in episode 3. If you've seen the show, at the end of episode 3, Blackthorn is allowed to escape with the ship because Rodriguez owes him one, and that's all because of what happens here. So that's the storytelling side of it. Now, another big. 2 more VFX beats, 2 big sequences was Josen and his men when they get obliterated by the chain shots in episode 4, and then the earthquake, of course, the end of episode 5. Those were also big moments in the story, and also really grounded moments. And just you talk about the chain shot, right? The chain shot cannons being fired through Josen and his men. How can that be really a grounded moment? Well, it's pretty over the top. Yes. You take 2 cannonballs and fire them out of a cannon tethered together by a meter of chain, 3 feet of chain, and that goes ripping through a group of people. It's going to be pretty gruesome. It's going to be pretty horrific. But again, like a lot of physics simulations went into what would actually happen. A lot of effort in order to make sure none of that was over the top. And then it was filmed in a way where it was like at the perspective of our cast, of our actors, of our other characters, of seeing this for the first time. And again, it was from the story side of everything, it was a shocking moment. It was a very shocking moment in that was when Nagakato Toranaga's son basically jumps the shark. That's when everything goes bad. From a visual effects moment, it was cool. It was with the visual effects, it was collaboration with stunts, right? So we had stunt actors on ratchets that at the moment of impact, they were yanked on hydraulic ratchets that gave us that moment of impact. But then for the more gruesome shots where we actually like ripped people apart, these are full CG actors, and all the actors were scans. We scanned all of the stunt actors, and then we ripped them apart in post and did a lot of the CG gore, and all of the gore was done in post. At one point in time, we talked about killing a horse, but we figured that would be a little bit too much, so we didn't do that. We made them miss the horse. We got a guy dying on the horse, but we didn't. We spared the horses. So, and Game of Thrones did it, so we decided not to do it. Anyway, so that was basically how we did it in visual effects. And then why? And again, I don't think, it's like you watch that, it's always going to be over the top, but it also looks real. Like there's not too much blood. I don't think there's too much gore. I think the way that everything separates, the way that everything rips apart, again, is very, these are the things you have to think about as a visual effects supervisor, right? It's just like sometimes, and the horror of what's happening kind of gets lost in that to a degree until you actually I take a step back for about 4 months and then go watch it again. Then it's like, wow, that was pretty horrific, because you get so focused on the technical details of it all and how it's affecting the story, so that's that. The other thing, the last, I'll end on this, is how we did the earthquake. The earthquake, we found a practical location that looked over the water, but it needed to look over Toranaga's encampment. The earthquake originally was going to be, the earthquake was going to happen, and then the camp, it was going to be a lot smaller. The way that the Toranaga's army died, because the reason that the earthquake was going to happen was that it had to kill off 75% of Toranaga's army. And so how that was going to happen was that the encampment was going to be built out of wood barracks, which historically was accurate to a degree. These armies of 100,000 would travel to places, and they would put up these really ramshackle wood barracks that everybody would stay in, and that would collapse. Well, my concern was like seeing it from up top where we were looking at it from, it was going to look like it was a city. It was going to look like Osaka in one of the aerial shots. And so we found some examples of tents that would work because the wood barracks were to collapse on the people, and that was going to kill the soldiers. I might have just said that. Sorry about, we're not editing this. So anyways, but we found an example of paper tents, like these wax treated paper tents that, and the historian bought off on. I found this example and everybody thought that was pretty cool. I thought it was going to sell the idea that was a military encampment down below. And so, but then that presented the problem. Well, then how did the army die? Well, we already had a version of a landslide that was going to happen, but then I said, why don't we just make it into a much larger landslide and really have the whole side of the mountain collapse, and it goes and buries the whole army down below. Everybody liked that. So that's what we ended up doing. And so in order to achieve that from our practical location, there actually was a small mountain just adjacent to our practical location where we shot. So we did a lot of aerial photography, photogrammetry with a drone of that mountain. And then we did a lot of height elevation data. We took elevation data at the location, got all that. So we actually built a scale replica of that mountain in the computer, that then we comped into our shots. And that was a full CG mountain. We actually ended up, the location we were shooting is a beautiful spot. But it just didn't provide the geography we wanted in the end to really for the earthquake. If it didn't provide the encampment, the mountain was pretty close, but we wanted it to do a little bit something different. We wanted it to be arranged slightly different to get the maximum effect. But we had a full CG mountain that then we brought down, and the whole way that sequence was shot. Was again from the perspective, from the level of our cast. So it's like you were right in the middle of the action watching all of that happen. But the fact that we had a scale mountain, we were able to do the simulation to the scale of our scene. All of that played a part in making it that much more real. So it was all, that's how the CG, that's how the VFX earthquake took place and came about. And again, it was a big moment in the story because it was the moment where Toranaga lost like 75% of his army. And that was, and that could only be done through visual effects. That could only be shown our audience, through the use of visual effects. And hopefully, even though, the earthquake was pretty seamless, and it was obviously a visual effect, I think it was seamless, and it kind of just fell into the horror of the moment of what you were watching. So that's it. So I'm just about out of time. I've probably talked too long anyway now. So again, I wanted to just say thanks again for having me. Happy World VFX Day. I hope you guys really enjoy yourself and enjoy the rest of the speakers. And take care, and thanks again. Bye-bye.
Welcome to a special behind-the-scenes look at visual effects production here at Image Engine. We'll be discussing how we manage projects, deal with challenges, share some insights, as well as some advice. I'm Brian, one of the producers here at Image Engine, and I'm joined by the rest of the team.
Hi, I'm Katie. I've been in the film industry now for 10 years. Some projects I've worked on are Deadpool, Willow, Snowpiercer, and Venom.
I'm Tyler. I've been in the industry since 2007. At Image Engine since 2015. Some of the more notable projects at Image Engine are Game of Thrones, Season 6, 7, and 8, Moon Knight, Fantastic Beasts, Secrets of Dumbledore, Three Body Problem, and the latest was The Last Airbender.
I'm Christine. I'm originally from Germany, where I started working in film 15 years ago. Some of my favorite projects are Captain Marvel, the Loki series, and Shazam, and I joined Image Engine in 2023.
Hello, I'm Vicky. I'm in the industry over nearly 7 years now. I started my career in Germany and then moved through the world. So I worked a little bit in Stockholm, London, and now here in Vancouver. And I'm at Image Engine now for over a year. The biggest projects I've worked on are several Marvel shows, His Stock Materials, Slumberland, and my latest project was Wonka.
Let's start off with some general balancing act questions. Can anyone elaborate on specific tools or techniques that you use to manage the delicate balance between creativity, quality, time, and budget?
So I would say all-time favorite is Excel, obviously, for finance purposes, for anything budgetary, and even data analysis statistics, which is pretty huge at Image Engine, which I really like, that we can look back and learn from previous projects and take that into the future. Another one is ShockGrid, which I guess everyone uses.
Yeah.
And the latest thing, the Tableau, has actually been, how Image Engine is using it is actually having to go back into Shotgun or look at certain tasks or anything, having the Tableau pages have been pretty game-changing, I feel like, at Image Engine itself.
Yeah. And it's like technology tools plus experience from shows before. Like, it's funny how it's like trust your gut as well as in conjunction with past data and past this, but every client's going to be different. So it's kind of a loaded question.
And it's a question we have to ask us like nearly every day, right? It's not just like that it always depends on what challenge you're given, what you prior over the other, right? Because sometimes there is no more time, so you cannot negotiate any more time. So I think the least we want to not achieve is like quality, right? That should be the ultimate goal. And then within all of the other parameters we're trying to make the best decision to get there, I'd say. And then it's always a conversation and collaboration also with the different stakeholders, like clients, your own team, or like between management as well. Like if you're talking, for instance, resources, or you decide to go to do OT to accelerate some of the stuff, and define your milestones as well. Like what are the expectations beforehand? Like how many animation stages you agree on? Like do you have blocking and final, or is there like even more required? And just making sure that everyone is on the same page, because then there are no surprises usually, hopefully.
Never
there are always
any surprises in film. No.
Yeah.
Always right to the plan, hey? Next question we'll move on to is, how do you handle situations where client expectations and project realities seem to clash?
Communication,
Yep.
I would say.
Yeah, definitely really important.
Continually communicating, always. I feel like we can all probably agree that you don't want to be left, if the client doesn't want to be left in the dark with anything. So as long as you're communicating what's happening or any like hurdles that are happening on the project, it's always a better place to be. Put yourself in their shoes.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you miss communication with the client, I mean, they're reporting to somebody too, and they have a deadline as well. And many times, in larger projects, which Image Engine is fortunate to be working primarily on larger format projects. And when the poster of the movie or the television show says April 15th, it's April 15th that it's due. So, in my younger years, perhaps you'd want to hold back from the client saying, trying to get something out, and, maybe you already know you're not going to hit that delivery on Friday. It's imperative. Like, you're going to know when you're not going to hit it. The client needs to know immediately, even though there might be some friction between that. In the end, that's going to save your relationship. And I think at Image Engine, we've been also fortunate, not all the time, but a lot of times in my career at Image Engine, we've had repeat clients. So the first season of a show or the first movie we've ever done, you get to know that client. Of course, over a year or more, sometimes you get to know them fairly well, and they come back to Image Engine. Now you have a different relationship with that client. It's challenging a different way, but it makes it much easier to go through multiple seasons or different shows with them. You know how they like to work. They know how we like to work. And that's been good for me. Learning about client management. It's also when you have such a history with these particular people. Even though we're on different shows now, it's the same kind of dynamic, and the dynamic gets easier. And we push, they pull, we pull, they push. It's kind of the art of it, the kind of the fun part of it.
Totally. I think a lot of these questions will come down to client management, relationships with the client. Especially how receptive they are, understanding the situation, if they've worked at a facility before, or if not, educating that. But yeah, it is all about that push and pull, and constant communication is huge. And yeah, I think honesty obviously helps a lot as well. Like you said, we're not going to make this, but in the long run.
And visual effects is a unique industry in the sense that the product is subjective. Yep. And the product sort of doesn't, it exists with words and mental pictures that each one of us has a different mental picture of what it's going to be in the end. Yep. So as you start going through a subjective process, the first image comes out, second image comes out, it's kind of better. And then it's a difficult industry in that sense, because we have an idea of what the final project we're trying to get to, and we're trying to all come and make our ideas the same. The client is giving us an idea, and we're trying to match what they would like to have as our idea presented to them. So I feel like that's one of the most interesting things about the industry, and one of the most challenging things, because these images in the start are subjective, and even at the end when we think we're done. Yeah. But do you think it could be a little bit more like that? Like, yeah, I guess it could be.
And that never happens.
Yeah, and that kind of comes back to that, like, trying to monetize creativity, where it's like, as you said, it's so subjective. So it's like, we'll only do 3 rounds of this, and you're like,
yeah,
I think we'll see.
I've said it to
it's like, right?
I was gonna say, I think at the end of the day, though, we're all on the same team.
Yeah.
We're all trying to make cool pictures.
Yeah,
so
for sure.
We work together, and how we do that is communicating.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, and also like trying to set yourself up to like build trust really early on with the client. Either it's like repeating clients or like new clients. I think that's the most important thing for me, is to get them to trust you really quickly, that you can have these open and honest conversations. And then on top of that, obviously you should like look into having really solid, clear assumptions in your bid document, in the way you communicate your milestones, so you can always refer back to that in case there is some friction. Obviously, you hope you have a good relation that they understand, but you never know. So I think it's always like building this trust and then trying to go from there. And also, like Katie said, we're all in the same team. We're all trying to make the best picture possible with the constraints we have, which is time, money, and the creative input we're also trying to hit.
Yeah, and I think what Katie said about being open and honest about things is very helpful, because I assume that a lot of client producers have been in our shoes, so they can help us out, make a decision about maybe something difficult that we are facing inside our team.
Yeah, for sure. And I think it also helps coming with, different options. It's like, I know this is what you're after. Here's what we can do that, will hit, I think, both creative as well as budgetary things, or just at least having the options always, I find, helps a lot. So.
And also setting boundaries if you need to, like say, okay, if like there is no more resources we can get, what do we do? What options do we have? And then like trying to find a solution together with the client and like telling them like, hey, we have, like you say, this option or that option, and then choose together what is the best option for the project.
Yeah.
But it's not just like on us, it's like a collaboration again also with the clients, because like at one point they might not be able to push the deadline anymore. And at a certain point we cannot do more OT or like don't have more resources. So you always have to kind of find a solution within your parameters.
Yeah, that's a good point. It is a collaboration. And they appreciate it when you come with those different plans, different scenarios that then you can all plan around it and come up with a solution together. So they always appreciate that.
Yeah, I think our concept art department has been helping us in that way to
Yes.
draw something up quickly, show the client, and that helps sometimes to have that visual.
Concept. Have we talked about concept help? We'll get to that at the end. But we can move on. Okay, so question for the group. Have you ever had to prioritize one factor over the others? How did you communicate the decision to the team and the client?
Yeah, I guess we talked about this. I mean, we're doing this all the time, every day. Like on different scenarios. Either it's, do we deliver the shop by end of the day? Do we have enough resources? Like every day we're kind of in this triangle of like, what do we prioritize? And again, I said it before, I think the most important thing should be like to safeguard the quality of what we're doing and within the parameters we have.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think there's that saying, good, fast, cheap, choose two.
Yeah, exactly.
But I feel you cannot reduce the quality. I think
No.
that's like a non-negotiable.
Yeah.
So all we have is time and money.
Most of the time, yes.
Yeah, I think it goes back, like you said, be upfront.
Yeah.
Like most things in the production are out of our control, and a lot of times it's out of our client's control as well. You know, depending on who the producers are on the other end, there's a decision made. Who knows what happens? A location gets lost, and all of a sudden there's a big shift that completely shifts our budget to a certain extent, but most of the time doesn't shift that deadline. So I won't name the project, but we've had a few where it's like these three things are very important. We need to get them. Well, here's the reality. It's due in 2 weeks or 3 weeks. We can do one of these. Here are the options. What can we do to minimize the time just to get one of these done? What's the most important to you? And then the client would negotiate, okay, well, I think this is the most important, and we'll do that first, and we'll try to get to the rest of these things. And I don't know if I've ever worked on a project where it was smooth sailing. There was one, and everything we would send, we would get approvals. First version. Nice. Approval. Next shot. That's interesting. Send another one. Approved. Next one. Approved. And then we worked on this for about 3 months. Every shot we'd send would get approved, and I realized they had canceled the show. Oh. It just wasn't going on the air. So that made sense in the end. But that was the only smooth sailing show that I've ever had. It wasn't even going to be aired anyway. Yeah, non-existent.
They do exist. It's like a great white buffalo.
Maybe they'll release it in the coming years when they need a time slot.
They get shelved and then,
Yeah, right. That's hilarious. Okay, we're going to move on to a different subject. This is specific to Image Engine. Question being, how does Image Engine's collaborative approach influence your producer workflow? I mean, I think just inherently, Image Engine is collaborative, so that helps coming into this company. You soon start to realize that's just how it is here, and which helps immensely.
Maybe not so much about the collaborative approach, but I think Image Engine is doing really well when it comes to a work-life balance. And I think that fosters creativity throughout the process, because if you can have a life next to your work, it kind of helps you get creative again. Like go for a run, go for a walk, and then you start thinking about the creative ideas that you maybe come up with during those times.
For sure, yeah.
I feel like Image Engine likes to take the ego out of things too. Like an artist can come and approach us as much as we can approach an artist. We do have our roles, obviously, but I think that's one of the great things about Image Engine, is that it's a collaboration from our production assistants all the way up to our executive producers, and it turns into this fantastic beast that we've made here.
Oh, nice tie-in.
Yeah,
you're supposed to look in the camera when you say that. But that is a good point. I mean, the egoless, right? Because sometimes, I even just like to set the tone to be like, I'll ask a stupid prod question. I'll be like, hey, dumb question, could we not just, and that sparks conversation, or sometimes it gets shut down, but at least having the space just to be comfortable with that.
I'm not exactly sure how other studios do that, but working with the departments, especially when you do your first round of schedule, do we have to have this particular amount of days? Could we do this initially and then we could push this because we have this deadline here? We need to get something to the client faster. Although not on the production schedule, we're going to do that internally so we can move things along if there's a red flag, for example. They're pretty open to coming up with solutions, and I'm used to that here, so I don't know how other studios exactly do that, but it feels like Image Engine is occasionally more collaborative in that way, getting the departments in to work on those types of things.
Right. Let's talk about one bad thing from each studio we used to work at.
The one thing I was going to say, normally,
I was like, she's going for it, don't do it.
no, you're like pitted against each other sometimes on show teams, and we don't have that. We kind of work together. We're like, hey, can I take that concept artist and steal him for a week? What? And pivot, Ryan.
Absolutely, no, 100%, and that's, I mean, we were doing it just before this started, so yeah, 100%, which is great, yeah. Yeah, I think, like I said, they take the ego out of it, for sure. I think that's all the questions we have.
I got a question for you guys. What was surprising for you when you moved out of like a production manager role into the producer role?
That you can say no, that you can talk to your client side producer and say, look, we're not going to manage to make this in time. How can you help us?
I think when you come into that role, because it's like, oh, I've got to drive this all now. And it's just a different mindset. You got to, flip that switch.
You also have the power to change things. So I think you're also you lead by example, right? And I don't know, earlier in my career, there were also projects where you felt the stress in the whole show, for instance. And I feel like it's always trickling down from the top. And now you got in a position where you have the power to change that, which I found a big step for me, or a big challenge and also responsibility. But at the same time, it's also what Christina said, if you set yourself up with your assumptions and stuff, you can say no at one point, because it's all about this collaboration and discussion with each stakeholder. And it's not like when you're a production manager, you get these frameworks you have to work with, right? And then you still have frameworks you have to work with, but you can really shape it a little bit more within the parameters of the client, or the parameters client gives you, I feel like.
We're getting creative how you say no. Sure, we can do that. It's just going to take us a month after your.
I would say one of the biggest things I found from going from PMing to producing was, yes, you can have the data and present it to the client, but sometimes they're just gonna be like, oh, well, that doesn't matter, this is the timeline. Yes, I turned over material late. Yes, I know that this is where we are, and I gave you 12, quite a few notes, but at the same time, at the end of the day, they're just people, and you have to hit this target, and you have to manage that. You can show that love, in your crew plan, but at the end of the day, they won't care. So managing that is also, a big point of producing, I would say.
And staying calm within all
of
of
course. That is one thing that, as producers, I think we all have to have, is maintain the calm on projects, because I think creatives tend to be chaotic. They're managing so many things that if you can be that calming force, it always helps your projects go smoother.
Tyler, you have issues with staying calm. Can you expand on that, or?
I think the more projects I do, the calmer I become, oddly. Yeah. I've never had one fail at Image Engine. It always comes together, and the client will work with you if you've maintained a good relationship. It's not rocket science.
I think there's a lot of accounting that all of a sudden comes up. You're kind of just an accountant for a while there, where you're making up all your change order documents, all your sums and totals, and maybe as a production manager, you're still more involved with the people and how to get the work done, whereas at some point as a producer, you're focusing on making sure every number is adding up.
Yeah.
And the client relation, obviously, which is also becoming a big part of your job, like just building this trust, building this relation, and then having these ongoing conversations with clients and also upper management, which you, as a PM, you're like more responsible for your like internal team, kind of.
Yeah, getting more macro
yeah.
with it, right?
Yeah.
You're just exposed to more.
Yeah, you zoom out a little.
Yeah, anytime there's an issue, I bring it up immediately. Like a moment after a client call, if something's like, okay, this is going to be an extra charge, I will text or call and say, hey, this is going to be an extra charge, I'll get back to you tomorrow, or let's talk about this, you know. But usually for me, it's just like the first, you know, getting the ship out of the harbor takes a couple of these, and then by the end, hopefully you're just kind of lightly adjusting it to where it has to go. I think all the hard work, you do as much as possibly that you can with the crew, going over the plates again. This is what we're gonna do for this shot, make the notes. This is what this shot is. It's blue, green, and yellow. This shot's only blue and green. This one's red. Okay, everybody? Good. Of course, you know. But having as much of that documentation and visual stuff at the start, giving the ship a couple of those, Katie, giving it a couple of left ones, and then hopefully you can just kind of steer it, you know, and each day making an adjustment, either that be with the client or the crew, you know, as you can start to be like, you know, kind of, you know, let's just slightly bring it back to the right. Obviously, every single day it goes a little bit weird because it's all subjective, pretty much subjective. But yeah.
Just expect things to go wrong, I guess.
Yes.
Expect the unexpected every day.
Yeah.
But a little bit of management every day, you know, rather than a whole bunch every 3 weeks.
Right. Yeah, good point.
Yeah, and you have to get used to changes. Everything changes all the time, and you just have to be comfortable with it. Like, there was a time where I was like getting really stressed the moment the schedule was out of, the schedule wasn't fitting anymore. But it's happening all the time, and you just, over the time, like you said, you're getting more relaxed with like things being not always perfect and things changing all the time. So I think this was a big learning for me.
Yeah.
Steer away from the rocks.
All the ship.
I like the nautical analogy.
Let's keep that going.
Well, I think that concludes it today. Thanks for watching. Make sure and hit that like and subscribe button. I don't know how you guys want to end this.
Tonight, the Visual Effects Society is honoring two masters of the genre.
He's done what no man has ever done before. He gave Spock a girlfriend.
I would like to thank the artists, texture, lighting, simulation, rendering masters, and so many others who have made the absolutely impossible entirely real.
It's my absolute honor to present Sir Ridley Scott. You save our asses frequently, let me tell you.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is my great honor to present the Visual Effects Society Award for Creative Excellence to my friend, the great William Shatner.
I'm going to pass this off to another guy. It is my honor to present the Visual Effects Society Lifetime Achievement Award.
I think too often your expertise is being used as a shortcut. Because it's an inaugural award, I view it as an amazing honor.
I could not be prouder to present this VES Visionary Award to Senor Alfonso Cuarón.
I feel a little bit like an imposter. The real visionary here is the amazing team that make this movie happen.
This is not about technology. We know that we're all using tools that are pretty similar to one another. It's the people, it's the artists.
I just want to tell you how much I value what you do.
You guys are wizards, you're artisans, you're magicians, and I mean that.
It's my very great honor and privilege to present this VES Lifetime Achievement Award to my friend, my mentor, my very first producer, Gail Ann Hurd.
My local movie theater was essentially my weekend babysitter. That little girl is still in awe of the magic you create.
Hello, everyone, at World VFX Day 2024. My name is Patrick Dean. I'm an executive visual effects producer at Ingenuity Studios. Today, I have with me Grant Miller and JP, who are executive visual effects supervisor and visual effects supervisor also at Ingenuity Studios. And today, we'll be discussing their work on Horizon American Saga Part 1. So many films deny the use of visual effects or invisible visual effects, CGI or visual enhancements on films. Horizon is different in particular because they're so openly willing to talk about the visual effects and the work we delivered. Why is this so important?
I think it's really critical that the films that are using visual effects these days actually kind of speak about it, because there's this, I mean, you're completely right, there's a stigma around, I think, kind of these over-the-top, really visual effects heavy films that has unfortunately then trickled into, you know, the bulk of the other work that we do, which is invisible for 90% of the population. You know, every time you're on a soundstage filming in a house and you open the front door, it's a green screen out there, you know, and I think there's a lot of people that are watching a half-hour sitcom that would never know that that visual effect is there. You know, and you certainly have good driving comps where you're sitting in a car and it looks, you know, legit, and you have bad driving comps where you're sitting in a car and you think, have you ever driven a car like that before in your life? You know, but there's a lot of that work that goes on behind the scenes that is kind of slighted by the public, which isn't fantastic. You know, and isn't great for the artists that are, you know, behind that work as well. They're, you know, doing the best that they can do, and only to have the public kind of be saying, you know, down with visual effects and stuff is not a great vibe. So we're really thankful that, you know, Kevin Costner and the team behind Horizon are all just so open to just us talking about how we're kind of enabling their production to get the film that they want on the screen through the use of visual effects that hopefully, you know, no one really sees and really knows about. So maybe hand it off to JP with that, and you can kind of talk us through some of the work that we've done on the film.
Yeah. And I just want to quickly talk about that topic as well. I think so much of filmmaking, so many departments and roles are all working harmoniously to suspend the viewer's disbelief, right? Like, you talk about a camera frame and you talk about, you know, dozens of a whole army of people just standing right outside of it with their C-stands and all that stuff. Like, filmmaking is a very artificial thing. And a lot of people work very hard to try to make it this seamless experience for the viewer. You know, editing is another crucial aspect that, when done well, is almost unnoticeable, almost invisible. It's just sort of a seamless transition of a moment or a scene or what have you. So VFX ties right into that philosophy, especially when we're talking about a movie like Horizon, which is not a VFX movie. It's in the, you know, Old West. And the sort of film heritage of Westerns is one that's very much devoid of any visual effects or any kind of alterations in post. I mean, you have some matte paintings and some, you know, 60s, 70s era movies, stuff like that. And they did shoot on sound stages for a lot of the early days. But as far as like post-production VFX goes, you know, Westerns largely don't really have too much of it. So it was an interesting challenge jumping onto Horizon, being asked to do so much VFX and make it so seamless in a way that, you know, when you're sitting there watching, let's say, this large river, you know, right next to the town in which the movie's named after, this completely CG, was kind of a big challenging ask, especially having Kevin Costner at the helm, his legacy sort of on the line with this movie. It was a formidable challenge, which I think we as a studio rose to the occasion, and we put our heads together and did some really good work, I think. So I think the work of Horizon, you know, to me, it's sort of three major categories with three big pieces of work. One of them is this river, right? We were asked to create a river that didn't exist. There was a river close to their shooting location, but unfortunately they were just not able to like get that specific location that they needed right next to like the banks of this river. Not only that, this river needed to sort of evolve as the movies evolved, right? This is a 3 or 4 movie saga. There's a lot of sort of timelines and entries in the movie, and the river needed to kind of specifically hit story points, not just for this film, but for future films down the line. So it by nature needed to be sort of a customized thing, right? And obviously you don't really have that luxury when you're shooting a real river in a real location. You can't modify it in any way. And that was the interesting thing about the Horizon River in particular is, you know, in discussions with Kevin Costner, it wasn't just, hey, make a river, make it look realistic, and then that's it. That's all our job was. We had to design the river with future story points in mind. We had to make sure that, you know, 3 miles down the river, there's this military base that's going to have, you know, the story point in movie 2. And so we had to consciously create this thing while also respecting the realism that's required of creating a natural feature like this. You know, what do rivers do? How do they form? The types of erosions on the landscape, stuff like that. So, and then again, to just do all of this work, simulating the water surface, modeling the erosion, scattering thousands or millions of instances of plants and rocks and things like that. Doing all of that and then having that be totally invisible at the end of the day, having someone just watch, you know, a river and completely buy it. So one of those things that's sort of easier said than done.
It's not something that people expect to be fake as well, and I think that's really when it's successful and when it's done right on the visual effects side is when it's, you know, kind of stuff that you're not, you know, the scene out the front door when you know are on a soundstage shooting in a house, or the, you know, the city that has just a little more city in the background. That's like, I think it tying into and kind of working with the natural environment and the stuff that's there, and keen off of that, I think was really crucial to the success of how that stuff looks. You know, and that's.
So do you think that like what's described sometimes as invisible VFX is actually sort of supporting visual effects? It's integral to the story. It's not just your paint outs, your conventional sort of prep work. It's actually integral to the script, integral to the key actors, and that feeds into how we prep, right? How we think about the process more than just
Totally.
picking up the edit and suddenly there's a VFX shot.
Yeah, I mean, we work on Walking Dead, and so much of our work on that show is just dirtying up and breaking windows and, you know, adding vines and leaves and whatever to the sides of streets. If you hadn't done that work, the story would just fall flat. You'd think, well, no, they're not in, you know, post-apocalyptic New York right now. They're just on 5th and Broadway walking down a road, you know? So, and it's not practical to go break 15 windows and cover the city in grime for one shot. And yet, you know, again, it's you know, it's down with visual effects on stuff like that, which is so silly, you know? Because, I mean, JP, you made a really good point earlier. It very much is just another department on the film working in harmony with the rest of the departments. Like we're keen off of the stuff that the art department has distressed and the leaves that they have scattered around to then scatter more down the road that, you know, they couldn't on the day. So it's stuff like that.
Yeah.
That, you know, it's really a team effort and it's a team sport.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the things too is I think maybe the conversation became, you know, sort of all of these departments on a film set are working together in support and service of a story, but visual effects is somehow separate from that, and it's totally not true. And I'd argue the most successful VFX are the ones that take the story into consideration when designing everything, right? Like we're on the same team as production designers, we're on the same team as gaffers and grip and lighting team. We're all trying to make this story come true, and the best moments of filmmaking are when all departments kind of become one, right? They're in service of this singular vision of this particular story. So in the context of VFX, I think a lot of the times there is a lot of opportunity in VFX to just do the work and not really think about it. You know, you get asked to do like a driving comp or some background replacement, and you just kind of do it without thinking about it. But I think the best VFX are when you take the context of the story and, you know, you're sitting there with the script and you're thinking, you know, having conversations with the director, what are we trying to achieve creatively here? And have that inform every sort of decision about the pixels you're bringing on screen in terms of VFX, right? Like being intentional about story, about, you know, character, about mood, and about those things. Because, you know, fundamentally we're filmmakers, we're part of filmmaking, and it's keeping that in context while moving forward is I think something that you have to do if you're trying to do really good world-class VFX.
And the earlier we're involved on that stuff is critical as well. I mean, it's the fastest way to save a ton of money is just to have visual effects in the room when you're planning stuff. Like the river on Horizon, they dug, probably 30-foot pond instead of trying to dig an entire river and do some sort of crazy hydraulic pump system and whatever, only for us to ultimately end up replacing it at the end of the day. We're just like, we just need a water surface. We'll handle everything else, But
in many ways that, is also invisible visual effects and was supporting visual effects. You're looked at as an extension of many other departments as well. You are dealing with tangible props and, physical objects on set that you're replicating or you're extending something. So it can't be forgotten that how closely visual effects work with other departments on set, physically scanning objects, scanning props or environments and extending them.
Yeah. One interesting challenge for Horizon was the other sort of big VFX moment was this nighttime Apache raid on the town of Horizon in its early stages. And on the day, they wanted obviously this whole town to be set alight, completely engulfed in flames with embers, hundreds of embers raining down. And the other conversation about this is sort of what can realistically be achieved on a film set and what might be too expensive in a lot of cases, but also might be too dangerous or you're dealing with natural phenomena that's not really cooperating. So on that particular night, it's a very windy day and they were really not able to safely light as many fires as they wanted to. I think we had maybe like 5% of that entire scene's fire, maybe even something like 2% were real photographed fire coming from a plate, and like 95% was a combination of CG pyrosim fires and 2D element fires. And again, you talk about story and sort of supporting the service of that. Kevin wanted a really sort of catastrophic scene, just very dramatic, a lot of emotion and intensity and the violence that was common during the time period. To be supported by all of this fire and visual effects. So, but again, like it's sort of all the different reasons why you get into the invisible VFX world, into the world that we're in is, there's different paths to get there. And one of them is just the reality that, they could not safely, do this special effect on the day and they had to come to us. And the beauty about going to VFX then, in this particular case is that we're actually able to shape the fire and the way it looked on the entire scene and have it be almost exactly what Kevin wanted to be for the scene. Those embers we went through rounds of revisions to get them feeling the way Kevin Costner wanted them to feel, and this giant tent that's sort of the centerpiece element of the scene had a progression, this evolution of fire as the scene progressed that would have just been extraordinarily difficult to get on the day for real, to have that kind of coordination, to have this thing, quarter of the way burned, halfway burned, almost entirely burned, and then, down to the skeleton. There's just so many decisions on the way to the final product that you're able to get with VFX, which I think is one of the pluses of getting into the supporting and visual effects world is the control and, the ability to create something that's perfect for your story.
So in terms of, as we said, storytelling, extensions of other departments, and you touched on it earlier, Grant, just talk a little bit about how the prep of this project started, how early we were brought on. Was that sort of first draft of script? Were we treated as a department like any other department from day one? How did that process work?
Yeah, I mean, JP kind of touched on it earlier. There was very much, like, we went to Kevin's place out in like up the coast of Malibu and sat and just drew concept art with him of the river for like 2 hours of just, there needs to be a little crescent here because they're going to lean their backs on it in this scene in the second film, and there's a tree way down the river that someone gets hung from, and all of these little story points kind of came out of that meeting. So I would say really very early on we were kind of brought into the fold and had direct access and direct feedback, which was great. And I mentioned it earlier, but that's when you treat it like a department and when you treat it with the respect that you would give your DP or your art director or anything else, it's really when you get the best work. And it's when it can service the story best. It's when it can save you the most money. And I think that kind of stuff all really rang true on this film, which was awesome to see.
Yeah, and one of the interesting things about Horizon in particular, at least in the shooting sense, is it was not shot like a VFX film. So there really wasn't there wasn't a big footprint in VFX on the making of Horizon, despite how large the ask was in terms of the river, right? Ordinarily, I think you would, want to have giant blue screens, green screens everywhere. But at the end of the day, we made the decision to go kind of very light on our set footprint. As a result, the actors were kind of able to dial into the scene to have the setting and the production design sort of inform their acting instead of standing behind these massive green screens, which normally would be needed. These days, I think just the sort of costs of roto have gone down so much, and the efficiencies, there's been a lot of efficiencies gained in sort of matte work, and so I think going without a lot of that stuff actually ended up helping out some of the shots, in particular in terms of just making it feel real and settled in, and there's not this sort of artificial edge or compositing, or kind of, a lot of the shots were just shot as plates. They were shot with that practical river Grant was talking about, where they dug out like a big trench of water to at least have that as reference. And that's it. We were not doing any more compositing in terms of different sort of plates feeding into the final picture. It was just plate, CG river behind the characters, and yeah, I think that allowed the production too to be more efficient and sort of worry about their problems shooting a Western movie. And
Yeah, I was
not
going
be
to say,
concerned too much about the visual effects of it, right?
ton of time saved on the production side from doing so. And I think also on the visual effects side, we were able to only add the river like where we needed it to. We didn't have to every shot replace the entire background. Like you bring out the green screen and you're committing to, this is going to be a shot. Whereas then on the close-ups, maybe you don't even see the river. Maybe it's just, blurry field back there, and you could have gotten away with nothing. It's, you can keep your shot count down, I think, as well, by not just having this giant footprint around that you're always kind of dealing with. It becomes practical for the DP to just frame up a little bit. Now we're not going to see the river, and we can do, all of the singles suddenly aren't work,
Yeah,
I think.
Go
for it.
I was going to say, so in some ways, longer prep time, being involved from the start, evidently makes productions work smarter in the long run, right? A big shot count on a visual effects show doesn't necessarily mean that it's been more complicated in terms of the VFX work. It's just become more complicated in terms of the scope.
Yeah, I mean, I think projects kind of fall into this trap of deciding later and deciding in post. And that's really, I think, where a lot of the less successful, we'll call it, kind of visual effects are born out of, is when you're just like, well, we'll just put a green screen up there and we'll figure out the background later. Well, then you're kind of committing to just ambient miscellaneous lighting because you don't really know what the background is. So you don't really know what the sources are going to be. So you don't really know the direction. And everything, you can only do so much then. Whereas if you're, involved from the get-go, you're shooting on location, you've got some real stuff that you're just augmenting, it's much more successful.
Yeah, and treat the VFX as a real world object, right? And make the same kind of decisions with the same conviction that you're doing on set on the day with this VFX thing. Even though it's coming down later, let's lock some things down. Let's make some choices, and we can work off of that better than we can question marks behind the character, right?
So when you're supervising then in post, by no means would I suggest it's an easier show to supervise, but I'm assuming many of the unnecessarily difficult questions have already been taken out of the room, and you just have the ability to really talk about the creative realm of the show with Kevin and the directors and the creatives on the show, because that sort of unnecessary difficulties have already been discussed in prep and during production, right?
Yeah, you want the conversation on set to be the same conversation that you'd have with a art director or a DP, which is how do we make this look great? How do we get our vision on the screen? How do we tell the story? The stuff that JP was talking about earlier. You don't want the conversation to be, how are we going to get this done technically? You want that stuff to, have been sorted out.
Yeah, and there are some technical challenges, that will vary per project. And for example, this river is a really large feature. I think we ended up building a 10-mile, 11-mile stretch of water, and then the surrounding something like 30 square miles of terrain were developed. And so it is a challenge to sort of creatively wrangle that, right? The river is going to look different in certain angles and perspectives. You could build the river out on a hero shot and be happy with it. And then in another shot where you're seeing it from a slightly different angle, you realize, oh, that's some of the decisions we were making on that hero shot aren't really panning out with this particular view of the river. And so when you are dealing with a very large asset like that can be viewed in really like a million sort of different ways in lighting conditions, or sort of a complicated scene or sequence like that, it becomes important for the VFX department to do the work of providing the full scope creatively while you're iterating. So rather than getting tunnel vision and focusing on a couple of shots, it's important to keep the whole thing in context. And with the reviews, we were trying to provide, hey, this change that you're doing to the river silhouette on shot A, this is what it looks like on shot D through G or whatever. Even though we haven't even gotten really to those yet, and the edit may have still been fluctuating, and it just wasn't sort of time to look at those shots. We still wanted those shots to be taken into consideration. So we were never making a change, again, just on one sort of shot or look that would have ramifications later down the line. And I think a lot of successful VFX is trying to give the most clear and sort of concise overall scope of information to the client, because I think a lot of the times with some of this work, it's possible to just go down in a direction and have some tunnel vision or blinders to other sort of parts of the process. Because it is a unique thing to be creating a 50 square mile river valley with a 10-mile long river running through it. That's not something too many departments are familiar with how to approach and how to direct and how to wrangle. And so that's one of the unique challenges of visual effects, among many others, when you're working in this space, is you're dealing with sort of questions and processes that not a lot of people understand or have experience working in.
They were great.
Which is the job
partners.
ultimately of us, right? Of VFX supervisors, to provide that critical link to production and the creative team.
And production were great partners on that front as well, in terms of, working with us on, we can't really change, that bend because we need it in this other shot. Like, they were really understanding of that give and take. And it allowed us to have, kind of this singular river environment that worked across the entire show, as opposed to, trying to manage 17 different versions of that environment to kind of align with every single note on every shot. And it also then, I think, lent even further to the realism that the scene brought, because it was consistent and it was, practically how it would have existed if it were actually just there on the day.
Okay. Great. Well, JP, Grant, thank you so much for your time, and everyone at World VFX Day, thank you for inviting us to talk all things Horizon.
Thank you, Patrick.
Thank you, Patty.
Tonight, the Visual Effects Society is honoring two masters of the genre.
He's done what no man has ever done before. He gave Spock a girlfriend.
I would like to thank the artists, texture lighting, simulation rendering masters, and so many others who have made the absolutely impossible entirely real.
It's my absolute honor to present Sir Ridley Scott.
You save our asses frequently, let me tell you.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is my great honor to present the Visual Effects Society Award for Creative Excellence to my friend, the great William Shatner.
I'm going to pass this off to another guy. It is my honor to present the Visual Effects Society Lifetime Achievement Award.
I think too often your expertise is being used as a shortcut. Because it's an inaugural award, I view it as an amazing honor.
I could not be prouder to present this VES Visionary Award to Senor Alfonso Cuarón.
I feel a little bit like an imposter. The real visionary here is the amazing team that make this movie happen.
This is not about technology. We know that we're all using tools that are pretty similar to one another. It's the people, it's the artists.
I just want to tell you how much I value what you do.
You guys are wizards, you're artisans, you're magicians, and I mean that. It's my very great honor and privilege to present this VES Lifetime Achievement Award to my friend, my mentor, my very first producer, Gail Ann Hurd.
My local movie theater was essentially my weekend babysitter. That little girl is still in awe of the magic you create.
Hello, everyone. Happy World Visual Effects Day. I'm very excited to be here with you all and share our love for the industry. My name is Eddie Anton. I'm a production visual effects supervisor in Los Angeles, and I've been approached to talk a little bit about what are the steps and the skills that you need to learn in order to become a supervisor production side. And so within the 25 minutes that I have, I'll share with you 5 main points, 5 main things that I would have told myself years ago that would have helped me get to this position, you know. The first one is to what I call step up, step out, which basically means, if you're a compositor or a CG artist, lighter, or a PM or a coordinator, and you are in a place where whenever you get your shot, for example, your brain automatically does the work. You are already without even thinking, doing the job and getting the shot finalized. Or if you're a PM and you start a new show and you automatically know how everything is set up and you don't feel like there's much of a challenge to it, that's definitely your sign to step out and start learning other things, and what I mean by that is to look at any other skill set that you can learn that will make you a much more versatile artist or manager. If you're a compositor, you can look into Maya, Blender, Unreal, or even look into bidding templates and bidding. What does bidding do? How is an episode broken down in terms of the cost of it, And if you're a PM, just look into compositors, look into Nuke. Like, okay, they're sitting all day on the computer next to it, but what do they really do? What is it that they need to learn, and what are the skill sets that they need to develop, all of those things will be extremely useful, because in-house, unlike a vendor where you likely have like a whole production team of coordinators and production managers to help out, or a whole team of senior artists or compositing supervisors, or a whole team of IT, that you can submit tickets to. In-house doesn't really have all those resources. It is a team of 3-4 artists, 2 coordinators, a PM, a visual effects editor, a producer, and a supervisor. And there's not really a lot more to that core group, although every show changes depending on the scope and whatnot, but that's the base. So people have to wear many hats, you need to help each other out. So the more things that you can learn about what others do and things that could be useful, it'll come a long way. In my sense, I was a compositor, and so I got interested in the IT sector of things and looked into how do you build a server? How do you build a pipeline? What are the different formats that there are to things, or color spaces, or IO, or security, And so eventually got to a point where on my own, I could build an in-house facility, not just find the equipment that's needed, but actually like put it all together and get the computers and the software and everything that everybody needs in each show to get to work. And that is extremely useful for a producer. That sounds amazing. If you have a supervisor that can help put together an office, and whenever there is an IT challenge, they'll be there to help out. That is extremely useful, So in that sense, find your own skill sets. Find that thing that you can add to your skills that is going to help out. What I would say is go through a process of first discovery, spend a little bit of time learning about the different roles that there are and the different things that you can do before you jump into anything specific, Find out what a little bit the roles of a VFX editor, of a producer, and of an artist, and of a PM, and look into it and go for whatever you're most interested in. There's not really a path or a specific route that you have to take, in order to become a supervisor. Everybody has their own skill sets. There are some supervisors that come strictly from being a coordinator, So find out what is interesting to you and what you're good at, and it'll automatically make it a lot easier for you to learn those things. And definitely go one thing at a time. Don't try to make a mistake like me and try to jump into learning everything about shot grid, about Excel, about IT, about Blender, and everything at the same time. Just pick one and just learn and get to that point where you're comfortable with it. And once you're there, jump on the next thing, on the next thing, and on the next thing, and on the next thing, and so on and so forth, And so eventually you'll get up to a point where you are like comfortable with your skill set, and you have a wide range of talents that you can provide to your team. So that is the moment, or even beforehand, the moment where you can go to point number 2, which is open your own doors. That main or most important point about this whole talk, in my opinion, is this one, which is no one is looking for you. No one is out there trying to Google your name, trying to find you and trying to search for whatever, you are and offer you a job, Unfortunately, even if you are the best compositor in the world, the best lighter, the best coordinator, the best PM, it doesn't matter. Like you need to get yourself out there and you need to introduce yourself to the world in order for it to receive your talents and everything that you can provide. I understand that, especially as artists, we have to just stay in our little computer, in our little bubble in a cave and just put our headphones on and focus on our shots. But the role of a production supervisor is nothing like that. You need to have your headphones off and you need to be talking to people all the time and you need to network and know everybody. So the sooner than you can get to it, the better. Okay. And so how do you do it? Okay, sure, we need to network, but how do we really do it? I think a good point to start is to learn the industry, just how we know how the main, most famous actors are and what the main directors are for these things. You also need to learn who are the production supervisors making these shows nowadays, who are the visual effects producers, who are the executives in the studios, who are all of these people? Like, what does the industry look like? You need to learn about it because it will make you have a more professional look towards everybody that you speak to. But not only that, you will also learn about their careers. How did they get to that point? How did they get to be the executive at any studio? Some of them might surprise you. You might be somebody that comes from photography and think that you can never be an executive in production for a studio, but then you'll find somebody that had just the exact same career path. I will give you some reassurance that you can actually do it and it's possible, because it really is possible. You can get to whatever you want as long as you put in the work. So get yourself out there and just go to networking events. There's tons of networking events. There's people that you can reach out in LinkedIn and just try to have a conversation and learn about what they do. And eventually you'll find, somebody who is looking for someone with your specific skill set for a little show that needs a production supervisor. And the skill set that you have or the things that you share with them are the exact things that they need. And that's how you'll find your job, You're the one that will find your own job. Your skill set will be the thing that will keep you at that job and it will keep you going. So you have the skill set covered. You just need to get your foot up on the door, your first step, and have people meet you and know you because you're talented. You worked for it. You've done the hard work. So you just have to share it with the rest of the world. Once you get that job, you would go into the next step, which is connecting the dots. And what I mean by that is one thing that it's not as obvious, but it is. It will be very visible once you start supervising. Is visual effects is not the only department when it comes to making a movie or a show. There are tons of other departments and tons of other specialties that you need to know about. A lot of the problems or challenges that you will have during your show will require from you to know who is the person or the department that is going to help out or that I need to reach out to solve this problem. And you need to know who those people are and what they do. And so in that sense, you have two methods. One of them is just to start from the beginning and start learning about development and writing, and then go from there to the pre-production crew, and then the production, and then VFX and post and localization. Or you can start from visual effects, since you're more familiar with, and work your way to the beginning and then to the end. What I mean by that is, have you ever wondered as an artist, where do EXRs come from? Have you thought, okay, the EXRs come from the coordinator, right? Okay, where does the coordinator get them from? The coordinator gets them from the visual effects editor. Okay, then where does these things come from the VFX editor? Well, they requested from the DI facility, the DI Digital Intermediate facility. Okay, where does DI get the EXRs from? They actually transform those EXRs from a QuickTime they get from set, and so on and so forth. You will just step by step walk your way through understanding how this whole train works, and as a supervisor, you need to 100% learn what all of these roles are. You don't need to, by all means, be an expert on it. You just need to know what they do, what they can provide, and how can you help. Because at the end of the day, fix it in post, you're going to be saving a lot of people on set, and helping them out. And you need to understand who you can help out and how they can help you out, especially the props department, the director of photography, the production designer. Those people will be incredible. They will lend you a hand, and you will reciprocate and help out in a way too. But you first need to learn what they do, what their roles are. So one last thing about that aspect is, besides knowing about these roles, I would tell you to focus a little bit on the technical aspect of it. What I mean by that is, especially in the post-production section of it all, try to learn about what are the different EXR. Okay, that is one type of file, but what other files do we do? Do we use QuickTimes? What kind of QuickTimes are there? ProRes? What is H.264? What is spec sheet? What is in I/O? What kind of programs do you use to download and upload the files? Those things that you need to learn. Because in your team, like I said, it's a small team, and the technical aspect is one that typically gets sort of put behind sometimes a little bit, and if you are the person that's leading it, if you have your first call with the post supervisor and post producer and the post team and start talking about those things, and you're getting familiar or being the one that's familiar with them, you're automatically going to win the respect of the post team. They're going to see that how things work, how to get things done and what's needed. And that will come in extremely handy, because you will no longer have to sort of prove yourself in a way to the post team. They'll already know that your stuff, So although it is maybe not the most interesting subject to everybody, it is true, you need to get into it, especially color space. I know no one or most people don't like to hear about it, but if you want to supervise, you do need to handle the color space pipeline, or how everything is going to work, whether we're in ACES, whether we're linear and we're using color correction collection files. You need to learn about it. If you are within your discovery period that we were talking about before of finding other things, if color space is something that you're very interested and familiar with, congratulations. You got one of the most difficult parts of the job done. But if you're not, give it a shot. You might be surprised by actually all the things that are involved in color space. It's quite an interesting field of color. Like the things that you learn about it, it's incredible. It is a steep learning curve. It is difficult, but you need to get familiar with it, and all the technical sides, like I/O and spec sheets, formats, all of that stuff. You also need to know about it. Color space is a very important one in that sense. So the next spot or the next point is finding your own tools. What I mean by that is once you know how the whole train works, once you know the technical aspect of it and how it works, you need to find your own tools to work in this environment. Your job is mostly to be a translator. That's kind of how I see my job as a supervisor. You have to work with a showrunner who is very likely an expert in acting and writing and story and maybe a little bit about lighting, but they don't really know what Nuke is. They've never heard of Nuke. They've never heard of Blender. They don't really know how all of this world works. And just as color space might be intimidating to us, visual effects can be really intimidating to a showrunner. So you need to find your tools to communicate with them and to make them feel at ease, and make sure that all of the words that they say, that a showrunner says, for example, I want to make this tree look cool, like make it look cool, make it look, fancy and shiny and amazing. Sure, those are great words, but they're a little bit abstract, You need to find a way to translate it and talk to your vendors and say, okay, can we bring up the circularity in this? Can we add a glint node and make it have specks and little shiny details on it? Try to find a way to translate his words or their words to what the vendor wants. I use tools like simple tools like Photoshop to have an image. I like to work with images because they're very clear and have a before and after in Photoshop of what the idea is, so we have something to discuss. Or use RV or in ShotGrid, or use Nuke, make a little script template of what notes or what you're going for, Find ways to express yourself, express what's on your head, because people can't read your mind, and you need to be very clear and concise and simplify as much as you can your words. Take a few shots from a movie, give whatever notes you think you would give, and then write them down, share them with an artist, somebody from your workplace, a friend or somebody, and ask them what they interpret from it, and see if what you wrote and what you put is something that mimics exactly what's on their mind and what they're seeing, what they're interpreting. So in that sense, make sure to do a couple of exercises because it's going to come in really handy. You're going to be giving notes almost constantly, and the closer to a deadline, the more notes you're going to give. So speed and being clear and concise is going to help you a lot. It's going to get you a long way. And on that sense, the last thing is people. Like, your job is, unlike I was saying about, an artist with their headphones being alone in their computer, this is completely different. You need to get out and start talking to people. Your job is just going to be to communicate. And you need to find the best way that you can to express yourself. Even if you're speaking in a language that's not your first one, you need to practice it. You need to get familiar with it, with the jargon and how you want to express your opinions, and find out a little bit what kind of supervisor you are. Find out what your weaknesses are and find out what strengths do you have, and build an in-house team with people that are going to complement your skill set. If you are a compositor who is maybe not an expert in lighting and rendering, for example, have an in-house artist that can cover that. Have an in-house artist that's an expert in lighting, Same for your comp soup. Pick a comp soup that you've worked with and that you're comfortable with, that perfectly complements you and knows what's on your head too. That will come a long way. And most of all, out of all the people in an entire production, frankly, the most important person for you as a supervisor is going to be a producer, your visual effects producer. I feel like if a supervisor is, in a way to put it, is a sword, your producer is the shield. Your producer is going to be there to solve problems before you even see them coming. There's a wider range of skill set that person has learned. It's just like you spend X amount of years learning your own skills, that producer is going to know very likely a complete opposite array of skills that's going to help you tackle through hundreds or thousands of shots, because it is a mountain of shots that you're going to have to push through, and a mountain of problems and challenges that will come, from the editorial, the post, the sound, the showrunner, the vendors. There's always something that needs to be solved, and one person cannot do it all. And the producer is going to be there to help you and advise you, and you're going to be there to help them and advise them too. It is definitely a team job, and the best thing that you can do is to work with them, to have an honest relationship. Just talk to them about what things you're good at, what things you're not, so that the person is very clear about it, and also what things they're good at and what things you can help out with, and try to have the best relationship possible, because your relationship with the producer is going to set the tone for the office. If you have a very good relationship and you get along and you work together well, that's just gonna pour into how how the team feels and how comfortable the team is. If you establish a relationship that's honest, and you are okay saying what you know and what you don't know, so will your team. If your team will be able to raise the hand and say like, hey, I don't really know how to do this that you asked me to do. I don't know how this works. I don't know how that works. That is completely fine. Our industry is so vast and there's so many things to learn that it's impossible for one person to know it all. So be comfortable with not knowing things, try to get your team to understand that, and you will all be better for that, Make sure that that team feels comfortable and it's good, but also that you all get along together, because at the end of the day, you're a group of 10 people, give or take, that are just going to spend a whole year and a half together, day in and day out, like nonstop. And so it's important that you all feel comfortable and appreciate it and are happy about it, because at the end of the day, you're all doing something that you love. You got a great opportunity to produce a show, the visual effects for a show, and do something that you never thought you could do, and live doing what you love. So in that sense, share that love with your whole team. What everybody brings to the production is extremely valuable. From the visual effects editor who manages hundreds and hundreds of shots, to the PM who runs the team every day and makes sure nothing falls through the cracks, to the coordinators that is just going to make sure the communication with the vendors is seamless, to the producer who is just going to make sure that you don't run out of money, that you have the budget and you're clear to focus on the creative, to your in-house artists who are going to help you with your 911s, because that's what the in-house artists do. They are the 911 team. Whenever something falls through the cracks or we forgot about a shot, they're the ones who are going to fix it, and your comp soup who's going to be your right hand helping you out through the process, because it's a lot to take on. So nurture that team, make sure everybody feels good and is happy, and enjoy it, and have fun through the process. It's a wild ride, but it's incredible and amazing, and you'll have lots of stories to share after it. So I think that's all for me. Best of luck to you. I think there's a lot to learn. It feels like a mountain of work, and it is a mountain of work, but you just need to take one step at a time. Be confident about your work, be confident about your skill set, and be thankful for all the people around you that are helping you out climb up that mountain. And I look forward to one day seeing one of your shows on TV or in film or whatever it is. And that's the best feeling in the world. So I hope I can contribute a little bit to that development. And on that note, happy World Visual Effects Day. That's it for me. So have a great day, and hopefully we get to work together in the future. Who knows? Cheers.
Be yourself, find your authentic voice. It's hard, especially when you start and you're young. But as an artist or a professional in any business, coming as your authentic self and not having to apologize for what that is, and knowing that you have a space in the room and you have support that you'll need, and building your own support for that will be really helpful.
It's a good idea to have a good demo reel, know how to put a demo reel together, and be able to communicate during the interview what you have done, what you have done differently than someone else. It's the thought process sometimes that counts.
My advice would be observe. Those would be the first three, and the fourth one would be, observe again.
You've got to take power back and not give power away to other people. And because I personally, I'm tired of waiting for change. I'm done waiting for change. I don't want to wait for change. Change can happen. Change can happen fast. We saw that. We saw that with Me Too. We saw that with Time's Up. And we need to change, and we need to do it now. And if anyone tells me it's going to happen, it's coming, I'm just going to lose my marbles and go bananas, because we're here and we're ready.
I always try to, have send the elevator down as quickly as you can mentality to bring up, the next group of people. And, I always just try not to, have a repeat of my experiences that I, didn't find, to be too pleasant. I never wanted to be, someone to be the only in a room, because for so long I was that only, person, whatever, any and all check boxes that I checked.
Hi, my name is Jan Pinkava, head of the Animation Institute of the Film Academy here in Ludwigsburg, and I'm conference chair of FMX. We're delighted to be partners with World VFX Day. They're doing a terrific job drawing global attention to the art of creating imagery that can amaze us, move us, and make us believe. So thank you, Hayley Miller, and everyone on your team for your inspiring work and dedication. Actually, we at FMX are celebrating World VFX Day here in Stuttgart, Germany, in a beautiful old cinema with a special screening for invited guests, including a presentation by VES VFX Studios. We'll be joined by all the key players of the local creative industry to celebrate visual effects and to mingle. We are fortunate to be part of a vibrant creative community of artists, entrepreneurs, and makers of movie magic. Of course, our industry is undergoing a transformation, not least because of the rapid developments in artificial intelligence, and everyone is having to find their own rhythm in a time of change. So the theme of FMX 2025 will be Rhythm of Change, bringing the community together to share knowledge, experience, and to discuss ways to navigate the obstacles and to shape the opportunities that are before us, and always with a human touch. Here's to World VFX Day. Let's face the music and dance.
Hello everyone, hope you're enjoying World VFX Day wherever you are in the world. We've got a fascinating panel for you for the next 20 minutes where we're going to be discussing ethics, integrity and creativity using Gen AI in VFX. And to help me unpack this, I've got a panel of a couple of people who are very close to this issue. James Pollock. Hi, James.
Hello.
James is the creative technologist at Luxa Turner in the UK, in Bristol. And James' role involves investigating emerging technologies and their potential application within the studio's VFX workflow. We've also got intellectual property expert, Dr. Cobus Euster, who is a senior lecturer of law at Bristol Law School and the University of West of England, and he specialises in the digital aspects of IP law. His doctoral research dealt with copyright protection and investigated the decompilation exception for source code. He is the author of several book chapters and journal articles on issues related to digital IP. And me, well, I'm Neil Hatton. I'm the Chief Executive of the UK Screen Alliance, which is the trade association for visual effects, animation and post-production in the UK. And we represent around 200 companies. And our role is to be their advocates to government and other stakeholders. So let's find out how these two people here have been interacting. James, can you describe the project that you've been working on together?
Sure. So Luxa Turner are a partner on My World, which is a creative technology research program in the west of England. And it encompasses universities in the region, including Bath Spa, Bath University, University of Bristol, and University of Western England. And as part of My World, we're developing a sci-fi short film that is going to be used as a case study into the impacts and the challenges that using generative AI within the creative process of making a short film throws up, basically.
You mentioned My World. Is that a publicly funded program?
Yes, yeah, it's funded by the Strength in Places Fund.
Great, okay. And this project, of course, has coincided with the emergence of generative AI technology. Is it something that you intended to use Gen AI in right from the beginning, or is that just something that's a happy accident?
Yeah, it really was a bit of a happy accident. When we first started on the program, nobody was really talking about it. It wasn't really a thing. And, you know, this is going back to sort of 2021. And as we started on the film and started developing it, was around the time that there were experimental platforms for engaging with this technology, such as Disco Diffusion. And yeah, we sort of jumped on that and started playing with that. The results out of those are kind of very different to what you see out of sort of generative AI for images now.
So, Cobus, how did you get involved in this project then? Were you right at the beginning, or have you come in later on in the cycle?
More or less from the beginning. Our university is one of the partners in My World. So My World asked if I would come on board to initially investigate whether there is enough content here to create a case study at the end of the production. That was the first goal, and that is still my primary goal, is to come up with an evidence-based impact case study about the adjustments one would make in order to remain both ethically and legally sound. But my role in this project has expanded a little bit further to include more than just intellectual property law and cyber law, my two fields, but also wider ethical and legal concerns.
So why is this collaboration important to Luxa Turner? And what can we take from this project for the wider VFX community? James, do you want to answer that?
Sure. We're in a very similar situation to a lot of studios out there. This wave of new technology has sort of hit the creative industries, not just VFX, in this big way, and we're all sort of trying to figure out what it's going to mean for us. And so we're in that role. We're basically trying to figure out, well, can we use it? How can we use it? Where's it going? What impact is it going to have on our industry? Using this as a case study and a way to ask a lot of those questions then gives us also a way to feed those answers or what that throws up back into the sort of wider industry. And yeah, by having Cobus on board, that means that we can get really good legal and ethical insight into the decisions that we're faced with.
And you mentioned that you're creating a short film, Reno, I think it was called. Do you want to tell us a little bit about the short film and how AI and machine learning fits into it?
Sure. So the film is about a woman who is looking after a seed bank, and it's in this remote location, and so she's all alone in this. Basically, it's like a bunker laboratory, and her only companion is her AI assistant, and it's about their relationship and how that develops over the course of a few years. And so the film itself actually does sort of tap into some questions around AI, and then how we're actually using the technology. So we've used it in part for some of our creative development. And as we begin moving towards production, we're looking at ways in which we can use it within our VFX pipelines.
So this is not a client project. It's basically an internal studio project. So you can play.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's designed as a project to test our sort of different areas that we want to look into and basically allow us to experiment.
Okay. Cobus, I was going to ask you, what are the immediate IP and legal and ethical issues regarding generative AI, and how do they impact the visual effects industry?
There are many, and I don't think we have enough time to mention all of them. But from my perspective, focused specifically on the intellectual property law issues, for anybody in the creative industries, including the VFX industry, most pressing concerns, of course, is who owns either platform and primarily who owns the output of whatever AI tool it is that you are employing. When you are creating an experimental film like Reno, you're combining the output or potentially combining the output of many different sources. So achieving a level of certainty about ownership and authorship is always going to be the first question anybody asks. A second layer on top of that enters the picture when you anticipate commercialization of your work. In the creative industries, IP law is the lifeblood. There is no industry without it. So something like AI, which creates uncertainty, is the most pressing legal concerns at the moment.
So, in terms of the reputational harm to the industry and to creators, I mean, are there particular harms that a VFX company should be looking out for?
Yes, certainly. The reputational harm is associated with the way in which AI works, the way in which it is trained and created, but also the way in which it generates content. The unpredictability means you always run a risk of inherent bias, which is something that James and I are focusing on quite a lot in picking tools and examining the outcome. There are bias being one of them. We are also focusing on wider issues for post-production in VFX. For example, one has to consider the employment impact it might have, the sustainability and environmental impacts. And these are things we track alongside the IP issues.
Because there's a lot of computing power behind
Yes.
many of these applications, and computing power requires energy, and obviously has a green impact there. How much of that have you factored into your work?
We are at the stage where we're not yet able to collect enough evidence on that. We hope to be able to collect evidence on that as the project progresses. At the moment, we are focused primarily on ensuring that what is produced at the end would be ethically and legally sound as far as possible. And for us, that at the moment means ensuring the highest level of transparency in our choices, documenting the choices that we've made and why, so that at the end we could produce and, as far as possible, present something that is authentic. The primary concerns from an ethical and legal point of view is a lack of transparency or the risk of misrepresentation and of course, the reputational harm it might do to the studio if you haven't enough evidence about your choices throughout the creative process.
So what kind of conversations, James, are you having with your clients now? What kind of concerns are they coming to you with, or what kind of requests as well, not just the concerns? How's the conversation with clients going over use of generative AI?
Well, I would say last year we were being asked, what can you do with this technology, and we did a couple of R&D projects with certain clients to basically show them what we could achieve with those tools. This year, it feels like what they've done is they've gone away and they've talked to perhaps their legal experts and are starting to devise their own policies around the use of these tools. And so we're starting to see them come back and actually kind of narrow down the scope of usable AI tools.
And are you finding the same conversations with all clients, or are they coming with different opinions?
We've had some clients come to us who, they're quite eager to use these tools. And so, in those situations, it's really helpful that we are having these conversations with Cobus and we're able to say, there may be these issues that you haven't necessarily thought about. And so it is a tricky thing to do because we're not necessarily legal experts in sort of passing on that information, but anything that sort of adds to the awareness within the industry and at all levels is ultimately a good thing.
So let's talk about the impact on the global industry, because we're working in a global media and entertainment industry. Your clients are going to want their content to be distributed globally. Cobus, could you just kind of run us through the implications of that and the various differences that clients might have depending on where they are and where they want to show their content?
The big issue, of course, for creative industries in this scenario would be that the law is different in every country. And you can ill afford to export or expose your work to a jurisdiction where you are not sure what the situation might be, nor can you legally and ethically be sure that the tools that you have used grant you the rights that you need in your country as well as the countries in which you are going to export your work. So it's a conflict of laws or a lack of consistency or harmonization. In IP law, this is particularly true for authorship and ownership. So we're talking copyright law in particular, the core of the matter here, because there is a significant difference between the position here in the UK and elsewhere, and a marked difference between the United States and most of the rest of the world.
Well, I suppose the big question for most viewers of this broadcast today, there'll be people working in the visual effects industry, or perhaps trying to get into the visual effects industry, and in the times that we live in, trying to get back into the visual effects industry. So what's going to be the impact on jobs and roles from the use of AI technology? And what have you learnt from what you've found so far, James?
I think there's definitely interest there among the artists in our studio, and among the directors. But we always try to use the best tools for the job, and when you've got people who are really skilled at what they do, or have a really keen insight, a really good way of working, it's sort of hard to diminish that and to reduce that down to something that you can sort of replace. Whether it makes some things quicker, I think it becomes something where it's very nuanced, and there might be a use case, but it's saying it's very particular to a particular VFX pipeline that you're working on for a particular project. So in terms of a sort of blanket tools that just sort of take care of something, I don't think we're quite there. And I think a lot of the questions, the things that Cobus is dealing with and looking into, those aren't factors in any other kind of tools. Nobody's going to be worrying about these sorts of ethical and legal issues when they're using their 3D software, for instance.
So you've got this project that you're completing and you'll get some outputs from it. But Cobus, what's next? Where do you go from here?
It's a good question. The idea of the impact case study is to produce something that is project specific rather than generic, broad sentiments. There is a lot of that around already. So what we hope to get out of this is a example. It might not be the best example, but it will hopefully be an example of the stresses and tensions that we had to navigate, from which someone might learn. Legally and in the legal landscape, what is next? We are likely to see further legislative developments on AI in general. But there are issues in AI outside of creative industries that are more pressing, which will probably have priority in lawmaking. We are probably also going to see an amount of pressure on legislators to address industry-specific needs. The creative industries being one of the biggest players who rely on clear IP laws. And there are institutions that are actively working towards guiding this. The European Writers European Writers' Council have, for example, published deep commentary on the EU AI Act and its relationship with text and data mining exceptions in copyright law, which is very important for the creative industries, not only in relation to the tools we choose to use, but also the extent to which our work is exposed to exploitation by future AI platforms and how it would influence it. So there is lots of this sort of political and inside work going on, which is probably where one's research focus should be at the moment, rather than high-level legislative commentary, because that will be slow.
So, I mean, there are some tools around at the moment where the manufacturers have actually, if you like, certified that the training material that they used to generate the models all came from copyright cleared footage. Do you think we'll see more of that, James? And what are you doing to ensure the footage that you use to train your models on? What are you doing to ensure that is all copyright cleared?
Yes, so we don't do a huge amount of training models ourselves. It's something that we've looked into in the past, and where we have, we've trained on our own material and found ways to do that. I think more broadly, and when you take it to some of these industry players, they're responding to a need within the industry, just as they do with other features of their software. We have amazing existing tools for VFX. Houdini, After Effects, Blender, Maya. Those are kind of industry standards because they serve the industry well. They serve artists well, and part of that going forward, I think, is going to be that you can sort of legally and ethically sign off on using these tools.
Just to round off, let's have a kind of one sentence from each of you. Where do you think, what are you expecting to learn from the project, and what do you think the value of that learning will be? Cobus, do you want to go first?
Well, I hope that what we produce would be practically relevant rather than just academically or legally superficial. From this project, I hope to present something that draws together real-world experiences on the ground throughout a project, monitoring the entire creative process, start to finish. Whether we will end up with best practice, I doubt it, but we will certainly, hopefully, try and deliver a product that is useful to others in this particular industry.
And James?
I think it would be really good if the output from this case study is that we're able to demonstrate how you can engage with these tools as they come up. I'm always trying to tell people that, Gen AI, it's not something that is happening to us. It's something that we have some agency and some control over how we choose to use it. We don't have to take it as it's given. We weigh it up just like we weigh up any piece of software, any technology that comes into our industry.
And what's your timescale for this? When do you think you'll be reporting on this? And when do you think we'll be able to see the film?
So we start filming in April next year, and we're hoping that the film will be screening around this time next year. So next November, we hope.
And the report on the ethics, Cobus?
Yes, we'll try and coincide with the public release if all goes well.
Well, I'm sure we will be watching with very interested and very avidly to see what you're going to come up with. It's been a fascinating 20 minutes talking to both of you and hearing about the project and both the creative and legal and ethical challenges that you're all facing. So to Cobus and to James, my thanks for your input to this conversation. And to the rest of you, please enjoy the rest of World VFX Day, and hopefully we can see you again in a year's time when we can talk about this project and see the outputs. Thank you very much.
I'll tell you this, running in cowboy boots, I don't recommend that. It's a little hard.
And roll stage, please. Roll sound, please. We're rolling. Roll camera. And 3, 2, 1, action.
We had a great time making the original IRL. And the original IRL is, as much as we could do with absolutely nothing to work with as we could. And the limitations were very, very extreme.
Daniel Thrawn and I are part of a podcast called Martini Giant, along with Eric Sheely, for this virtual production project. When we come back to classic filmmaking that was really big in Hollywood, Western just made sense.
In this, we're talking about how important it is to shoot things for real, but we're shooting them for real on a stage live in virtual production.
Virtual production involves tracking a physical camera in production and having a virtual camera in CG doing exactly the same thing in real time, which is being projected on the LED wall.
These are our guys from Orbital. Oh, yeah. They've been sitting here, they've been working really hard to make sure everything's working. In this control room is basically where all of the wall is happening, and they can see right here what's actually being shot.
With virtual production, you can change things to catch new ideas in a way that you couldn't with old technologies that were very locked from a single perspective. Because we can move the camera around and things change in the background according to where the lens is, it allows you the freedom of shooting in a real place and really lets you make a movie on the stage.
A lot of times the only way to do computer graphics in real time was to use something called rasterized rendering. You can make things look real, but it takes a lot of effort to get there.
Ray tracing involves simulating the way that rays, in this case light, bounce around the scene to illuminate it.
When you get real-time ray tracing, it's the way light naturally works, so you don't have to worry about it. So ray tracing has to be part of the virtual production experience.
You can see the lights traveling over reflective surfaces. You can see details in the background bouncing off of glass here or off of chrome here. It's like you're really there. And the more the background and the actors connect, the more you buy into what the scene is.
Here's one thing surprising. When you're moving through that environment and you're looking out the window, you really feel that you're in a train. And when it's going around the turn, I was holding on because I actually felt like I was going around the turn. So that was kind of exciting.
I designed all the sets that we're using and then worked with the builders on the sets. We made the train set kind of multifunctional, both a luggage car and a regular bar car set. It's been great to see the sets and everything come to life.
On the screen, we have the virtual world in which we are being chased by virtual bad guys.
It's a big scene.
very long. It's like 4 kilometers big, 2.8 trillion triangles. The train rolls like 2 minutes through the prairie, goes over a gorge, a big bridge. It's ray traced and it's live. It's like the real deal.
We have one of the best sets I've ever seen, and our DP is notably excellent.
Once I gained a fuller understanding of what we were trying to achieve and what the technology was capable of, it opened a whole new horizon for me that I'm actually quite glad to be a party of.
Ball back to 0, roll ball. Okay, everybody settle, and train.
This is such an advance over green screen, simply because you can see it live. And you can see what's happening without having to wait for a composite to be brought in front of you that doesn't ever really match what you anticipated in your mind. And once you can see it and actually bake it in at the time of exposure, it's an enormous step forward for people that do what I do.
It's allowing us to get like a lot of great material with a great consistent look very quickly. We literally, on some of the running sequences, we can just twist the sky at the turn of a button.
Come over here. I want to introduce you guys to my creative guys.
Everybody in the movie is associated with visual effects in some way, one way or another. Big time VFX people who have contributed huge amounts to the industry.
This here, right here, is my good friend Daniel Buck. We cast him because he pretty much looks the part.
This coat is very hot, but I'm having fun.
How did Chris convince you to be part of this?
He said he wouldn't release the pictures he has of me. That was pretty convincing.
So Vlado, how many lines did you have?
Just one.
One line.
The best way to write the software is to put it in production. Being able to see the software being used on the stage, that's a whole different experience.
Chris calls me and says, we're gonna do, I said, I don't care, I'm in, let's go. He goes, but you're wearing the green unitard. And I said, I'm still in.
I just need to make sure that Rob was made to look as ridiculous as possible.
We wanted to sort of isolate old school tech for VFX and incorporate these ideas into the Old West setting. So we have like the chrome ball, and the bartender is wearing a Avatar-esque camera rig around his head, and we have the classic green screen suit guy.
So we are dressing up Mr. Niederhorst here in his green screen outfit. He has been shot at least 3 or 4 times. So we asked Meredith to just make him look the most f***ed up.
And anything that we can do to bring these completely out of place items and sort of place them in the past where they kind of deserve to be at this point.
Mark, and action.
Going from like small scale robbery in the first version to large scale Western cinematic craziness is the kind of jump that we really wanted to make. And we think that's the kind of jump that the technology lets you do. By using a virtual production backdrop, we have so much more opportunity to make the experience richer and more elaborate and more cinematic than before.
It's like I've been waiting for this for 10 years. You got it? Okay, going back to 1, please.
Hello and happy World VFX Day. Very excited to be part of the celebrations and to be able to talk to you about Headspace XR. I'm Michael Ewing. I'm a technical director at Nexus Studios, specialise in technical art. Nexus Studios are an animation, film and interactive studio based in London and Los Angeles. And my previous background is in game development. I've worked at a game studio called Mediatonic from its early days, focusing on engineering there, and later forming a technical art team. And I'm here to talk about this project, which launched on March 6th of this year, 2024. It was a partnership between Headspace, Nexus Studios and Meta. And Headspace, if you don't know, is a company operating a very successful and excellent mobile phone app specialising in mental health support. And rather than me talk, why don't I just play the trailer so you can get a flavour of what this project is like.
As of 2023, 91% of Gen Z adults reported having symptoms of depression or stress. And though meditation has been proven to be an effective tool, the idea of sitting still, in silence, with your eyes closed can be daunting. Good news is, that's not the only way. Introducing Headspace XR on MetaQuest, a virtual playground for the mind, and the first open-world game dedicated to wellness. A playful social world where Headspace's science-backed techniques have been reimagined for a new audience. There are 13 different wellness activities in both mixed and virtual reality, designed to meet players where they are, with experiences tailored to their mood. They can boost energy and focus through mindful movement and power up, quiet negative self-talk, de-stress and wind down, or just hang out with friends. With the constant social pressures Gen Z faces over identity and appearance, our space is truly inclusive, with gender-neutral avatars that customize to reflect every new step in their journey. The highly anticipated launch in March of 2024 has already been met with a wildly positive response. And we're only just getting started. Utilizing the power of play and innovative technology, Headspace XR has reimagined the journey of mindfulness for a whole new generation, empowering them with lifelong wellness habits that will support them in the real world.
Right, just struggling with the slide deck there. So here are some early concepts of the world, and we had to bring this wellness experience to the immersive VR space. So we immediately started thinking about hangout or social spaces, safe spaces, and you can see a lot of curved architecture here, grass, trees, and nature. And one thing that creative leads wanted was a sense of immense scale, so the feeling that this was a really huge, awe-inspiring place. And they were also keen that players would be able to touch surfaces and paint them with their hands. So at this point, it's worth highlighting what a challenge we were facing at this stage, and it's quite daunting to have this kind of long shopping list of things to add into this world. And so we went from this early block out design here. We were going from here to here, which is a screenshot from the finished experience. And one thing to note is that I'm showing you this from a framed rectangle on a computer screen, and in VR this world needed to be everywhere. It needed to fill the whole area. And players could be in this space and scrutinize things from any angle. They could get up really close to things, and could be very far away from things, and at all of these different angles, things needed to look good. And so, it was a large, expansive environment that we had to build. We had to achieve 72 frames per second or above on VR hardware that is comparable to the kind of hardware power that you have on your mobile phone in your pocket, except it is strapped to your face. And I think Quest 2 has around 7 million pixels, which we then need to fill with lovely content. But I could have come back to how we eventually got there. Let's take a step back to late 2022 when I began this project. And we began by looking at how to light the world. We felt natural lighting was going to be a large part of making it convincing. So it formed a lot of our initial investigations. And I might need to go at a bit of a breakneck speed to cover everything here that I want to talk about. So hope that I don't go too fast and that you bear with me. Our starting point was this prototype. We knew that it was going to be a Unity project, and based on our initial prototype, we decided that we would use Universal Rendering Pipeline as the renderer, and Vulkan so that we could use Visual Effects Graft, which is a node-based system for creating visual effects. And going from there, then we wanted to explore what we could do with the lighting. So typical approach in game development is light baking, which is a static process. Offline, you would record all of the lighting information in a still scene and then just render that like a painting at runtime. But we wanted to see if we could take that a little bit further. The other thing I forgot to mention is you also have this lattice work of probes, which use a construct called a spherical harmonics. They're like mathematical construct to allow you to store lighting information, very low frequency lighting information, so that when you do have static objects moving around the scene, that they are able to pick up the static lighting information from those probes to make it look like it's being lit in real time from those local conditions. And here you can see this is a prototype where we show that or prove that out, and the capsule is able to pick up lighting depending on its position. So we wanted to take this further. We thought, well, hold on, could we, from those dynamic objects moving around, actually add more lighting information into the light probes, and then just create that extra layer of realism. And spherical harmonics you can change them at runtime, which we discovered. And so in this experiment, we do just that. We take the color from those planes of flat color. We're able to push that into the light probes to have an effect on the lighting conditions. So that's just a very simple example. It's not hugely detailed, but it was exactly the kind of effect we wanted to achieve. And so we started with the theory: can we do, like with a static light bake, you're using ray tracing, which is you're sending out lots of rays from every pixel on the screen and gathering the lighting information as those rays bounce off of objects in the scene. Doing this at runtime is very expensive. So we thought, well, is this actually feasible? Could we update lighting at runtime? And as long as we took a hybrid approach, kind of combining that static lighting with the with runtime lighting, we could just about get away with it. We didn't actually need the detail from all of sending out lots of rays as you would do in typical light baking. The answer was we could get away with much fewer samples. And then the idea fueled that maybe we could use this to render bounce light from dynamic objects in a static environment. So these rendering experiments continued into the experiences. The main one being the power up feature of the app. This is power up. You can see that you're moving your arms around to control these orbs. The orbs are picking up what we called collectibles. It's a lot of fun to do it. The Verge described it as the best I can describe it as if Beat Saber and Tai Chi had a baby. And the inspiration for the space itself was like a James Turrell Lightroom meets planetarium. And the challenge here was how to light this huge space. Physically, in engine, it was really big. And if you put 2 point lights on those orbs that I just showed you, they just didn't work. The reason is because the light from those point lights, it was just such a long distance to reach any of the surfaces that we had to dial up the range of the point light. And the result of that was that because it was such a big distance, the lighting would just look very flat. And we also had to push up the intensity of the light as well, so that when light actually did hit a surface, that it was bright enough to be visible. And this just results in a very washed out effect. So we need to bend physics and basically find a way to have light that's very intense as you're close to it, but then kind of plateau and then fall off very, very gradually way off into the distance. And this is a kind of trend which started to come more and more into play on the project. This idea of bending physics and just working with the technical constraints. Fortunately, because we were using URP, we were able to tweak the way that fall off worked in the lighting calculations, and we did this by clamping. I won't get into the maths, but we were able to do a normal calculation to create this kind of translucency effect. One thing was that we wanted our team to be able to continue using shader graph, which is a way, again, is a node-based system for our technical artists to be able to create materials in the world. And so we had to find a way to inject our updated lighting into what is normally a fixed path. And we did find a way that we could do that. We created a tool that was able to inject that lighting calculation into every new shader graph that the team created. So I'll move very quickly onto the world. As far as I'm aware, this is the largest open world on the MetaQuest platform outside of gaming. And during development, there was this ongoing tension always around matching the creative goals with the hardware realities. What I found is, what you typically do in game development is you would measure the performance metrics, but it wasn't providing the answers I was expecting. And the reason for that is that in an open world, there are many assets in memory that are all running concurrently, and there are subsystems all running at the same time. And we were a team of professionals, so all of the work, even though it wasn't in its final production form, was relatively well optimized. But it all did have a cumulative effect. So there weren't any, when you looked at a performance graph, there weren't any outliers which said, oh, okay, so this is a particular problem which needs to be solved when it came to hitting the 72 frames per second frame rate. And so it's harder to spot the performance bottlenecks. And I'll get on to the technical breakdown for these three main categories which form the world. But to tackle this difficulty in being able to optimize, we just took this approach of adopting a mindset of having optimization passes and treating those like a regular thing. And typically we would take the slowest part of the experience and then try and improve the performance there. But as long as we were constantly doing this in regular iterations, then even if things weren't production ready, we could just dial them in collectively. There's this idea that all boats rise with the tide, and we knew that an improvement in any one area would be a boost for everything else. So here's a case study. This was one of the slowest areas in the experience, and it was a bit of a nightmare really, because you have this bonfire particle system with transparencies. You had the avatars, which were about 15,000 vertices each. You have all that geometry in that section, and you have also the dynamic lighting. It's also semi-indoors, which I can come back to a little bit later, encompassing the indoor part, encompassing most of the view. But you also had this partial vista, so things that you could normally occlude if you had a typical indoor environment was not, it was limited in what we could do, because things far away would still remain visible. In this situation, we got as far as thinking, well, can we even render things off in the background? Do we need to switch them off and think of other tricks to render a background such as a skybox? And at points like this, as a technical artist, start to panic a bit. Like, are all of our options starting to be shut off one by one? But I think projects like these are what are the most exciting, because you reach a kind of desperate, difficult situation, and somehow there's always a way to pull through. So, moving very quickly on, we used triplanar shaders for the concrete. This is a common technique to flood fill surfaces rather than create texture maps or images for each individual element. It's kind of like a wallpaper effect. We take projection from the concrete image on 3 axes and then blend those. So then you don't have any seams or edges as an object curves, for example. You're gradually sampling from one projection to another projection. And the reason we needed to do this was because this world was so unique. It was a design goal to really appeal to the curiosity. So everything, each structure needed to be unique in its own way. Normally, you might be able to create an asset set and then have duplicates of those assets throughout to create just enough variety, but also be able to reuse things. In those cases, then you could create custom textures for everything. But it just wasn't realistic in this case. But then that presented its own problems, because triplanar is expensive. As well as looking up those samples for the concrete material image itself, there's also normal maps and height maps and roughness. And as the demands to increase the visual detail and the visual richness increased, so were these things being requested. But unlike with a normal material, each of your samples is being multiplied by 3 each time, so it's exponentially getting more expensive to run. But there are tricks we could apply. So at a distance, you don't need normal maps. So and then for certain surfaces like those concrete, which are the pathways, you really need a projection, which is one projection, which is pointing upwards. Rather than all 3. And so we started to come around to this idea of pulling tricks like this, depending on the circumstance. And if things were further away, then we would switch to a simpler material, but try to make that seamless as possible when you switched from one to the other as you got further away. we had more conversations about the moss. Moss is an interesting area of the project where we wanted to create this organic world, but without all of the burden of all of these, needed to sample all of these different textures. And we did arrive in quite a happy place here. We were able to use a single texture to create this organic feel. I hope the video will play. Yep, there we go. This was an early experiment which using actual geometry, but we quickly discovered that didn't really work. So that's how we came to this solution, which was to use the texture itself to create that sense of detail. So there is actually no complex geometry here. It's just being able to use create a parallax effect and create that sense of detail by reusing that texture, which is just black and white noise really, for the albedo or the image itself, plus the height map, plus the normals. And we also applied this Fresnel effect. For terrain, we split up the terrain into fixed tiles. We had a reference topology, and then we had a plane, which we then projected onto that reference topology, kind of like a shrink. Think of it like a shrink wrapping technique. But by automating this process, we're able to have a lot of control when we needed to optimize, because we could regenerate these tiles with different numbers of vertices, which meant that we could up the detail or lower the detail depending on what was needed. And then we also used this splat map in the bottom right hand corner. My lovely face is actually over the front of it, so apologies for that. But we did use that to show where on the surface the grass needed to be, or the moss, and where the pathway needed to be. And then plants were another key part of the world, and we used a technique which was originally pioneered on Far Cry, which was to use vertex painting. All of the wind animation is driven by the vertex paints, which, like on this, the blue in the top left corner, for example, shows how much that part of the plant should be affected by the breeze. And again, we discovered that distance really helped. So we needed to bend physics. Specularity is really a major problem at bigger distances in VR. But specularity also looks really nice. So our solution was to have that dialed right up for things that were very close to you, and then dial it right down for things at a distance. So as we come to the end, I don't think I'll have time to talk about this. This was basically just covering the details I was just talking about. And yeah, we kind of arrive at this place where everything was coming together. And I hope this kind of serves as a very whistle-stop tour of how this world came together. The key takeaways for me were profiling frequently and testing to keep performance within safe bounds. The optimization passes that I mentioned, so having performance metrics was only part of the story. There was always inherent uncertainty, but so long as we had regular intervals where we could keep dialing everything in, then gradually it would all come together at the end. And we did this by focusing on the slowest areas, so all boats rise with the tide. Automation was crucial, so as I showed you in the terrain, this really helped balance out the need of iterating plus being able to adjust things for optimization reasons. And finally, not mentioned here, we were willing to bend the rules of physics to achieve the visuals we needed using simple shaders, depending on whether you're near or far. Thank you for listening. I hope you enjoyed that, and do download and try out Headspace XR.
have pressed play. We're on.
Okay. All right. Happy World VFX Day. I'm Dave Couchet, and this is Dan Sardo. We thought we would sit down and talk a little bit about the industry, what's going on, really, and talk about things that we feel like there are reasons to be positive about what's going on. I think the business side of the industry is definitely under a bit of duress, and I think everybody's feeling that. Things are still a bit hard, but when we look at it from a longer term point of view and look at all the things that are happening right now, there's a lot to be really excited about. So we thought we would just kind of sit down and share a little bit of that with you. So one of the things, when we were talking about this earlier, one of the things that I was really curious about was from my standpoint, looking at it from a technology and visual effects perspective, there's a lot of things that are going on. There's a lot of things sort of under the hood and technology advancements and things like that going on. But on the animation side, it really looks like animation is sort of morphing and changing and going into new places, and we're seeing new voices and new ways of doing things. What are you seeing as all of this stuff is coming out from a sort of longer term perspective? How are you seeing animation at the moment?
It's interesting because my position at Animation World Network, AWN and VFX World, is I am a target for everyone's communication efforts with regards to their projects, their technology, their executive moves, anything that they feel will get some attention. And so that's a very, those channels are controlled by who has the resources to communicate. So you have to really look and see and sometimes seek out what's going on to really have an idea of the spread, the sheer immensity of what's really going on. And if you do that, and if you can do that, then you see, that's when you see things like you see some of the excitement, you see some of the energy, you see some of the things that are more positive. They're just not part of the flow of angst that everyone gets focused on. So, and that keeps me going too, because it's you want to report, you want to talk about what's relevant. That's important to people, and that's not always the fun stuff. But if you don't have that stuff also, then you kind of, why are we even doing this? So I still, every day, that's what drives me for almost 30 years of doing this, is that there's always just great stuff going on.
And you're not seeing any diminishment in the amount of news and things that people want to share and excitement and things coming at you. That's looking the same, if not.
It feels like every day it's growing. Part of that is just the nature of people getting more people are getting more sophisticated in the ability to communicate these things. And you have to read between the lines. Not everything that's communicated is, you don't even necessarily believe it, let alone you have to read through it. But the sheer volume always tells me that, yes, from a business standpoint, there's a lot of disruptive stuff going on, and there's a lot of, there's no doubt. We'd be lying if we said there's not some serious issues with regards to what's driving the business side. However, that in itself is what's driving the business side. What's driving the business side within a handful of these traditional areas of the business, which is where so much money was made for so many years.
Yeah.
Part of what excites me is looking outside of that. And that's when you see you don't see it in the same way because it's not the same type of stuff you've been seeing for 30 years. Mm-hmm. And if you can look at that, that's where I like to look and say, there's a lot of great stuff going on, and people that hang in there and stay fleet of foot and reposition themselves, and the opportunities it feels like there's more opportunities in many ways than there ever has been. It's just how do we find it, and how do we take advantage of it?
They're in different places. Yeah, I think that's exactly right. I think, I have spent the last large number of years inside of a large organization, playing in the industry in a very specific way. And in the last year or so, really spending more time with smaller companies and companies in different places around the world and understanding how they're viewing the market. And some of it is a reaction to try to keep their business going, right? So some of it is very much reactive to we're gonna pivot and follow where the work is happening and where there are revenue opportunities. But at the same time, there are all of these sort of open fields where they're like, well, maybe we could move into this space, or we're going to work with this other company and we're going to form kind of alliance. We're going to pitch some work together. And those types of opportunities are creating new spaces, right? Companies that were a certain size doing a certain type of work couldn't really break out of that cycle because they were getting some projects, but then they were trying to move up, and they got some work from somebody, but they had to white label it because people weren't sure they could do it. And so they spent lots of years working on projects they could never take credit for. And so they were keeping the business going, but the business wasn't progressing. It wasn't growing. They weren't able to take on more of the projects they wanted. And now I think through these sort of alliances and these partnerships, people are saying, well, if we combine together, we can take a whole sequence off of this show. Or, we're not very good at environments and hard surface stuff, but we're really good at creatures. And so right now we're just getting insert work, but if we partner with these other people, we can do this whole thing. And our artists get some cross-training, some new experience. And so I think, one of the other things that sort of complements what you were saying is the traditional ways and flow of the way work has been happening, that has been severely disrupted. But in some ways, it's like a river. The river may be a little bit smaller, but that river's going to find its way around. And so a lot of the reaction, I think, is also to the way money has been made and the way content has been produced. Those things have changed, and we're still figuring out what the new pathways are and what the new opportunities are.
Yep.
And I think if you're in that environment where you can be, as you say, fleet of foot, and you can look for that opportunity, what's bad for somebody is going to be good for somebody else.
Absolutely.
And so this is exactly the kind of time where there are new opportunities that maybe didn't exist before for people that want to change, they want to pivot, they want to grow, they've got a bit more ambition moving into different spaces. And I think there's a lot of space for that.
Absolutely. Part of, certainly these things are driven by where the money is made, who's going to consume it, how's it going to be paid for. And so much money was made for so many years on certain models that made sense. It's like, it's good for everybody. Everybody's making money.
Yep.
And after we make it, we make money on it being seen again and again and again and again. And so that is changing. And part of what is disrupting this dynamic is that many of the biggest players now, they're not entertainment companies, they're tech companies that have gotten into the space. They're platform companies. Their entire perspective, the entire way they approach this business is completely different. So on one hand, you look at Netflix and you look at Disney and you say they're both creating films and TV shows, but they're completely different companies.
Yeah.
And they have completely different ways of doing things. And so what does all of this mean? And some of the teeth gnashing is kind of over, there's a pie that has been distributed a certain way, and that's all over the place now, and everybody, what piece am I going to get now? What to me is where I think for the artists themselves, where the opportunities are going to come, whether as individual artists, small companies, and even rolling up into the biggest companies, there's all these other pies. And people aren't aware of them here because they've just been so focused here. Yeah. And it's not in their wheelhouse to be working. They know of it. Maybe it's because their kids are spending time in this area, but the opportunities for people who know how to make stuff mapped against some of these new places where people are making stuff with almost like going back to, popsicle sticks and making this is where these things are starting to come together in ways where money can be made. Money can be made, it's just different. And those platforms have shown, these opportunities have shown there's almost like a limitless appetite for that, for content.
Yeah.
Which is why I'm still, I'm always optimistic about this stuff because it's huge and it seems like it's only getting huger.
Yeah, I would agree. I think we saw a very similar thing with the gaming industry, right? When the move towards mobile games. So it used to be old AAA titles and people were really focused in that area. And then the iPhone came out and, the Apple Store, and you all of a sudden saw all these people that they had access. They could make games in a much faster, more simplified manner, and it totally changed the market and it changed the gaming industry in fundamental ways. And it feels like the film, television industry is kind of going through a similar type of change. And there are these other pies, as you say, there are other ways to distribute content. There's other ways to have the content that you want to create, the stories that you're telling, finding other avenues for those. And I think some of that comes with some technology innovation that's been happening as well. And that's another place where it really feels like, the thing that my favorite thing about this industry is there is this relentless pursuit of innovation on the technology side. And there's this combination of innovation and creativity that is always allowing new things to happen, even within the same system. And you're seeing it now a lot in visual effects where there are some of the established players. Everybody's trying to figure out their pipeline. Everyone is trying to figure out how they can be more efficient, particularly in a time when the business is a bit tighter and it's pushing them into other types of tools. Everyone's looking forward and saying, well, what can AI do for us? It's one of those topics that people don't want to talk about, but they know AI is going to be a part of the future in some way, but they don't know how it's going to end up in the tools. They don't know what sort of new skills they're going to need, how it's eventually going to find its way in. But it's going to open up, again, a whole new opportunity for people who are looking at times like this when you have to be a little bit scrappier and when, honestly, everything isn't formed. When it's formed and everything is going well and money's being made, everybody's like, don't change anything because money is just being printed.
Money is being minted.
The moment that stops, then all of a sudden people are open to ideas because you come in and you say, well, if we do it like this, maybe it'll be more efficient, or we can reach these people, or maybe there's this whole other audience or type of content that is not being maximized. Maybe we'll try something different.
Yeah,
and those are where those opportunities come.
I know some folks may be listening to this and saying, there's a naivete to this position because, yes, there's always opportunity, and but it's not like all that opportunity is going to be for projects where it's episodic at $750,000 per episode, and the budget. I get all that. Reality is that there was a certain amount. The money is just changing. So we can wring our hands on that all day long, but there's still ridiculous amounts of money that are being thrown at content creation. Part of it is that there's, on one hand, it's like talking to someone like Gendy Tartakovsky, and back in the day, with Dexter's Lab and stuff, there was just a couple places you could go if you had an idea for a show. And now, for a creator, there's so many places you potentially can go. Now, does that mean that they'll throw money at your project? Because certainly not. But I think inherent in the message and it's always inherent in the message, is that if you are aggressive, if you are put the energy, put the time in, and understand that you've got to market yourself, you've got to get out there, and you got, there's always hustle involved. It's never easy, even for the biggest players.
Yeah.
But if you do that, you separate yourself from a lot of others that don't, and that's where opportunity comes. And listen, the biggest players, the most successful players, they have a litany of things they tried and failed at. I mean, that's part of everything. But overall, if you, it's like in talking to people, I always try to convince people they shouldn't be in visual effects and animation. And after I do my best job of trying to convince them, this is the worst place you could be for a professional, if they still want to do it, then I know they may have a chance, because you need to have that mendacity. You need to have, it's like, I'm going to do this. I'm going to find a way to do it. And when I look at World VFX Day, I look at visual effects. I talk a lot about animation, but to me, almost all the animation we talk about and talk to students, so the visual effects folks are as prominent as the animation director or anyone else. So everyone seems to be doing everything, a bit of everything, up to the, ILM is doing fully animated, they're doing animated features now. And everyone, I think, knows they need to be a little more nimble. Because there's opportunities, like you were just saying, between alliances and looking, maybe we could do some immersive projects. You know what? I bet because our artists have the capabilities, they'd love to do it, maybe 20% of our workload could be fully animated work. And everyone is reevaluating everything right now. And I think that's good.
It is good. And through that process, the other thing that you get is, just by the very nature of these things sort of fracturing apart, is it's creating new opportunities for new creative voices. And that is always a good thing. And I think we're seeing a lot more trends around people wanting to hear different voices, people being more willing to hear different types of stories, hear and experience. There's an appetite for stories that come from different cultures.
Absolutely.
And that obviously is a great financial opportunity for big players. Netflix obviously has been great at that. But it's great for us as consumers. Like you're just exposed to things that you would, in a previous era, you wouldn't have ever been able to encounter. You couldn't find them, you couldn't discover them, or it was going to be really difficult for you to get to them. And now there is so much more opportunity now. Now, the downside of, hey, there's so much stuff, is how do you get your stuff discovered, right? Yeah. How does that happen? So there is the other side of this, but I think it speaks to really what the message is here, I think, in that if you stay nimble, you stay flexible, and you're really able to just follow what's going on and stay engaged and not just follow the same process you've been following all along, there are all sorts of new opportunities for people now that there may not have been in the last few years.
I would agree, especially if they've come into industry from one path.
Yes.
And that's been their focus. That's what they wanted to do. That's why they got into the industry. Being able to, the constant thirst for learning and shifting and expanding. Listen, it's a burden. I mean, these things they take time, effort, and sometimes money, but someone who takes that as part of the challenge, I think that's when they find some of these things, opportunities open up, because ultimately artists are needed to do all this work. It's not just push a button and there it comes, even though there's a lot of people that would say, no, Dan, you're wrong. So, and maybe I am, but I'm sticking to my story, at least for now.
I've been, for years, whenever I talk to students about the industry and they talk about what they need to do to get in and how to start their career and all this stuff, there are all of the sort of difficult messages about it's really hard and you've got to, the hours and you got to do this and you got to pay your dues and all that kind of stuff. But I feel like even now that's changing a little bit, but the message has sort of always been the same from that time. Like when you look at the history of this business, it's really never been a better time, certainly to be a young person coming into the industry, because if you look at it from an input to an output perspective, there are so many ways in which you can tell stories in different formats, in different ways than there were at the beginning. I mean, when I used to talk to some of the older artists that were in the industry that that have been in it for 30 years or so. These are people that they didn't come in from a visual effects or an animation degree, because that didn't exist.
It didn't exist.
They, it's certainly from the visual effects side, it's people that wanted to see if they could make pictures with computers, and it just started there. And they came from like banking, and they came from just like, here's where we have computers.
My degree in English Lit.
That's where this industry started.
Yeah.
And I think right now it's chaotic, but there are so many opportunities with new tools, new avenues, new pies, new ways of finding your way into an audience that really likes whatever you're creating. And I think that's a great place to be. I think it's still a great time for this industry as we figure out and it will settle in again into new revenue streams that are solid, but right now feels very optimistic and very opportunistic for people that are hungry and want to create something new.
Yeah, I agree.
Excellent. Thank you for listening.
Thank you
Enjoy
very
the
much.
rest of your World VFX Day.
And cut. Amazing. I love that.
That was good. We didn't fumble anything.
Yeah, I think that was all right.
Unless you consider
only light editorial.
That's right. That's right.
Hi everyone, happy World VFX Day. We are happy to be a part of this event. 皆さんこんにちは。ワチャーク代表の沢井です。ワチャークは、日本のコンセプトアートスタジオとして、ゲームや映画、MV、CM などの、背景や、キャラクターなどを、デザインしている会社になります。ワチャークは2018年に、設立され、コンセプトアート制作を通じて、世界中のアーティストをつなげるハブとなり、アーティストが集まる、コミュニティアーティライズを掲げて、彼らの夢を、支援しています。またコンセプトアートの可能性を広げることを、ミッションに、普段からさまざまなプロジェクトに取り組んでいます。それでは皆さん、こちらのプロモーション動画をご覧ください。
I'm Shusei Sasaya. I'm an art director in Wachajak. I used to be a 3D artist before I became concept artist. So I was working on computer graphics studio in Japan and in Canada. And I changed my career from 3D to 2D. So I started to work at Wachajak from 5 years ago, I think. And right now I'm responsible for the art direction, and I make my concept art from myself for some client work. And I'm working on many kinds of projects like game, film, animation, commercials, advertisement, everything. I think that's our unique aspect of my as a concept art studio. And right now I'm working on my personal project. It's like animated short film, because I want to become the animation director in my future. So yeah, I'm working on the short film, and I will submit that work to the many kinds of the film festivals. Thank you.
はじめまして、ワチャジャックという会社でコンセプトアートをデザインしてます。村田と申します。よろしくお願いします。自分は勤めて4年目になります。で、やってる内容はクリーチャー周りのデザインをメインに今させていただいてて、その他映像案件やゲーム案件の背景だったりプロップ類のデザインを、幅広くさせてもらっているような状態になってます。で、あとは、エトっていうチームに今所属をしてて、そのエトっていうのが何なのかっていうと、スカルプトに特化したチームです。簡単に説明するとなんですけど、で今現在僕を含めて、6名のスカルプターが所属をしていて、その他 マネジメントをしてくれる方だったりとか、アニメーションをずっとやってる方も含めると十数名で構成されてる状態になっています。で、主に何をスカルプトしてるのかって言ったら、もうキャラクターとかクリーチャーを得意とするメンバーが集まってるので、今はクリーチャーやキャラを中心にスカルプトしてる状態になってます。で、作られたきっかけとして、ゲームとか映像の、大規模案件に対応することを念頭に置かれて結成されたチームでもあるので、ゆくゆく将来的にはルックデブだったり、リーディングやアニメーションといったところまで全てワンパッケージでこなせれるようなチームに成長させれればいいなと思って活動を続けてます。で、一応 SNS もやってて、インスタグラムと X を今メインに使ってて、その他ウェブサイトもあるので、っていう風に検索を、していただければ出てくるかと思うので、僕を含めた6人の作品もそこに投稿されているので、気になる方がいれば、見に来てください。以上です。よろしくお願いします。ありがとうございました。
こんにちは。ワチャジャックコンセプトアーティストの田中です。私は福岡オフィスで働いており、今は入社して2年目になります。私は 2D アートが得意で、主に Photoshop や Blender を使ってコンセプトアートを制作しています。お仕事では今まで映画やゲーム、広告など幅広いプロジェクトに参加してきました。私が働く福岡オフィスは去年設立された 2D メインのスタジオです。今はアートディレクター、アーティスト、モデラー、プロジェクトマネージャーの計4名で活動しています。
Hi, how are you? Hello everyone. My name is Yutaro Jose Miralles Kobayashi. I'm a concept artist at the concept art studio called Wachijak. The concept art studio located in Tokyo, and I'm currently working in the Madrid office for Wachijak. We are now working to open a branch here in Madrid as well. So we are moving forward with that movement. So previous entering Wachijak, my career has been quite short. I worked first on a Final Fantasy 16 advertisement for the Japanese audience, and that was my starting point. And after that, the people from Wachijak called me in, so I'm very grateful for that first experience, and also for this last almost 2 years with Wachijak. Previous that, I studied in Madrid, both fine arts and also a master course for concept art, where I got the knowledge to enter the industry. And currently I'm working as well at the same time for the French comic market, for the publishing house called Dupuy, for a graphic novel that I hope that is going to be released on next year. I hope so. So look forward to that. Thank you very much for everyone to see in this video, and also to the people from Wachijak for preparing it and for everything they have done. So see you in the screen. Bye.
Welcome to Wachijak.
.動画をご覧いただきありがとうございます。もし、ワチジャックに興味が、持っていただけましたら、次のページの QR コードから、ご連絡ください。いつでも、皆様の連絡をお待ちしております。それではまた。
Hi everyone, I'm Ali Tamami, a lead compositor at Image Engine. Welcome to World VFX Day. Today I'm excited to share some of our work on Avatar: The Last Airbender. But before we dive into a live Nook script demo, let's take a look on the Image Engine's reel for the series. What a show! Let's talk about some quick facts. We worked on 310 shots in total, split it into 8 episodes. We dedicated the whole year with a crew size of 225, including technology, production, and all the artists. And to deliver the shots on time, we split the comp team into Team A and Team B and worked in parallel on different sequences. What makes this show very challenging was the fact that we were working on a vast variety of effects on different sequences. I mean, we had fire bending, earth bending, crystals, water bending, air bending, set extension, and many more. A lot of like paint work, background replacement, CG enhancement on the environment and on the props and costumes. So it's truly hard to make a template for the whole show, because if we are able to make a template, it's really easy to share it with our artists to follow. So it skips a lot of handwork. But in this case, we have to come up with a reusable template, which I'll show you in a second. In the formation sequence, the shots actually I worked on the most. The main challenge was like the masking, because the characters are colliding or interacting with the FX elements. So we had to combine different data like 2D rotoscopy and 3D rotomation, or actually deep proxy renders together to be able to put the actors in the correct position into 3D space. And as well as combining different elements, like we're working on the shots that has like all 4 or 5 elements together, like this one, which has a blast, fire effects, air bending, smoke, and some like debris. So combining all those together needs a lot of fine adjustment, because for example, working with the wind or air bending effect is very tricky, because if you add more color or more intensity into it, it looks like a smoke element. Or if you add a lot of like distortion to it, it looks like a heat distortion. So it truly needs a lot of steps to achieve the final look. To deliver all those complex compositing shots on time, in the best quality, and with the fact that we are not easily able to copy paste one shot's script to another, because a lot of things happen in a sequence, we had to design a modular compositing template, which is actually a reusable template. So that template should be simple, so it's easier for people to understand and follow. That means less questions and also less training time. And also should be flexible, because we don't want to start from scratch for each sequence or each shot. So we can easily copy paste one template to another shot and update the components we need based on the shot or sequence. And also definitely it should be a dynamic template, because we are copy pasting the same template to different shots and even different sequences. So each sequence has different elements as well as the shots. So the template should adapt to each shot based on the elements needed. And lastly, we designed and added our custom tools to the template. For example, this lens reflection node, which is actually automated lens flare generator. So now let's dive into a live Nuke setup, so I can show you the whole process as well as the tools we designed for the show. So yeah, what we have here is a comp final. So every compositor knows a comp final Nuke script definitely looks like a mess, but here, even if we have some like unused nodes from like past versions, but still is really easy to understand and very visually readable. And if you see, there's no like instructions in the template, so maybe the only instruction is here, which is more look like a log, you know. We say in the new like template version what we have done or what we add or remove, but there's no other instruction or like text to follow for the artist. So what are these colorful boxes here? We call these boxes modules. Each module does a specific job in a comp. We have some permanent modules and some shot or show specific modules. For example, these ones here for the lensing, blooming, and the lens flare, definitely it's a show a specific module here. But for example, the plate module or plate module, it's a permanent component of the template, because for each show and each shot we have to bring all the plates related to the shot to a start or compositing actually. For example, in this module, we bring plate, Dino's plate, paint plate, which we don't have it here for the shot, and that's why automatically disabled and turned gray. We have some special nodes specifically made for our asset management system in image engine called Yabuka. So if you see our read nodes has some icon here. So that means it's a dynamic node, which has different tabs, as well as all the roto masks and roto layers. So we split different roto shapes into RGBA layers. So for example, here we have 2 layers, matte foreground, which has a character in different shapes, and another one just for the eyes. Also, we can add our custom roto shapes here as user matte. So what we have here, also we use stamps built in the template to make it look more neat. And you know, if I see the connections, there's a spider web, but we don't need to see that links, you know. And thanks to the stamps, makes our workflow much more clean. So yeah, another permanent component is 3D data module, which has a camera and lens distortion node, and as well as a image plane node, which makes a corner pin based on the 3D camera, which is super useful in match moving, like garbage mats and stuff like that. And here at the end we have the grain module. So now I want to show you how we start the comp step by step based on the template. So we start with a base image. So this base image for the comp, we have some priorities to pick the right element for the start point. So what we have here is a paint stamp, but you know, we don't have paint palette for all the shots, but we keep the naming consistent. So we call it paint, but this paint points to a switch node here. And this switch node is a smart node. Actually, this is the code inside the which knob. Yeah, this is the code to select plates based on a priority. It's hard to, oh my God. Come on, yeah. Yeah, this is an expression inside the switch node to prioritize the plates. So actually how it works, if we have a paint plate, which we don't have it in this shot, but if we have it, for example, this checkerboard here, this switch node points to the painted plate. But we don't have a painted plate here for now. So then the next priority is denoise plate, and then the native plate. And if we don't have a plate and denoise plate, that means we are working on a full CG shot. And the cool fact is, this switch points to a crop, which is set based on the working format. So actually what we have here, we don't need to change the setup or comp layout if we work on a full CG shot or work on a live action shot. So again, the setup is consistent between shots. Yeah, enable again these 2 plates here. Yeah, and then continue. We don't add anything to the comp in the 3D data module. We just use the elements, or we just use the data, actually, the camera or lens distortion node. And then the first layer we add to the comp is the furthest layer related to the camera. So in this shot, we don't touch the background. So yeah, definitely we don't have anything in the far background. So what I started with is the interactive light. So yeah, what we have here, for example, is a treated rendered interactive light, but pre-comped because it's super slow. Then I added some additional interactive light for the face, which comes from this element here. And this element is actually a Keen Tools render. We have the Keen Tools setup here. I can show you for Keen Tools setup. Yeah, this is a face builder. And this light is an animated light coming from the animation department. So yeah, what we have here looks like this. And then I pre-comp it and use it here in the interactive module. And definitely, yeah, it needs some proper masking. Yeah, so this is how I treated the face for the adding the interactive light. And then, yeah, for the hair is a bit different, so that's why I separated into different layers. And lastly should be for the body. Yeah, just a bit of additional light on the chest. And yeah, I continue like adding layers. Now it's time to add the eye reflection. So for the eye reflection, actually I need to maybe firstly comp the fire element. So we have all these like stamps pointing into different locations in the comp. So we have here pre-comp FX. So pre-comp FX is actually the next layer. But yeah, here we are adding the eye reflection, the reflection of the fire actually in the eye. Looks like this. And how I made it, I grabbed the pre-comp fire FX, which I add in the next layer. And I grid warp it, make it a bit smaller and maybe a bit deformed, and adding some sort of like texture to it. And yeah, so I copy paste the same thing for the other eye. And yeah, we have beautiful fire reflection on the eyeballs. Yeah. And the next layer is actually adding the heat distortion. But it's strange because we are adding heat distortion behind the fire. So there's a reason for that. You know, it takes a lot of iterations to achieve this final look. So to preserve the fine detail in the core of the fireball, we had to change the layering and add the heat distortion behind the fire. So yeah, even if it's behind the fire, we see what it does actually. Yeah, so that's why we put it behind the fire element. And yeah, definitely the next layer is a fire element on top. So yeah, if I just for fun disable what we added here for the interactive light, you see the difference of the eyeball. Yeah, how it changes the look. Yeah, and after adding the actual fire element, in some cases we have some plate over layer. That means, for example, maybe some part of the finger goes over the fire, but in this shot we don't see any part of the body goes over the fire. So actually we don't have anything specific here. Yeah, but it could be, it's something like this, you know. I'm just using Roto. I did some like simple treatments, but yeah, it's not needed. So that's why I didn't put more time to add the fingers on top. And next we're adding the blooming effects here, something like this. So what we have here, we get a pre-comp FX stamp and stencil the character if it's over, so we don't have any part of the character over the fire. And then some treatment, some beautiful glow merged together and then added on top. So yeah, we are just adding the blooming caused by FX, not caused by the plate itself. So it's safe. And yeah, next we are adding our beautiful magical lens flare or lens reflection effect, which is something like this. So this lens reflection node actually has several knobs, but we never touch the knobs inside lens reflection. So how it works, it grabs the pre-comp FX, which is usually the fireballs, and generates something like this. And if I pre-comp it, it's pretty interesting because you see a beautiful animation. Let me make it a bit brighter. So yeah, this is how our automatic lens flare tool works. And lastly here we add some like lens dirt, but very minor. You know, it's hard to see actually. Oh, talking about DI mats. So For each layer, we add DI mats using these two special nodes, inject DI mat and merge DI mats. So everything is named properly, layer by layer, and implemented in the setup. So the artists don't need to like manually add DI mats to the comp. So it saves a lot of time again. And yeah, at the end, adding the grain on top, and the grain should be like zero difference on how we work actually. And I can QC the whole process at the end like this. So what I see here is the difference between the plate and the comp final. For example, if there's any problem with the grain, for example, if I just add a blur here and mask part of my comp, for example, like a strip, something happened here and ruined my grain, I can easily see the problem here. So yeah, then I can investigate what's going on with my regrain process. And yeah, this is how a typical shot in Avatar: The Last Airbender looks like. And that's it. Thanks for watching my presentation and happy World VFX Day.
How do you make visual effects look like the real thing? Well, for making the ice environment for The Last Airbender, we teamed up with VES Studios to simply bring home a piece of the Arctic in full 3D. Our work for Netflix on The Last Airbender quickly turned into a journey that not only challenged our creative vision, but also pushed our boundaries of how we approach visual effects today. The Last Airbender is an iconic and celebrated animated series, and we were thrilled to be part of the visual effects for Netflix live-action adaptation. The series lets you step into the world of the Southern Water Tribe, a stark Arctic landscape featuring vast glaciers and snowy mountains and oceans filled with icebergs. As our starting point, we were provided with concept art, digital environment for Unreal Engine that was used during virtual production shoot. This was the perfect foundation and served as a blueprint for us for the upcoming work. Our mission was to detail and expand on the world that had been captured during principal photography. Arctic's environments are infinitely complex with mountains and snowy icebergs and all kinds of natural organic shapes that can take a long time for a 3D artist to recreate by hand. But what if we found these locations for real and captured everything we needed in 3D?
Since we specialize in documentary 3D and in reality capture, we've wanted to work with Nicholas and the team at ILP for years. Using photogrammetry and 360-degree photography, we can go out and capture real environments as they appear in the real world and just bring them back on memory cards. So when Nicholas called on us to capture icebergs and glaciers, which are traditionally the hardest thing to capture this way, we had to say yes, challenge accepted. Though perhaps most important of all, he wanted us to locate the actual location to represent the village, where most of the story happens, and capture that whole landscape around the village in full.
We used maps and satellite data to try to find a real-world location that could be our fictional village. It took a lot of twisting and turning of maps with our team, but then we found it. Deep inside a fjord on the western side of Svalbard, it was perfect. It was our village.
We've captured things all over the world, but Svalbard is about as remote as it gets. These ragged islands are literally the last pieces of dry land before you hit the ice of the Arctic. Actually, it's also dangerous territory for a film crew, as you always need a polar bear guard with you. But Svalbard still hits that sweet spot of many great things in the same place. You have massive glaciers, you have fjords filled with icebergs, and epic mountain backdrops. We split up our workflow between capturing gigapixel resolution 360 images on one hand to use as backdrops, and a drone photogrammetry workflow to capture 3D assets of the icebergs and glaciers.
The village was the centerpiece of our environment work, featured in hundreds of visual effects shots. We crafted village props and populated the village to make it seem more alive. Many scenes takes place in the village surrounding, where we could use the 3D scanned environment from the actual location in Svalbard. We further dressed the environment with the remains of the old destroyed village, but essentially you're looking at a real location that exists in the real world.
For large terrain areas like this, we prioritize area over resolution, and that's how we can bring back a 3D model that covers several square kilometers. This has me very excited, as we've essentially preserved a piece of Svalbard's natural heritage in The Last Airbender.
One of the most challenging sequences was the two main characters went out on a fishing trip, but ended up stumbling upon the trapped protagonist. It featured a fully digital environment with only green screen elements of our actors. And one of the main purposes of our Svalbard expedition was to capture the assets needed to construct this part of the world. In order to get the best reference possible for our artists, we did a technical visualization of the canoe sequence, and we shot reference videos on location using drones and replicating the camera angles in the height and speed. This acted as the ultimate reference for our look development team as they worked on materials and shaders. From the initial sketches to the final composites, every step was guided by our desire to tell a compelling story. Whether it was the subtle shading of snow or the reflection of light on ice, every single element was crafted to enhance the narrative. This project transcends technology, focusing on incredible visuals and storytelling. It has involved over 180 talented artists and support staff at ILP, the VES Studios team, and of course the crew on Svalbard expedition. And many more were heavily involved and invested in honoring the legacy of this fantastic franchise.
Hello, everyone. My name is Gergely Takács. I am the CEO of a Budapest-based visual effects company, Spectral Studios. I'd like to say a big thank you for Hayley Miller for the opportunity that we can join this great initiative, the one and only World VFX Day. Spectral Studios was brought to life about 5 years ago. We started with providing scanning solutions for the big movies being shot in Hungary. And because of the big demand, we decided that we also want to be in the post-production part. So we gathered together the artists who we were able to find here in Central Europe, and we started producing visual effects shots. And it became such a great feature that we could provide that we started to get more and more projects, and we started to build a pipeline. So this is how within like the last 3 years, we've grown from about 7-9% to 60%, quite big. As for the local sizes, quite big studio. So back in the days, I was working as an on-set supervisor for Ari Aster's Midsummer movie that was shot here in Budapest. And we were working together, and it went so well, then I was offered to actually take the movie till the final touch and till we see it on the big silver screen. And in those days, I was actually as a middleman, as a supervisor who was actually hiring different companies, not just Hungarian companies, but also from other countries around us. And this was the moment when I realized like what kind of artists we have here, who is working where, what is the capacity that we can take on, maybe offering to other productions. And first of all, everybody was really into 2D work because of the National Film Institute and the way how they are retouching old movies. So the pipeline that was developed and the skills that were developed to actually bring back old footage to life that is missing a lot of parts, actually created a big like amount of skill on 2D work. And on the other hand, we in Budapest have one of the biggest animation studios where the 3D work was actually very advanced for creating game cinematics. So first we started with doing 2D effects and smaller bits and pieces, mainly only in comp. And then with smaller 3D stuff, matte paintings, 2.5D work. And now we are basically a full service company. I think it's also important to mention that we are still in very good contact, because for me, the goal is not really to build the company, but it's actually bringing like Budapest to the map of visual effects in Central Europe. So we are acting as a hub. And because we usually are working on projects that are bigger than our capacity, so we can, bring in friends and have good connection with other companies. And by now, it's actually even not just like Hungary, but with also Serbia, Bulgaria, Poland, Czech Republic, Slovakia, Austria. So becoming a hub is probably the best solution for these small to mid-sized companies in the area. So in the last 20 years, Hungary and mainly Budapest become like the second biggest spot for film services after London. I think there is more than one parameter for that. Obviously, the tax rebate is something that is very engaging. It's very high. It reaches around 37.5% on the net side. So that was like probably one of the biggest incentives in the area. Although you need places to shoot, and location-wise, Budapest and surrounding area can really work as location for any other country in Central Europe. And the only other thing that was missing is the highly qualified crew. So like in the first years, it was more for television shows, and the crew started being, engaged together with international crew. They started to learn things. They educated themselves. until the moment whether we are actually being able to produce and shoot a movie of scale as, for example, the Dune or the Blade Runner or Poor Things from last year. All the infrastructures has grown to the required size, so there are extremely a lot of sound stages, and they are still building a lot. There are hire companies, rental companies, so the equipment, the human resource, and the knowledge is here. And that's why I think Budapest is getting more and more interested for everyone who wants to use the tax rebate with a very serious background to be sure that they can carry out the whole project. So the Hungarian tax rebate is based on an initiative from the European Commission, and the legal background is that there is a film law, and the film law grants the rebate whenever a project is submitted and approved. So it's not a maybe, it's a for sure kind of a rebate that you will get. Which means that every company who is eligible to actually claim this rebate can have that. Doesn't really matter on which stage of the production. It can be pre-production, can be shooting, can be production, can be only one of those, like for example, only post-production, like only visual effects, for example. Spectral Studios is actually an approved company to be able to claim this rebate, which means we can 100% count on it whenever we are working on projects. There are different projects that come here only for shooting. Some are only doing the scoring. Obviously, there is like a limit of spending that you have to have. Otherwise, it's not really worth to do that, but it's very low. So I know that someone was also doing like only for color grading, like from part of post-production. So I encourage everybody to take advantage of this opportunity. So back in the days, I was trained by the crew from Weta Digital on the on-set processes of visual effects. Mainly with scanning, 3D scanning, LiDAR scanning, photo scanning, prop scanning, cyber scanning, and you name it, I probably already did it. And this was like the first service that we were giving to the bigger productions that were shot here in Hungary. So we started covering basically every aspect of the on-set and near-set activities, not just with scanning, but also providing supervision on sets, helping out projects, and like building up methodologies how to actually shoot visual effects shots, which is accompanied with also creating breakdowns, which is a budget side, because once we were doing services for the international movie projects, we also started working on local projects who were very much interested in the know-how that we got, from the big projects. So this was helping us to be like a full service company, beginning with the preparation works, then taking care of the whole shooting process, and then mainly everything that is related to the post-production. Here, I think it's very interesting how because of the lockdown, many artists started to come back to Budapest because their contract finished probably in their countries, or they wanted to have their own families, children, and be close to their parents, raise their kids here. And since there was no opportunity to gain big knowledge or work on big projects in Hungary because there was no such visual effects house, so people went abroad, North America, New Zealand, Western Europe. And when they started to come home from different companies like DNEX, Scanline, Weta Digital, from Goodbye, Kansas, they were looking for an opportunity to actually where they could use their skills, but without having to be on the remote in a time zone, for example, that is absolutely not family friendly. And we were actually a great hub or like a workshop for all these guys. And we started developing tools and pipelines. So the post-production aspect of Spectral has grown into a pretty big offer, from creating CG worlds into CG integration. Now we are also into FX and simulation for crowd work. We have our department that really shines in concept art the same way as in digital matte paints for the final products. So these are like the main topics that we are currently covering. I think I'm very happy because we are extremely busy. There is always something to do. A lot of projects are coming here, and so far so good. And we have so good connections with producers and supervisors that whenever a new project is coming, they're asking people, whom should we contact for visual effects work? And they are pointing to us. So just to mention a few from the last year, or even from this year, like the newest one was Eric. That's you can watch it on Netflix. It's a great Benedict Cumberbatch movie. Whereas it was shot in Budapest, but they are recreating in New York. And there were many, many visual effects shots that needed extensive set extensions. So what we were providing for them is basically all the locations scanned in a digital format so they can use it as a starting point or as a base to build upon that. We also were working on an Apple Plus TV show in post-production, The Constellation. That was a great show because we were able to enlarge our 2D team, and many compositors joined us that time. Another one that is pretty interesting, I think, which actually won the Oscar for production design, was Poor Things. It's a great show, whereas we were actually collaborating with the art director, so that's why it's so cool that actually they won an Oscar for it. We were also providing like 3D scans, and since it was a show that was using very much miniatures, we actually had to develop a new technology for scanning miniatures. And that's, I think, very interesting because it was not that straightforward since the details and everything is so small, so we had to come up with a new approach. And that's what I like about Spectral being a workshop, because a lot of intelligent people come to a place and figure out how to do something that was not done before in an efficient way. We also were able to work on the second season of Shadow and Bone, which was basically a follow-up on the previous season, where we already were doing not just on-set work, but like post. We're doing around 200 shots. Some they contained 2D work with minor 3D work as well. Currently, the biggest show that we are working on, more than 2.5 years already, is Rise of the Raven, produced by Robert Lantos. This is a co-production between the Hungarian Film Institute, the German Beta Films, and the Austrian ORF TV, and the Hungarian TV2 channel, which is a huge, huge story covering like 10 episodes about an extreme medieval achievement by stopping the giant Ottoman army raiding whole Europe. And the interesting thing about that is because of this victory that we will actually see in episode 10, obviously it's at the very end, the Pope decided that every bell should toll at noon in all Christian churches around the world. We are taking the audience on an exceptional journey through space and time, so we can visit places where you would never able to go to see it again. In a culture environment that you would probably never imagine, or only in movies, which put extremely lot of work on our studio. We were handling around 1,500 shots, including a lot of full CG shots, giant set extensions, giant crowd extensions, armies, battle scenes, lots of blood and lots of fun, obviously. So the premiere of the show happened in October this year in MIPCOM, Cannes, with a huge success and a huge interest from all around the world. So I'm expecting that it will be screened like everywhere on the globe. The official release date for the show is in spring of 2025. So I'd like to invite everyone to join us and check it out, watch it, and let us know how you think about that.
Quando gli eserciti di Satana arriveranno alle porte di Occidente, tu sei il segno. Sereget kell állítani Murád ellen.
Između dve velike imperije.
Samo mi reci šta mi je činiti.
Bit ćeš sultanova žena.
Hogy erőszakként éled meg ezt, és akkor fájni fog. Vagy úgy teszel, mintha élveznéd, és akkor nagyon jó bánásmódban lesz részed.
Korkümus.
Hayır.
Megtanítasz engem küzdeni.
Aber mein Vater ist krank. Und wenn er geht, werdet ihr seinen Platz einnehmen.
Ihr seid ein Habsburg. Werdet dem Namen gerecht.
Teres vagyok.
Ez a gyerek király lesz.
Lütfen, onlara merhamet et. Söz veriyorum. Seni daha önce kimsenin sevmediği kadar çok seveceğim.
Aki velem tart, azt megvédem mindentől és mindenkitől. Aki viszont ellenem.
Poche centinaia contro molte migliaia.
Allahu Ekber!
Nem láttad a birodalom erejét. Ezt a háborút nem nyerhetitek meg.
There are a lot of artists who are asking us if they can join the team and how I can see the future of visual effects, and mainly we are talking about like the local area, like the Central Europe area, what can they expect or how to move on. And here are two interesting things. First is I am surprised how highly skilled people want to join a startup like us. And I have these conversations with them, why they could so easily get a job somewhere in big studios. And I was mentioning some of the private life, but like from professional life, why is it so important? What a highly skilled artist needs after doing Star Wars or Last of Us or who knows what kind of other big shows. And the interesting answer is that they are looking for freedom and efficiency, which comes down to a custom pipeline, the custom way how to work, how they would like to actually experience the time that they spend with working. Because almost everybody says that working in a big studio is fun and the shows are fun, but there is a point where you did almost everything that you could and you are starting to see the problems with the system, or how it could be done better, or how you would do that, or how you would implement new tools. And this is not something that you can do with a big studio because it's already built. There is not an easy way to change anything. But a fresh start, a fresh pipeline can incorporate new ideas, can research and develop many things in a pretty flexible way. And I think this is very engaging. On the other hand, what is also important that you can have the best talents and you can have the best pipeline, but because of how the world is changing, how much uncertainty is currently in the industry, makes people quite uncomfortable, I would say. And the question is it different here? So we heavily rely on what's happening on the international market. What I can see is the service work really shines after the COVID. Although everybody is extremely cautious, so they are not greenlighting so many shows, I have a lot of friends who normally work on set, but I know that they have a longer break than what they would love to have. And they are, calling each other and looking for what they can do. We are lucky in a sense that the local shows are also interesting for us, and we can a little bit be not that much related to the international happenings, I would say. And it's quite difficult to actually plan when there is so many question marks. So as every artist and everyone who is in the film industry as all wants the best for it, and we really want to believe that so many smart people will actually figure out and the balance will come back. I believe that the stop that was in the industry because of the strikes last year may have not super fast impact. So even though a lot of my friends think that 2025 will be like the big coming back year, I would say choose your project wise, and focus on doing something exceptionally good. And if you are able to deliver different platforms and to be able to connect to different sizes of projects and different genre of projects, I think that's the safe zone where I want to be and where I wish everyone can be.
Hello and welcome on behalf of the Visual Effects Society, the Visual Effects Industry's global professional honorary society. We'd like to thank you for joining us for what will certainly be a dynamic conversation on award-winning visual effects teams with several exemplary visual effects supervisors who are on camera at the moment. My name is Rob Legato. I am probably best known for winning a first place in a fishing contest when I was 6 years old in Asbury Park, New Jersey. I guess I won several VES Awards, probably why I was asked to do this. All of them are basically being investigated for voter fraud, but right now I still have them. The gentlemen that we're going to introduce, which is Michael Lasker and Alex Wong, are both won VES Awards. Michael won Best Animated Feature for Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse, and Alex won for The Last of Us, which is really a great show. I think we're going to just start right away with asking some questions. It's kind of a little bit about teamwork and what does it take to actually create a team that allows you to realize your vision and the director's vision and the film's vision and produce work that gets you these awards.
First, it's a pleasure to be here and honored to be talking to you, Robert and Alex. I love The Last of Us.
It's the fishing contest thing, isn't it?
Across the Spider-Verse, we really had to build a team that was artistically driven. The movie has a real graphic aesthetic. It's different than most animated features. We had already done Into the Spider-Verse and The Mitchells vs. the Machines, so we are starting to get artists that are looking for projects like that. Back when we did the first film, it was kind of new. We had to kind of find our way. With Across the Spider-Verse, we had a lot of artistically driven CG artists that really wanted to be part of the team. So the trick really was building that team with artists and developers that were willing to experiment, to sort of try things out, to not get frustrated if the first version wasn't the right version. With this type of work, you really have to sort of bounce back and forth with visual development, with the directors, and sort of collaborate to find the visual answers. Because, at the beginning, there's a lot of reference, a lot of ideas, but the final look is an exploration and no one really knows. So in this movie, we had 6 total universes to figure out what the final look was going to be. So we really had to find a team that was up to that challenge. And we did. I mean, a huge crew, about 1,000 artists total across all departments. Our biggest lighting and animated teams we've ever had. The coordination between all of those teams was extremely challenging, but it was a team that really yearned for challenges, and we're able to get over those hurdles, and it was really, really exciting.
One of the questions I have about something like that, I witnessed, like for animation projects, the artists would sort of pitch their gags or their ideas or whatever. Is that something that happened on your film? Kind of artist driven,
Yeah, I mean, 100%. And that pitching starts as early as visual development, where even the visual development artists are going to pitch ideas to the directors and the producers. And as it travels down the line, once you get to animation, and you're infusing performance into the story, it reveals all of these new ideas that no one had thought of. So a lot of times the animators will pitch ideas or show a few different versions of shots. So it's kind of this ever-evolving animated process that so many people have their hands in. Mm-hmm. And that's why it's one of the movie's biggest strengths is you feel that hand of the artist. We say on every frame, it's because we invite ideas, and I think the artists all feel like they have a real hand in it. And we design tools that can be adjusted shot to shot. So it's not like every shot's going to look the same. Mm-hmm. They've got the ability to make their own.
Well, it's part of the strength of that particular movie is he's never seen anything quite like it, mostly because I think it was done in a way that visual effects films are not generally done, because you don't really have the artists pitching their ideas, especially directly to the director and things like that. You have a kind of a set aesthetic that you're trying to maintain it shot to shot, as opposed to you're looking for the next best great idea, great visual. So that's why it was interesting to me is that, I've never really worked that way. And so I was going to turn over to Alex. You had a thing that was maybe a little more traditional, in the grand scheme of these sorts of films, probably a little more what I'm used to, I think. You want to talk about your show?
I mean, it definitely helps to start with an IP that many, many artists love to start with.
The game that I'm a huge fan of. We had 18 vendors on the show to deliver this project, over 3,000 shots, but it was working on like 9 feature films.
Yeah.
I think it's important with such a big show to really involve our creative partners, our vendors very early on, and as early as prep to help out with concepts. I think that the biggest thing is our creative partners, they just want to get started early and be helpful, right? Whether it's being on set, being an on-set presence, being a part of conversations with our showrunners, conceptually helping establish the look of our brand, the world that we're building. So it's definitely figuring out that balance of bringing everyone on early and just kind of starting that creative process very early on.
I know from my own career, I would always find that when I'm working on these things, I would be continually gauging who is good at what and just steering shots and things I think these people would be, excel at. And then discovering that even if they didn't excel at one thing, they probably would excel at something else. You're always kind of moving the playing field around. Did you discover the same sort of thing, especially with was it 14 vendors or something like that?
Yeah, 18 vendors. It's definitely many of the vendors I've had a shorthand with before, so I know certain things that they excel at, whether it be environment or creature work. Both DNEG and WetUp being our main vendors, one for environments and one for creatures. So it's definitely catering to what their strengths are, but also asking what the vendors would like to do on a project like The Last of Us, where there's a wide variety of challenges. Some are, for example, we had our tendrils, the infection that we've established on the show, a very abstract concept and a very delicate concept as well, as to not making it look sci-fi. It has to look, the whole show needs to be grounded and real, like this could really happen. And if it did, what would it look like? Sort of like we wanted a vendor that was excited as we were, sort of going through those challenges and establishing that creative process.
Yeah, I think I do that too, is where I find who's enthusiastic about one particular portion or another. Sometimes it's because they've never done it before and they would like to embrace something new, as opposed to do something that they're kind of known for. And then that usually gets a response that it makes me excited that, let me sort of lead you along in that regard, that you will probably supply the enthusiasm of trying something new, trying something that hasn't been done before. The other thing I notice, one gentleman to talk about, is usually when I'm designing something, I don't really pick the technique at the same time I'm designing it. I wait, because by the time the movie gets greenlit or the show gets greenlit, something new has come up that's when I have to make that call. Is that something similar to you guys? Do you feel the same way, or do you lock in on how you want to do something early on?
I mean, I know with us, we're continually evolving how we're doing it over the whole course of these productions. I mean, a lot of these tools are completely written from the ground up at the beginning, and they're getting optimized, and they're getting new features, and they're getting easier for artists to play with, and there are always these new ideas that come up. So, for us at least, we're kind of always adding to the tool set as we go. And a lot of times the artwork that we get, the target, is not really representative of the final product. It is like references and inspirations. And we found that if we sort of come at a challenge from different directions and create different ways of doing it, it kind of adds to like that more naturalistic look, because you're able to layer different ways, or have one shot use one technique, another shot use another technique, and that way it sort of feels natural. But yeah, always sort of changing and building for us.
And Alex, since you're working on sort of an episodic series where there's the first show, generally they're shot in order, do you notice that things have changed as you are progressing in the show? That you get either good at something, or you decide that some sort of technique is maybe better, could be done better in another way? Do you essentially evolve during the course of your series? And the types of effects do you employ?
As a season, because it's the first season of the show, the challenges of establishing that world, both exciting and challenging, just because we're trying to set the tone. We're trying to create the tone of the show. When you're trying to go from video game IP into a show like a medium for episodic, and our showrunners really wanted the show to be very grounded, those expose a lot of challenges. I would definitely from episode 1 to episode 9 for the first season. There are many things that we started to get develop a rhythm in. A lot of sort of abstract natures of how the infected and our creature work, those are being established. Definitely as we went on to later episodes, got easier. But because our show was a journey across America, every episode gave new challenges because it was a different look. It was nighttime, it was daytime, it was snowing, it was springtime, it was summertime. Really, the challenges as we sort of got caught up with what we thought we were good at, the next episode was a brand new challenge.
Funny, that's very similar to my experience on this film. It's like once you figure it out one world, you go to a different one, and it's new challenges, and you kind of get there throughout the project.
And I assume that both of you guys worked on other shows that are different. If you worked on a film, it's different than an episodic show. If you worked on a regular visual effects movie with one sort of theme, you're not changing looks all the way through the thing. How is this adapting to this other way of working work for you? How's that come about?
Season 1 was my first show as a production supervisor, and first time really diving into an episodic project. So lots to learn there. With a show like this, I think a lot of things are similar to a feature film. I think the biggest difference would say that is probably the delivery schedule, just how each episode delivers, maintaining that sort of concept of making sure that you got everything sort of geared up. As a show, I think there's still a lot of similarities to feature film.
Yeah, I mean, I worked in live action for a while before I got into animated features. And then doing animated features the traditional way before getting into this more stylistic way. And each of them was a bit different. And you have all these different challenges with shooting and plates and integration with live action. And then movies like Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs and Hotel Transylvania are great projects, but they're definitely more traditionally lit. You build a light rig for the whole sequence, whereas in the Spider-Verse movies and more stylistic, we would have sequences where every shot was a completely different light rig, a completely different painterly look, and you sort of had to throw out a lot of your efficiencies and come up with new ones.
When you started that, was that the intention from the very beginning? Did it start as a more traditional, we're just going to make an animated version of this film, as opposed to we're going to make it so radically different, even shot to shot or scene to scene?
Yeah, I mean, coming off of the first one, I mean, I just knew they were going to want to do something bigger and crazier than the first film. And I don't think at the start we realized how different every shot would be. I definitely thought we'd be able to leverage our lighting tools and comp tools a little bit more uniformity. But once we started seeing the reference artwork, you started to get the idea. We would get lighting keys for almost every shot on some sequences. So we would have an entire contact sheet of lighting keys to match. But then we would have other sequences where we could, when Miles in his own universe, we were able to use like one light rig or two light rigs for a whole sequence. So it really depended on the world, since they all had their own rules.
Alex, I think on your show too, since you have 18 vendors, did I get the number right this time? 18 vendors. Is there any kind of key that you make up to say, here's the look, and here, even though you may as a company do it differently because everybody has a kind of slightly different workflow, you still have to kind of maintain the same consistency, so you couldn't tell the difference between one company's version of something unless they were so completely different, they did such their own work. Did you have to come up with some sort of like, here's our Bible?
A large part of my job was making sure continuity was there. We helped ourselves by making sure that we didn't divvy up the work in a way where continuity would be a huge issue. So it was actually nice to divvy up. You could even have specific vendors be on specific episodes. And then conceptually, I think the game was always kind of my Bible as to where to go back. Every time I was a little lost as to like what this should look like, there's like a beautiful The Last of Us artwork book from the game that they've created for games 1 and 2 that I have it on my desk at all times, where there are times where in between reviews I would just flip on it just because it's so inspirational, just to like kind of get me back into what was exciting about the show, and making sure that give that energy to our artists.
Interesting. I kind of do the same thing. I always hang up artwork so I can just look at it just for the quick inspiration. So you just have that reference. But it's funny, like we're just the only vendor. I would have different teams handle different looks. So it's very similar to kind of what you're describing, but like within the same team.
Well, I found when I was working at a, one particular facility and we did the whole movie, the different sections were later I discovered very similar to working with different companies. They had their own, set ways of the way they like to do it compared to everybody else. And there was always a bit of a fight, especially back then, because everything was brand new. Nothing was tried and true. No one had that much experience in any one software than anybody else. So I found it not that difficult when I started using multiple vendors, although I prefer kind of keeping it all under one roof. This makes it easier to communicate. But now that we adapt, did COVID or any of the stuff that sort of comes out of it help or hurt your process? I assume that you guys worked during that particular time frame on the projects.
For me, I was actually doing the Mitchells vs. the Machines, an animated movie that I'd worked on before Across the Spider-Verse. And right in the middle of that production, we had to go remote. And in the course of a week, we moved like 600 or 700 artists who were on the show home, got their machines set up, and barely affected production. I couldn't believe it. And then production went up. It actually got better, which was really surprising, but that was quite a time, though.
Well, that's what I discovered when I was doing it, is that, my everybody has a different style. So, and mine was, I like to go to someone's desk and say, show me what you're doing. And then before it gets into the whole evolution of they're going to send it to I/O, then it's going to go and the coordinators are going to line it up and then you're going to see dailies. The hours would go by. I'd like to nip it in the bud if something needs to be redirected, or I change my mind having seen it, which is part of the mix. So I found that when COVID happened, I would just say, let me see your desktop. Let me see what you're doing. Don't send it to I/O. Don't send me a QuickTime. Just let me see what you're doing. I found it very similar to walking over to someone's desk and peering over their shoulder and doing kind of that kind of review. Did you have a similar thing? Alex, do you want to speak to that?
I come from vendors as well. I was at ILM before joining The Last of Us, and I try to treat, even though I had 18 vendors, I tried to work in a way and make everyone feel like everyone's under the same umbrella of The Last of Us. The way that I like to review it was everybody's work kind of got funneled into ShotGrid. When I give my notes and annotations, it immediately got to the vendors and they could see it right away. For me, I have anxiety of when a shot is just sitting there without feedback. I'm in bed and I'm going to sleep. I'm like, there's like that one shot that I have to give feedback on. So I always try to get feedback to the artists as soon as possible. With 18 vendors, and I think given one of our heaviest months, we had 1,000 finals that month. So you can think about the throughput to get to hit 1,000 finals. In order to do that, I just needed a system that kind of worked efficiently.
That is an insane amount of shots in a month. Wow.
Yeah, crazy.
I totally hear you. Like the way you do it, treating them all like one. That sounds great. I have the anxiety too. Like I would get up early and go through all my QCs and send out all the QC notes before they even got to the office or got to work, just so I kind of knew it was out there so they could start.
Yeah.
Do you guys prefer working I don't know if you work at home or not. Do you prefer working at home or in the studio environment, going into every day to a place?
I think I'm the last person in Los Angeles who goes to the office 5 days a week. I love the office. I just feel more professional. I like looking at stuff big.
My showrunner, Craig Mason, he's in the office all the time. So he's very much like me, where we like to be face to face. We hate reviewing stuff over Zoom. I do it with my vendors every day, obviously, because it just has to be that way. I'm in the office right now, and I just enjoy that, just being around people. And just if I have a question for Craig, I can just walk down the hall and grab him and he'll stop by my office.
That's the thing. We always talk about it. We have our client reviews and our sweatbox. And then once the meeting ends, everyone just kind of sits there and has another conversation that's off the books. Or you walk down the hallway and I'm with the effects supervisor. We're coming up with ideas, just walking down. And that's where so much of the magic happens and the important stuff is talked about. It's so hard to schedule that.
Yeah, I had a similar thing. I like working from home too, and I sort of got used to it, especially during the COVID things. And most of the stuff I do is on an Avid or it's on Resolve. It's it's a nuke, it's an After Effects. So I sort of need like a little private time to do it. But what I used to like the most is the side conversation. Like, you know what, when I was looking at that shot, you want to try it like this? So it doesn't have, there's not a dozen coordinators writing down and misinterpreting my note. And it's kind of an offhand. It's like, why don't you try this? It's a little bit like directing on the stage. It's like, you know, maybe on that line you want to sit down. It's not like absolutely, you know, he says sit down on this line. You know, it's like you just see how it feels. I usually get better results with that. So I understand that motivation of sort of the side conversation, not the official.
Yeah, there's like a release of stress when the meeting is over, and you can actually be a little more creative.
Yeah.
I remember learning this early on. Like, if I were to stand over an artist at their desk, they would always do way better work if I left and then came back. It's just something about just relieving that stress a little bit.
Yeah, I find that true, because if you make everybody relax, I mean, we're sort of going back to the theme of the winning teams, is that they're like actors. If you ever direct anything on stage, every actor is different. You can't approach the same person the same way. Some people could take criticism very well. Some people don't take criticism at all, and they crumble. And some people like the encouragement, and some people just like cut to the chase, tell me what you really think. And so everybody have to kind of find your way with everyone. Managing such huge teams, that's kind of a challenge, especially since everybody producer-wise is trying to funnel it into one thing. You have to be the master of all the different personalities to get the most out of them. Can you guys speak about that? Because that's part of the, I'll give you mine, so I'll lead off, is that I always look for somebody way smarter than me. And I don't care what they have done before, I care what I think they can do. Because I'm usually trying to do something that hasn't been done before. And so I find the personality that seems like, you know what, you haven't been tested, you haven't been given an opportunity, but I want to give you the opportunity and I want to see you sort of shine here. That's my method. What's your method?
Yeah, for me, that's why I always invite our supervisors to set, because that's where I develop the relationships and I learn about. It's hard to do that over Zoom because you have probably half an hour to an hour to really learn about that person. Usually you're talking about the work. I have my supervisors come to set, or even their supervisors tag along and come to set, just so they can see the process, and I can just have those conversations about work and not about work, just to kind of learn about each other and kind of develop that shorthand. But that's always something that, Rob, I'm looking forward as well. Like, I know everyone that I have on my team is smarter than me, and I always, if I in my background specialize in something, I always try to find somebody that is complementary to that excels in something that I don't know about. So that's how I always try to find the right team.
Yeah, you always want to ask if you don't know. Like, never want to assume that I know anything. Like, go to the expert, right? And we always try to encourage all of our artists to bring their ideas, because that's really the strength of these movies. Most of our workforce is up in Vancouver, so I try to get up there like once a month, depending on the state of production. And you go up there and more artists come in, and everyone comes to the sweatbox and you actually meet them in person. And, a lot of times it's like meeting actors, because I've only seen them on the screen. It's really funny. But, having socials and just getting together, and it makes such a difference. I try to create a creative environment where everyone feels safe to sort of bring their ideas, and there are no bad ideas. And, and I tell them, if you come up with something cool and that everyone likes, the directors like it, it'll show up on the screen. So
that's honestly what makes things good, is that, you have this plan. I want it to be exactly the way I want it until I see something better. And it's like, I want to do that. Let me do that. Let me shift gears really quick. The other thing I learned early on, and maybe you guys do the same thing, I think we all probably kind of come from the same thing, is that I've always said that I don't have all the answers, I just need to get them. So that means that I don't have to show off, I don't have to pretend I know something I don't. And I am not afraid to make a mistake or make an idiot of myself by asking a stupid question like, how does that really work? Because I don't have to pretend I know how it works. I just, you tell me, you know about it. And I could judge pretty well if someone's, full of shit or not. But I want to extract something I look at myself, and maybe you guys feel the same way, is that I'm the lowest common denominator. It can't get worse than what I can do. It can only get better than I can do. So that's what I'm aiming for. And that's sort of my version of creating a winning team is I'll make sure it never goes below this level. It's not a very high bar, but it's never going to go below this level. And I'm always searching for something better. Do you find something similar? Is that a universal quality or is that a individual quality?
I mean, it's such a big part of the job, right? It's empowering people to make big decisions. And I always tell my CG supervisors, I'm like, you see these shots way more than I do. They're working with the artists, they're seeing it maybe 5 times as much as I am, and they actually have more of a hand in how those shots are going to look than me. I really try to go to people, because I love to learn. I go to people who know or are experts in certain things like cloth simulations or effects or modeling. If I don't know, but I love to sort of empower people to try to, raise up, nurture, and become, stronger supervisors and artists.
Yeah, I always tell my supervisors on each vendor, give me a bold version. Here's a note, but give me a version, like do something, because I'm not seeing every iteration you are. And there might be something where you don't be shy about saying, well, maybe we try this. The worst thing that we can say is it's not a good fit for what we're looking for, but I always ask for them to just be creative and be bold.
That's a great point. Like having them go too far. Because so many times we just sort of inch along and I'm like, go too far because we'll learn something from it. It may not be what we want, but we like this part of it and we can sort of reel it in, but take what was working from it.
Especially in the beginning, you don't make a small change, make a big change. That's way too far.
Exactly.
You sort of learn over time. It's like if you go this far, then you go back in half, you're already like 2 or 3 steps ahead than having all arbitrary choices in between. It's like go crazy. Okay, that's too crazy, or not crazy enough, and then you get to the finish line faster, I think, that way. Is there anything that you guys want to talk about more about your individual projects that we haven't really covered? Your hierarchy or how you like to work or what's unique to you? Because I think that's interesting for us is like not a generic way of working, but what's your way of working?
What's unique about our show is really our showrunner, Craig Mazin, who's really an incredible writer, but also just an incredible leader. And on a show where really it should be grounded, it should be invisible VFX, even though we have collapsed buildings and it's post-apocalyptic, but it should not take us away from the characters. For him, the most important thing is always about the characters, but he has and always will be the biggest champion for visual effects. He is not shy to say that this looks real, and that's because visual effects did an impossible job and they made it look real. Through that process of approving 1,000 shots in that 1 month, he was there every day, and just being really a part of that process, I think was important, making everyone that touched the show feel special.
Feel they're part of the show.
Exactly.
Their voice counts. How about you, Michael?
I think my main partner in these productions is the head of character animation. And what's really cool about these more stylistic shows is the animation creates a lot of the style and they drive a lot of the style. And we have to come up with ways for it to translate downstream, down the pipeline. So there's a real partnership there for the look of the movie. And then just our team at the studio, I mean, just I'll throw out Tom Rothman's name from the top down. I mean, he got it when they pitched Into the Spider-Verse. We did a whole presentation for him very early on back in 2017. And he's like, I get it. And to have a studio behind you, just letting such a huge gamble. Chris Miller, Phil Lord, just unbelievable at sort of driving everyone's creativity, and our directors and production designer. It's such a collaboration, these productions, more so than I think a lot, because you all have to work together to figure out what that is going to look like, what it's going to look like in the end. From top to bottom, just really, really great teamwork. But I thought it was interesting how animation was such a driver of the stylistic look of it. That was kind of a newer concept to me.
Well, I simply never saw anything quite like it. So when you see it, it's like, well, I'm seeing something, brand new. It's not, I can't judge it against anything else I've ever seen because I've never seen it. And, ultimately that's what we go to the movies for. Show me something I've never seen before, or Show me a story being told in a way I haven't seen before. Otherwise you're replicating somebody else, and that's coming in second. It's not pioneering the work. Not that it's necessarily about pioneering. It's about there's got to be a compelling reason to make it. Why am I telling this story this way? And so that's where you kind of get behind it. I assume, Alex, with your show and your showrunner, you're creating a show that generally you haven't seen before. Those characters, told in that particular style, that the quality of the work, which is extremely high. That's why you won awards, quite frankly. So I think that makes it sort of exciting as I'm paving new ground.
And one thing you just said, I completely agree with. I oversee all of our animated projects now at ImageWorks, and a lot of stylized work. And I'm always asking, like, what's the motivation for it? Yeah. What's the motivation for the style? What artists influenced it? Is it story driven? So I thought that was a really, really interesting point, because, we're in this world of so many stylized projects and all trying to have different looks and really trying to figure out, like, what they're really after. What's the core idea?
I got to say, it's when I was watching Spider-Verse, which I love, by the way, I get anxiety just watching this, because, in a good way, because I'm like, I don't know how they did this. The amount of assets, the amount of animation is just really, really incredible.
Oh, I appreciate it. We actually it was the most characters I think we ever had in any movie we ever made it in shorts in like 35 years. Just the amount of assets was insane. We had these characters that involved every aspect of the pipeline. So we had like Vulture and Spider-Bite, and you have effects and rigging and line work and crazy like backpacks of weapons, and we would have meetings with everyone represented. How are we going to do this? But I just have to say, Last of Us, I loved that show. The look of it was breathtaking. I've seen a lot of breakdowns, and I'm like, wow, I can't believe how much is extended and computer generated, and it looks so incredible. I really, really enjoyed it.
Yeah, so great work, both of you guys. I think we're getting close to the end. Anything else that you want to touch on?
I got into this business just to create cool images. I think you were saying that before. It was like, that's what really got me going. And I think for any artists out there, just follow your passion and, go after what you love. And I think you'll get there. You won't let anyone slow you down.
To tag along with that, I'd say stay enthusiastic. Sometimes enthusiasm is more important than experience, depending on what job we're looking for, and just be hungry and also be humble, right? Sometimes it's all, for me, many times it's personality comes first, especially if we have to work closely together.
Yeah, I learned a couple of lessons early on that I use. Everybody's different, so everybody has their own sort of a bent on it. One of them was a Frank Capra quote, which said that at any one moment, whatever is on the screen is the movie star. So that means that whatever it is important. You're cutting to it for a reason. And then I heard from Connie Hall, who's one of the world famous cinematographers, and when somebody asked him, well, how do you know how to point a camera? And he says, well, it's easy. You point it at the story. So the combination of those two things is you're telling a story. That shot needs to tell a story and have a reason for its being to be in that place at that particular time. So kind of simplifies the work for me, is that it has to hit those two marks. It's got to be the movie star of that scene. Even if it's an insert or something subtle, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter the complexity of it. In fact, the less complex, the better. What it does have to do is serve a story point. And then I find that usually gets me to a place early on that the shot can be successful or the idea can be successful. And I imagine anybody who does things well uses a variation of that theme. Whether it's individually done, the way I described it or the way you guys describe your work. But, obviously, it's award-winning work. There's a reason for its being. There's a reason why you're the captain of that particular ship. And so that's, I think, when people, a lot of the artists wish to be you at some point. And so they get inspiration by how you guys work. And the excellence that you guys create with your teams, and also with your individual vision of how to produce something. So I don't know if you want to make a final comment about that, because you're actually teaching now the next generation of filmmakers out there.
No, we like to, just like you said, every frame, every shot is like a painting in the work that we do, and we try to infuse love and care and enthusiasm into everything. And I think just follow your dreams, make cool stuff, and just set goals. I think, I remember early on my very first movie, I was a lighter, and it was actually Monster House, the animated movie. And
That's Zemeckis.
yeah. It was the first time we actually had used the Arnold renderer at our studio, and it was one of the first animated movies we did. And there was a VFX supervisor and a DFX supervisor, and I remember at the end I emailed the DFX supervisor. I'm like, "You have the coolest job. How do I get this job?" And he wrote me back an amazing email, and I just never forgot that. And now I work with him, and it's amazing. And I think just follow your passions and but set goals. I think that's really important.
And Alex?
Yeah, don't forget that the computer is just a tool, and don't remember the foundations of. I think that's what separates the good from the great, is understanding the foundations of art and photography and lighting, composition. I think we'll never get away from that, and I think just be a master at your craft, and you can do anything that you want.
Great. So I think with that, we'll close, and thank you very much for sharing your work and your expertise and your essentially your humanity and how you deal with your shows to the next generation of filmmakers. So I think I'll sign off because I don't know what else to say.
Thanks so much for having us on.
Yes, thank you, Rob.
Hello, everyone, and welcome. On behalf of the Visual Effects Society, the visual effects industry's global professional honorary society, thank you so much for joining us for what will certainly be a dynamic conversation with several exemplary women leaders in visual effects. I'm Lisa Cook, VES, an executive producer at Tippett Studio and the former board chair of the Visual Effects Society. I'm going to be hosting this conversation about the pathways that these women took to their positions of leadership, their insights and advice to the next generation of leaders, and what more our industry can do to uplift and support women from diverse backgrounds. Joining me today are Janet Lewin, Senior Vice President, Lucasfilm Visual Effects, and General Manager of ILM. Krista Marie Burton, Senior Vice President, Physical Production and Visual Effects at Paramount Pictures, and Kathy Chasen-Hay, Senior Vice President of Visual Effects at Skydance Productions. So let's dive right in. I just want to go around and have you each tell us a little bit about your background, how you got into visual effects, and your pathway to the position of leadership that you're in today. Krista, let's start with you.
Oh, no. Okay. Okay, well, as we kind of talked in our preamble, my pathway to visual effects is actually on this call, so I will mention that in a moment. But I started out, I went to school at University of Southern California in the film school, and came out into animation. I started actually in television animation at Sony Television as well as Nickelodeon, and then somehow my resume landed on ILM's lap and landed literally on Janet Lewin's lap, who called me for an interview, and it was, I could not tell you, the best day of my life, changed my life forever in all of the best possible ways. But my first introduction into visual effects was actually at ILM through Janet, who brought me on to a film called Mission Impossible 3, where I met one of my other mentors, Sherry Hansen, who I work with today. So, as we talk about how we get from point A to point B and how we find ourselves in leadership roles, what I've always said, and a lot of the folks that we've all worked with have said, is like, find your film family early. Like, find them early, stay connected, stay networked. The people that I talk to today are the same people I talked to 20 years ago when I started, who have helped me then, are helping me still today, and we pass that down. And so as you try to find your footing, know that there are people out there, and they do want you to succeed, and they will continue to help you your whole career as they have me. So.
And what was your pathway towards where you are today?
Leadership, again, I think a lot of that came from ILM, and I think it came from, people believing that you are able and give you opportunities. I think my first big opportunity, Jen, I don't know if you remember this, but when we were opening up the office in Singapore, you guys
Yes.
shipped me off to Singapore. And I remember going out there, and certainly there were producers on the ground in San Francisco, but there was nobody there in Singapore. And so it was me and Nigel Sumner, who was our visual effects supervisor at the time. And we built a team and we grew it. And it was an incredible opportunity that I probably shouldn't have had, but I did because I had people who believed in me and thought that I could do it. And it was a fantastic way to figure it out. So I think especially earlier days, it's like we just would shove people off the cliff and hope that they fly, hope their little wings start flapping before they hit the bottom. And I think that's kind of what happened with me. A lot of people just shoved me out the door, and I was like, okay, I'll figure it out because I have no other choice. But I've always, wanted the ascent. I mean, Lynn was also Lynn Brennan was also one of my first bosses, and it was just amazing to see a woman in that position, Chrissy England, to see a woman in that position. Again, you're going to hear me talk a lot about ILM, but they have incredible women running that organization and have had that for decades, and it's rare. It's rare, but it's what I grew up with. So that's how I learned to be in this business and how I learned to also nurture in this business. And so, when we do the right work, it does trickle down to the next generations who say, this is how I came up, and so I'm going to do the same. You don't think about it, right? So we do what we're taught, and if you have great teachers and mentors, then you get on the right path. And eventually I, left the nest again. I left ILM. I went out and freelanced in both animation and visual effects. My first freelance gig was Rango, also with the same company, but, on the other side. But that's really where you got shoved out into the real world. And Gore Verbinski's world is very different than the soft, cushiony landing of being at a facility inside ILM where you're protected. You see all the things, all the elements, and you learn how to survive. And we, did plenty of freelance work together. And I worked with J.J. Abrams, continuously worked at Bad Robot for many years for them directly. But you never stop growing. You never stop wanting to grow. You never stop wanting to kind of achieve more. And so I am where I am, but I'm not done. And so I've still got a long way to go to get to where these ladies are on the panel, but I'm working my way there, I hope.
Great, thank you. Hey, let's move over to your mentor, Janet Lewin.
Well, that was such a lovely tribute to ILM, Krista. Thank you. So I'll give a little preamble about my career. Interestingly, last night I got my R2D2 for being at the company for 30 years.
Wow.
So, which is a real testament to the company, and and visual effects as an industry, it's always changing. It's so interesting. There's so much opportunity for growth. I do think ILM.
You started when you were 10. You started there at 10.
I'm going to be giving you $200 after this. This is so great. Everybody, yeah, I got to start writing checks. But yeah, I started in the purchasing department as a temp it was supposed to be just a couple of months of filing purchase orders. And I always had aspirations to be in the film industry. I didn't even know what visual effects really was. But I got my foot in the door. And I kind of wove my way through the organization, always saying yes to opportunities. I had great mentors, like Krista mentioned. Chrissy England, I worked directly with Chrissy, Denise Ream, Lynn Wynn, Kathy Kennedy, so many other women, who, I could see myself in them, which I think is really important for women to aspire to leadership roles where they say, well, she's doing it. How does she do it? Maybe I can do it. Maybe I have what it takes. And likewise, for women who are in leadership positions, to look for the potential and talent like I saw in Krista. I obviously have a great eye for potential. But, yeah, so I fell in love with producing, with visual effects producing at ILM, and then I got into the head of production role at ILM, moved over to Lucasfilm when Kathy came on board in 2013, and played the kind of studio side role, which was, like Krista says, was really great for me to have that exposure to a different side of the industry. And then I came back to ILM in the pandemic, kind of having a foot in both worlds. And I love what I do.
Kathy, let's hear your story.
So I have a different trajectory. I did not start at ILM. I took a job. I actually started at KCET Television a long time ago, and I realized I wanted hands-on. My photography was my thing. I feel like, oh, I did visual effects without knowing, dodging and burning, black and white photography. And I answered an ad for a company called Digital Productions. And I was the traffic coordinator. Don't even know what that job is. And I would have to say at the time, who were my role models? Sherry McKenna, and then a few years later, Nancy St. John. They were very strong women who ran, Sherry ran Abels and Robert Abels and Digital Productions. Nancy St. John came in from Omnibus, and they took over the two companies they later called Dead on Arrival. And I actually, because we didn't really have editorial, I started changing the film in the digital film printer. And I was so excited, $25 on a Saturday to take the film to the lab. From there, I actually got into, I became a visual effects editor. And that was the first half of my career. I went to DreamQuest Images, worked on The Abyss and Total Recall, and worked for Hoyt Yateman, not a female role model, but Hoyt was, I think my film school was working for DreamQuest for 6 years. And I was a visual effects editor, loved it. I liked compositing. I did teach myself the Avid because I had to go from film to analog to digital, also comped on Lightworks, and did production side as a visual effects editor. And then I was on a show for Bruckheimer Films. And no, let me stop for a sec. I started having kids throughout this whole ordeal of working. And I have at the time had 3 small children. And I got a call from somebody who wanted to make a career change, found this company that needed some leadership and needed a VFX producer. And I told this is a head of post over at Bruckheimer Films. I said, I've never been a VFX producer. I went over to a company called Asylum, a bunch of young, really creative people. A mom with 3 kids under 5. And I went in there as the VFX producer. So I'm a self-taught VFX producer. That was Pearl Harbor, several films.
I was one of the producers on Pearl Harbor as well at ILM.
Yeah. And we took, because Asylum was not ILM, in fact, that starts the relationship, I think, at the time was Asylum and ILM, because then we got into Pirates. And
it was Pat Sanston.
Yes, it was.
Together.
He's the one who called and changed my career trajectory. And then, of course, that's how I got into VFX producing. We were on Pirates, and at Asylum, we were taking overflow work from ILM, and then it got to maybe Pirates 3, and we started helping out on the Maelstrom. And we were so proud of ourselves that ILM called us to help. And Janet, I don't know if you remember, but we were on, they weren't Zooms at the time. I don't know what those calls were called at the time, but we started working closely with you guys. I worked at Asylum until they had to shut their doors. And I went right into, because I was working on a show for Fox, went back to production side, but as a VFX producer, and worked on a few projects. This Means War, a couple of projects for Fox, Chronicle. And I was on a show, and I was in Vancouver, and I was standing on a bridge, and Carl Pedregal called from Lionsgate, needed help on a show. He was just finishing Hunger Games, which, by the way, I think Brooke Breton helped out on. There's a few, because I want to name a couple of mentors. because back when I was at Asylum and it was Master and Commander, I met Brooke Breton, and it was a huge show. By the way, ILM was also on that show, had to come in. It was much bigger than anyone could handle. Brooke Breton came in and kind of took over. And I think she saw how hard I worked, and she's been a mentor ever since. And she's the governor of the Academy. And I'm skipping forward, but I do want to bleed into how we can help other women. She encouraged me to join the executive committee in the Academy, and I did get into the Academy in 2019. And our mission is, yes, to get fellow women, to get also creative visual effects producers, because there is such a thing as a creative visual effects producer, and therefore they should be able to get into the Academy.
Well, not just get into the Academy, but be on the ticket. I mean, because I think,
that's 100%.
area.
And we can talk about that, because what you need to show, because I think in the positions that we all have, Krista, you included, we have several small shows, large shows, and quite often you can be a VFX producer and the VFX supervisor, because you may not have a large enough budget, or you are calling the shots, you are filing shots, you are leading the charge with previs, and your title may be VFX producer. And so that is a nice caveat for the VFX producer to also be on the ticket if you have creative input. So that is one way I feel that we're helping, and I do think Brooke is leading the charge with that, and I'm honored to be on that committee and try to help our fellow women, because there are so few women supervisors, and we do need to support each other. And on the mentor side of it, I like to think that I'm mentoring other younger women at the places I've been. I feel like it's the journey. I didn't finish my trajectory, but I did get that phone call, went to Lionsgate. That is where I met Krista on some of the shows we were on. You were with Charlie Gibson on Mockingjay. And I actually went back to, my kids are grown up now, and I went back to VFX producing. I decided studio life wasn't for me. And I did a couple of shows as a VFX producer. And then I actually did get a call with Stephanie Allen, because I worked for her on a show, and she had me meet David Ellison and company. And that's how I ended up at Skydance, and I've been there.
I forgot that I called you also about a producing opportunity at Lucasfilm. So see where it's
you did.
All,
you did
6 degrees of separation.
I love it. What other advice would you give to young women today that are trying to get up on a path that would end up where you guys are, or just even advance their own careers? Anybody want to jump? Yeah.
Well, I think any of the jobs, they're not easy. And I think that people have to get over that. Whatever, it's not going to be a free ride. It's not going to be an easy train. It's hard. It's many hours. It's not sleeping. It's, they're all like, it's not, it can be glamorous. It is glamorous at the end when you're finally done, but it's hard to get there. It's fun to, be a part of the early days of a project and really kind of creatively pull it together, but then the hard work comes in. And so I don't want to underestimate that. I think all of us on this call too, probably, even Kathy with you and your kids, and Janet, you and your kids, we have missed many, many, many things, many events, many friends, many weddings, and I think that it is competitive, but the best, push through. So I want to stress the importance of, yes, we help each other. Yes, we mentor each other. Yes, we give guidance, but also like minds do kind of mesh. So we've all talked about the same. I worked with Kathy. Kathy got a call from, Steph Allen. Steph Allen gave me my first freelance gig job. Like it is a small group of people that call each other over and over and over again. Why? Because we have proven that we can be, counted on and can deliver, and at the highest possible quality. And so I think that it's important to start there as the base of, like, work your ass off. You have to
I love that.
first,
Well,
right?
I agree with you 100% for our roles, but there
Yeah.
are lots of other opportunities for women to aspire to get into leadership roles in visual effects. And I think one of the things that occurred to me is our structure on the facility side is very much based on how men work, you know?
Yeah.
And so there are barriers to women, perceived or real. And some of it is about women needing to take a chance on themselves, advocate for
Absolutely.
themselves. And some of it's on the facility saying, you know, things like, let's give you a stretch assignment. Let's look at job sharing. Let's let you work part-time because, you know, we do have busy lives, and oftentimes the responsibility for the family falls to women, and that shouldn't be a a bad thing. It shouldn't be a barrier. It's actually a good thing. I mean, we should lean into the strengths that women in particular can bring to a whole array of jobs, from multitasking and collaborating, just what we're talking about here, how we look out for each other, you know. So I do think, you know, what I try to do at ILM is create a platform for women to inspire each other. We did a company meeting, kind of like this one. It was a little bigger. We had, you know, 8 or so different women around the globe in different roles, leadership roles, talk about their career path as a way to inspire people within the organization. And then I had a couple of follow-up meetings to talk about, you know, how are we going to solve this together? Because I don't have all the answers. So being ready to listen and adapt and try things out as a company, I think is really important. And then for women themselves, I think, you know, we all probably were pretty good at taking that jump out of the nest, like Krista said, and finding our wings. But not everybody is built that way, and you have to be willing to overcome the imposter syndrome, push yourself,
Yeah.
you know, and know what you want, and that you probably will be having to make some sacrifices along the way. But, you know, there is a community that can support you as well.
Kathy, you want to
Yeah,
add any
I
advice to the next generation?
I do, because I think what's important is oftentimes, especially for women, you go through your life and career trying to make people comfortable, happy. We tend to apologize before the beginning of a sentence. I want to tell other women to unapologetically take the seat at the table, voice your opinion, take all emotion out of all situations, because of the tone of our voices, we are at a disadvantage when you're at the table with deeper voices. And I do think it's important to speak up when you have an opinion. And I think too many of us were told to not speak up. And it's especially difficult for women when you come into a meeting and you're with a bunch of men. And I'm sorry, but people do look at the taller man who has a deeper voice. So it is important to take that seat at the table and speak your mind, and take chances. And I think we're all saying the same thing.
Those are really good points that I hadn't thought about it in quite the same way. I think it's also about finding allies with men too. It's not just women supporting women. You know, one of the things that was so encouraging to me, just, you know, hearkening back to those meetings that I held, is a lot of men showed up because they wanted to learn too, and they wanted to help.
I love that. I love that.
Yeah. So, but yeah, we have to break the patterns.
That's great that you said that too, Janet, just because there are a lot of great male allies to us, and, you know, they support us in all of those roles. The other thing I was going to say is on set, and this is something, Krista, I know you've had to battle with too. It's a man's world, and so you do, again, need to show up to that conference room table in the war room, and let's just say a first AD is like, what do you mean you need a clean plate? What are you guys with your silver balls? I mean, it's just take a breath and explain.
And I think that you're right, Kathy. It's speaking up. It's speaking. I mean, as you know, like I was the person that would go out to every department and say, "Hey, greens, remember when you put the plant there? I need you to put it back and rotate it 20 more degrees to the right because I'm not going to replace your plant. And hey, those wig lines, as you remember, Kathy, the wig lines, right? This is crooked, or I can still see the follicles. Or can you please do a little better so that I can do my job well?" And I think it's it's getting out there, it's speaking, and sometimes it's speaking first. When you sit at that table, you speak first so everybody sees and understands that you are just as part of the conversation,
she's important,
not guiding the conversation.
Yeah.
So I think it is kind of getting uncomfortable, getting comfortable with being uncomfortable, which, whenever we walk into a room, I still to this day and uncomfortable in certain situations, but I just do it anyway. My palms are sweating, don't care, go, just go. And I think, Janet, you're right. Not everybody has that. And I remember there was an artist when I was at ILM. I don't know if she's still there. And I'd asked her about being a supervisor. She was a compositor at the time. And she's like, I don't know. I just don't think that I can give it the time that it takes. I remember her saying this to me when I was a coordinator there or something. And I just was like, what does that mean? I was, younger. I didn't have children yet. She was, in that phase of life. And I just was like, what do you mean? Of course you can. What do you, but to your point, we're not built for that. The system by which we make movies is not built for women, particularly on set. And, particularly, when we have to make these calls, and I call friends who are women, or even fathers, to be fair, right? Who are like, I just can't take that gig, on the other side of the planet for 12 months. I can't disappear for that long. And so I think that, what we try to do, and what I try to do, is I keep an eye out for those, for those folks. I'm like, I know they have a 5-year-old child. I know what region they need to be. And I know when that movie comes, and I'm calling them first. And so I do try to strategize that when casting and crewing a show, because it's the best that I can do, right? With the tools that are not set up for us to succeed as people who have families, right? So families are really a really hard thing to overcome, in both spaces. I think the facility world and the freelance world.
And I think we should encourage, what I also try to do as a mentor is say, you guys, you can have it all. You can have the family, you can have the partner, you can have your full-time job. There's no reason why you can't do it all. We can push babies out. we can do it.
I just want to get your opinions on where are we today with women in the industry? What kinds of programs do you feel could help further uplift women? And what are your companies doing in that vein?
I can jump in. I think, I touched on it a little bit earlier as well, but I think everyone has to be on board with investing in the future, right? And so that it's actually formalizing it. Like we've been lucky. We found our role models. We got these opportunities. There were a lot of things we lucked into, and also, had the talent to do it. But I think if we formalize things like mentorships, apprenticeships, listening sessions, stretch assignments. One of the things we're doing at ILM is trying to break the catch-22, where when we're staffing for a show, we always pick a supervisor who's been a supervisor before, which means that it's the same pool of talent. So we're trying to be really objective and transparent about what it takes to be considered for a role like that. Be really clear with our aspiring leaders where they, meet the criteria and where they need to develop. And then we ask our, leaders, the producers and supervisors, to take chances, to give opportunities. So, there's no magic bullet, but I think continuing to shine a light like the VES is doing right now, having conversations, and looking for ways to formalize opportunities is the way to go on the facility side.
I think, Janet, you make a good point too, that like our supervisor pool too is aging. So to your point, it's we keep making the same calls to the same, folks. And, we have done a kind of a co-supervisor situation in that case. I think formalizing things with whether it's our vendors or whether it's with our crew directly, for us, maybe it's additional flights, maybe it's bringing out your family, maybe it's, it's all those kinds of things that can try to bring as much of your circle with you as possible when we do travel. I find that, and Kathy, you probably have, do this a lot too, even just the mentorship from the studio side down. Again, Stephanie Allen was my first studio executive to give me the full job, and that was with a lot of push and encouragement from Bad Robot, the folks at Bad Robot, and JJ and Tommy Harper, who I've worked with many times on the physical production side, but also Steph Ellen taught me everything I know. Like, I feel like I know how to be a producer because she walked me through it. And it wasn't like, here's this show and Krista, you don't know what you're doing, so I'm not going to hire you. She was like, no, we're going to sit down. We're going to do the schedule together. We're going to do the budget together. And so I've taken that too, that every, producer that I bring in, every supervisor, we got to walk through. These are the things that are necessary. This is what to look out for when your director says this. And so we do really try to give people a little guidance along the way because we have to grow the pool. We have to grow the pipeline. And so those are some of the small things. Look, I think there are some systematic things we still have a lot of work to do, right?
You've teed me up as well. Thank you, Krista, because we have so many shows, all sizes, and I'd like to think, I have definitely taken more than a few PMs and brought them up to producer, even skipping the associate producer role, but that is also another segue to become a producer. And we've taken chances. There's one lady who has been a PM in Australia for 15 years. It's like, well, you need the chance. And she's our VFX producer on a show that's in Australia right now. And you're exactly right, Krista. It's mentoring them, showing them what we do. How do you look at things top level? As a studio, I'd like to say Skydance is all about diversity between our TV and feature divisions. Dana Goldberg and is just a key figure and all about diversity and giving female directors an opportunity. So I love that. And I just think with us, it's mentoring the younger, and they don't have to be younger. They can, I mean, more green people who've maybe been a PM. And I think that's going to help us all because we are in a world where our budgets are a lot less. Mm-hmm. So you can't really afford that person that you love who is at the top of the market on all your shows.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. Another way of saying that is hiring for potential. Mm-hmm. And seeing something that you can invest, seeing something in someone that you can invest in and show them the ropes and pay it forward. It's actually a wonderful thing.
And it's fun. It's so rewarding.
It is.
That's wonderful. You guys have been wonderful. I think we're probably towards the end of the time. I could talk to you guys for hours. It's just, you're such great role models, and your advice of find your family, be willing to work hard, and don't be afraid to take your seat at the table. That's just wonderful advice to the next generation. I really appreciate all of you and your time and your expertise. So thank you very much.
This was really fun.
Thanks for asking us.
Yeah, well, we're going to do it again. We're going to do a lot more of these because I think we need a sense of community. I think the women in this industry need to come together and support each other. So
I will say one thing just to close out that the VES does so well, which is to recognize the contribution of producers, in the VES categories, that it's mandatory to have
absolutely
the overall visual effects producer. It's huge because, we have to fight tooth and nail for that recognition and in other award settings. And I think, it's you guys are leading the charge there. And there's a lot more we can do. I know, I've been talking to Brooke as well, Kathy, and I know she's supportive, but it's hard to make that change.
Well, we're just getting started.
Yeah. And that's so true with the VFX producers on the ticket.
Yeah,
always.
Absolutely. Well, thank you guys so much. I'll let you have the rest of your evening. And it's really so lovely to see all of you.
Hi, everyone, and welcome to our panel. I'm Karen Idelson. I'm a writer who writes about visual effects, post-production, and animation for publications like Variety and Animation Magazine. And I'd like to introduce you to David Lebensfeld, who is president and CEO of Ingenuity Studios and Ghost VFX. Thanks for joining us, David.
Of course. Nice to see you.
Great to see you. I've interviewed David before. I'm really excited to speak with you today about the coming influence of AI in visual effects. This holiday season, if you're in the visual effects industry, there's going to be one topic that everybody's trying to avoid around the holiday table, and that's AI. Just jumping in, do you think AI is something that people working in visual effects should be worried about, excited about, or a bit of both?
It's definitely all the above. It's worried about, let's say worried about it. I can get into worried, but like worried about, but definitely excited about. I think the worry comes obviously from the idea that people's jobs are going to be replaced, right? Like you'll need less people to do the same amount of work. And I think that's a very valid concern. I think, one of the things in talking about AI and visual effects, and what's always surprising to me is that, and as you said it's people that work in visual effects are going to, don't want to have this conversation around a dinner table. But why is it people that work in visual effects? Like, this is, I think, an issue that touches every aspect of media production and every aspect of daily life. And why is it being targeted towards visual effects people? At least in this context. I mean, Ben Affleck on that interview the other day said that he wouldn't want to be in the visual effects business right now. But generative AI has the ability to touch every aspect of production. So is it that visual effects isn't as respected or protected? Like, what is it about visual effects that everyone's targeting? You can do scoring, right, with AI. You can do voiceover with AI. I think that those conversations are probably being muted because there are more protections built in to especially the unionized production workflow. So I think that's the bigger issue.
Right. And with respect to tasks that you can do with AI now, or that you would do with AI now, what sorts of things do you think AI is useful for now, and what things do you think it's absolutely important to have human hands on in visual effects right now?
Yeah. I think that the thing that'll come last, if it comes at all, is what is AI doing for Final Pixel? The biggest advantage, and I think where people are using it the most right now, and we're talking about like generative AI, not machine learning or tools that are built into existing pipelines, is rapid prototyping. I think that being able to produce a ton of versions of something and pick the best ones is probably obviously a great advantage. But I think where it's kind of most effective, I think it's pretty common knowledge that AI tools for Final Pixel are pretty hard to control. That Coke commercial that came out last week or a couple weeks ago, whatever it was, I saw behind the scenes on that, and they had to produce, 1 billion images to get something that they wanted in their commercial, and that shows lack of control. But they were able to produce 1 billion images and pick the best ones. So as this becomes more controllable, I think the rapid prototyping aspect of it is going to be the most attractive. And by the way, like, I don't think that's necessarily taking jobs. Like, that is being more efficient with your time, and probably, and I hate to say it, and please don't take it the wrong way, but a better way to do it. Like, instead of grinding everybody, and stretching your budget as much as you can and producing options, get those options produced for you.
Right. And I mean, that definitely makes sense in terms of how AI is used across industries right now. That AI would be great for rapid prototyping, but I'm assuming that the taste and expertise of individual visual effects artists really can't be replaced yet.
Yeah, correct. I think that's true. And I think that's true for every aspect of media production. You can do parts of this that give you options, and the tastemaker will still be the tastemaker. Which is interesting. Like going back to that Ben Affleck thing, is like he, I think, completely missed that. And someone needs to be the arbiter of taste. Like I don't think that that's going to be replaced. And if it does get replaced, like we're looking at just an entirely different world. You know what I mean? Like this is not about visual effects. You're looking at an entirely different world and what people consume and how they consume and what the quality bar is, and how the commerce around it works.
Right. And do you think maybe those comments, sorry, Ben Affleck, maybe revealed the attitude that persists in some areas of the industry, that visual effects is just pressing a button and you get an explosion?
Yeah, I'm glad you said it and I didn't. But that, I think that speaks to the issue that we talked about when we first started this. It's like, why is this about visual effects? It's because visual effects is probably the least understood and protected and maybe respected part of the production process, arguably, but certainly the value add to what ends up on screen. So I think that's why it's being targeted, and I think that's why Mr. Affleck undermined it so much, is because, and it's no disrespect to him, but it's kind of everybody that it's the least understood part of the process and respect.
Well, and what would you say to people in film schools now who are looking at some of the incredible work that both of your production companies do and thinking, wow, I really want a career in visual effects, but I'm concerned about how AI will influence my job prospects for the future?
I've said this before, but particularly around visual effects and visual effects artists, it is such a technical job that if you are not learning new tools, whether it's AI or Houdini or, new nuke, I don't know, pick a million different things, you're not doing the job. And you need to be doing that to do the job. So students that are coming up into this who aren't paying attention to the tools are just going to be left behind regardless. And AI is a tool. It 100% will be a tool.
And going forward, what sorts of tools aside from AI have had a huge impact on visual effects, maybe in the last 5 or 10 years? And, is there anything that's even comparable to AI?
Yeah, of course. And I think that, at least in this context, we're looking at AI as production efficiency, right? Mm-hmm. Real-time rendering, Unreal in a workflow is, that's not apples to apples, of course, but like that type of stuff, cloud computing, you're able to do more with less, certainly with less upfront. These things have all had a hand in creating efficiencies and lowering the bar. And this is also something that AI is doing and will continue to do, is lowering the bar to allow access to talent, or allow talent to have access into the industry. So, yeah, I mean, I think those types of things are similar. And I've spoken about this in the past a little bit too, and how Ingenuity got started. But I think it's also similar is desktop computing, being able to have After Effects on 20 years ago, have After Effects on a home computer and produce a video or visual effect or whatever, or combustion or, any sort of desktop tool set. It just lowers the bar of entry. And I think those things are similar to what AI is doing. And also, I think something that AI is doing and is similar to other things that have happened is it allows a one-man band. You can do as an individual contributor a bunch of different things that you aren't necessarily trained to do, but maybe have the taste. And you can say that when Premiere came out, if someone didn't have access to it and they're a decent enough editor, they can get some stuff done on their own, even though they're a music producer. So I think there are similarities. I think the thing that makes AI different is just how many different things it touches. Where we're talking, the examples I gave are all like visual effects tools or whatever, post-production tools, where AI I think becomes scary, and this again ties to the what we were talking about initially, is that it touches literally every part of the production process, the media production process, the industry, and every industry. So that's where it's different.
And do you think that the pandemic, now here we are almost 5 years out from the beginning of the pandemic, do you think it accelerated the adoption of AI?
I don't think the pandemic specifically accelerated the adoption of AI. It's a bit like the butterfly effect, like how many, like what permutation produced this, and maybe there are aspects of the pandemic that increased the adoption of AI, but I'd arguably say it's because of cheap capital. I don't think it's anything about media consumption habits or anything like that. I think it's just maybe low interest rates.
Well, and do you feel like the pandemic was hard for everybody, but AI that was kind of weirdly enough, I think a time for visual effects to shine, because the visual effects industry had so many solutions, I think, available to production. Do you think that the visual effects industry is kind of back to its pre-pandemic health, or do you think that there were things that have happened, since the rush to create content for streaming sort of happened and then died off?
I think it's more the latter than the former. Mm-hmm. I think that visual effects had a moment, or has a moment in the pandemic, and it got exposed to the value that we, as visual effects producers and artists, add. And I think that's sticky. I think that there's more comfort around using visual effects for folks that had never done it before, whether it's crowds or shooting something on a virtual stage or blue screen or whatever, because they had to do it during the pandemic and realized that it worked. I certainly think that there's the rush of content and the streaming wars and however you want to phrase it, created a bit of a bubble that we're now living to correct. And then also, I think that it was an overcorrection, we maybe brought on by the strikes or just generally would have happened anyway. The pendulum, I think, swung pretty violently in the other direction, and I think we're seeing that normalize. We're starting to normalize now. But I do think, to your question, that and just to repeat it, that as things pick back up, visual effects has proven that it is a valuable part of production. I still think the respect issue might be a problem, but I think that it's overall increased and will continue to increase.
I mean, one of the things I think is so interesting getting to that respect issue is that, everyone I talk to is excited about spectacular visuals especially when they pay the money to go to a theater. And visual effects are such a huge part of creating those visuals, whether they are the larger than life, tentpole films, or even what are considered smaller films, which, benefit greatly from all aspects of visual effects too. Do you think people don't realize how broad and widespread the use of visual effects is in smaller films even? And that leads to maybe a lack of respect or appreciation for what visual effects can contribute.
Oh, without a doubt. I mean, it really is like the weakest link issue. Like, you'll have, whatever, a Marvel movie that has like a weak shot for probably a reason that's outside the control of the visual effects studio. And that becomes, well, visual effects suck. But you don't, you completely gloss over as an audience, and this happens a lot. And it is aided actually by producers that that what you're watching as an independent film or just good visual effects goes under the radar. And then you hear like all the nonsense of like, well, we didn't use any visual effects in this film. And you're like, yes, yes, you did. And you're doing it like a huge disservice, because the reason why you're able to say that is because there's such good visual effects in the film, And again, I'm not like targeting anybody, but like oftentimes that's not even realized because they don't know there's visual effects in there. If you have a A-list talent, they, walk away from the shoot and go and see it later on in the process, and either don't remember or gloss over what they're looking at as being produced by great visual effects. So yeah, I don't know why it's the case. You know what I mean? Like, you don't see a shot in a film that's too dark and be like, well, cinematography sucks. Like, do these cameras even work? Why would so yeah, I mean, does that answer your question?
Yeah. I mean, and I'm curious, what do you think is, because this is a long-standing issue in visual effects, what do you think is is there a remedy to this? Because I mean, one of the things, the key fundamental aspects of visual effects is that when you're really great at it, a lot of the times the audiences, and I'm guessing some of the filmmakers, don't even know that it happened.
Yeah. I mean, that's very frequent. Honestly, is there a remedy? There are, I think, a million different remedies to it that are potential. Maybe AI actually does play a part in it, where somebody says, we don't need a visual effects company, and you can probably see this happening. So we don't need a visual effects company, we're just going to do this in Midjourney. And then, they get the 90% of what it is they want, or concept-wise, or whatever video tool that's out now. And they're not able to do it and say, okay, we need a visual effects company. Or we need a visual effects person or whatever. Maybe that's how it starts gaining like sort of more of a even seat at the table. But that has to happen at scale. So I don't know. I don't know what it is, but I guess I have theories. But I think people thinking that they can do it or hire somebody for less expensive to do something, and they're not getting the result that they want, might affect some of that change.
Mm-hmm. Are there tools, for instance, like Midjourney, that have really excited you or you feel are particularly useful going forward in visual effects?
I mean, I use Midjourney to send the most hilarious memes to my friends. So aside from visual effects, I quite enjoy. Yeah, I mean, I think that concepting, today, I think concepting can be done in Midjourney, which again isn't to say that we don't have a concept team, because we absolutely do. But I think what AI will start to see this stuff happen is that our concept team will probably stay the same size as the studio grows, because we will, and our concept team will use these tools. I mean, they're too efficient. It's hard to not. And I understand that there's, there are ethics issues all around this stuff. But at the end of the day, whatever's going to be cheapest to produce will win. And it's just raw capitalism. So yeah, I mean, that's how we would use it. We don't use it a ton, but that happens for sure. And really, I mean, the way that it's, I think, most effective now, and this isn't about like, taking jobs or anything like that. It's a very effective communication tool. So if you're on set and you're talking to a director or whatever, and you're like, we're going to put these mountains back here and they're really jagged and we really want them to be like scary, right? you can use Midjourney on your phone to type a prompt that will give 1,000 options immediately, and that's not going to go in the film, but that'll be, okay, we signed off on this, this is what we want, let's go back to the studio and actually make it. And I think that's a good thing.
Well, and how do you think AI and Midjourney and these other tools will help you navigate the current production slowdown? Will it make it possible for you to control costs in a more effective way?
I don't think those are linked today. I do think that over time, AI tools will make studios more efficient, but I don't think, I mean, we're certainly not doing it, leveraging AI tools to handle a shrinking production industry. But maybe, we can have this conversation next year. Maybe that's different. I will say that, like, that if that can happen, it will happen. Studios, the clients will want to be able to produce something for less money, and the first person that can do it will do it. So you can try and protect it as much as you want, but unless these rules are set forth by a body that's bigger than anybody in this industry, it's going to happen. We should be talking about AI as a whole. Visual effects. This is something we need to address globally. It's taking taxi drivers' jobs away. It's like everything. It's not a visual effects problem.
Right. It's a car maker problem. It's a technician problem. It's a it's a self-driving.
It didn't work, like, thankfully, but like there's an Amazon Fresh down the street, and you can like just pick your groceries up and like walk out.
Oh yeah, I know. We have an Amazon Fresh. It just moved into our neighborhood too. I'm in Torrance,
mm-hmm.
And I mean, I can't lie. I do like the cart that where you like scan the product.
Yeah.
And that shows.
It used to be like you didn't even have the cart. You would just walk in, scan your phone or your palm.
Yeah.
If you want Jeff Bezos to duplicate, and then pick up an item and walk out. Now they have the carts because it didn't work, but it will. And that's that's an entry level job. That's an entry level job. That's a high school student's job to be a cashier or whatever. Of course, people make careers out of it, but like it's someone's job, and that's gone. And like, I think that's a bigger problem than what's going to happen to visual effects or to writers or whatever. Like, this will happen to literally everybody. And I think the conversation needs to be happening on, as I mentioned earlier, it's a governing body issue. It's an ethics problem. It's an economic problem. And it's also a self-worth problem. If you have a lot of people out of work, you're going to have a problem. Like,
for sure.
People get mad.
Right. And I would say not to underestimate the power of those first jobs that people can get while they're in high school, that just teach them, you learn when you go to your first job how to be at a job.
Yeah. Yep. So if you don't have those, what's going to happen? You don't know how to be at your second job.
Right.
You're not going to learn from it. And it'll take a lot of those jobs. So what do we do about it?
So do you see visual effects as that's an area where somebody either self-teaches or trains at a film school. So do you think it's a higher enough level job that visual effects that it won't necessarily be impacted by AI the way some other jobs will?
Nope. Because that's the interesting about AI is it doesn't stand still. It's not like this thing. It's not like somebody invented a new camera that like can shoot without lights and like make everything look pretty, and that's an object. It is a living, breathing thing that gets updated and changed constantly. And I think one of the things, and this is probably why we talk about visual effects so much, one of the things that it does well now are things that are low risk and actually values hallucinating.
Mm-hmm.
So, whoa, that was a wild idea. Like, why did it generate that? Like, that's cool.
Mm-hmm.
Works. It doesn't necessarily work for a self-driving car, or things that are pretty mission critical. So I think it's kind of coming for everything at the same time, and I think in ways that are kind of unpredictable.
Interesting. So really I don't know, I guess the hedge or the safety for visual effects artists is to just keep learning and finding new ways to use the tools to stay relevant.
Yeah, absolutely. And that goes for everything. If you're not doing that now, you're going to be left behind. If I didn't transition so much I started as an artist, and when I started the company, if I didn't transition so much into management and I wasn't learning Houdini right now, I would be, or had learned, I'd be behind. So yeah, it's constantly learning new tools, and the new tools are AI based.
Yeah. And how do you think, what do you think the best way for visual effects artists to learn to use AI? Do you think that they should kind of just experiment initially on their own and try out the tools in a variety of different ways?
Yeah, for sure. The sort of wonderful thing about these like big tech moments is that the tech companies want to make it as accessible as possible. So the cost is nothing to the end user. We saw this with like Uber, for example. Like they've just made everything as cheap as possible because it build a user base and build momentum. And that's what's happening with AI. It costs not. You can go to OpenAI and use DALL-E or ChatGPT or whatever to code something in Python for free, and you should absolutely be doing that. So yeah, it's test stuff. It's read a lot. Like there's new stuff every day. Just stay on top of it. Watch YouTube videos. It's the standard sort of teach yourself workbook. You just find what's out there and read about it, and then test it. And like I said, when I was getting started, it was a little bit more difficult because they didn't have free trials of stuff, or learning editions or whatever. All of that stuff is available now, and if you want to learn it, do it.
Well, and I'm just curious too. Now that we've talked a bit more about AI, are there concerns about AI that your own staff has brought to you? Are they concerned about, how AI will impact the way visual effects are done, or their prospects of staying in the visual effects industry?
I think that there are broader issues at play right now in this moment that maybe cloud that, particularly, what we discussed is the downturn in the industry and when things are going to come back, and tax incentive worries, and specifically we have a large base in LA, like what's happening out in LA. So those types of issues come across my desk more than AI. But honestly, if that stuff weren't happening right now, it'd probably be more about AI. Yeah. But I do think that, and I'm really appreciative of you doing this with me, like conversations like this are helpful. I think that there should be sunlight directly on this because it's happening.
You've been doing this a while. So I want to ask you, what continues to excite and interest you about doing visual effects?
That's a really good question. I don't know if I have a good answer for this one. I think that times of change are just generally exciting. I think they become stressful when you need the outcome to be a certain thing. If it needs to be the most profitable thing in the world, or if you need to be doing the best work, or if you need to be leveraging the best tools, I think that's when it's stressful. But if you are able to compartmentalize some of that stuff and be a spectator, what's exciting now and keeps me excited is just to see what shape the future of this business becomes. And it's really not just about visual effects. It's really production in general. Bringing it back to AI, and something that I think is particularly exciting is that I, like every other person here, like short form content. I like TikTok and YouTube and Instagram Reels or whatever. So seeing stuff come across my feed that is high quality and funny and entertaining and well made and creative is cool. And maybe that's where we're heading with these tools. And like I said before, maybe it's a one-man band that can now do all this stuff that they were not able to do prior. Is cool, interesting. Let's see some stuff, you know?
Right. But I could obviously talk to you about this subject for hours and hours, and I really appreciate your insight.
I appreciate you doing this. And honestly, like, we'll have this conversation again in 6 months and it'll be totally different.
Right, exactly. Exactly. There will be something that comes out that completely changes everything again.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, for sure. Thank you again for this discussion, David. We really appreciate it. And I want to wish everybody a very happy World Visual Effects Day.
Yeah, Karen, thank you for taking the time, and everyone enjoy the rest of the day.
Hello, everyone. I am super excited for this special talk edition for World VFX Day. Happy World VFX Day. Without further ado, because we don't have much time and our lovely panel have busy days, so I'd like to pass over. Let's go to Chris first for your introduction.
Yeah, hi, my name is Chris Fisher. I am the executive producer and director of Star Trek Strange New Worlds for Paramount Plus, and I'm a DGA member and a WGA member.
Excellent. And Valerie, can we go to you next?
Sure. Hi, I'm Valerie Weiss. I'm a film and television director. I've had the pleasure to do 2 episodes of Star Trek Strange New Worlds with Fish, and I am a former scientist. I have a PhD in biophysics from Harvard, which makes this technology a little bit easier to understand.
And last but not least, Mary Lou.
Hi, I'm Mary Lou Belli. I am the author of a book called Directors Tell the Story, which I co-wrote with a fellow friend and who everyone here knows, called Bethany Rooney. And I am presently the co-governor of the TV Academy for all directors. And I'm a three-peat, which means I've been nominated for the directing Emmy 3 times in the last 3 years.
Excellent. We're amongst filmmaking royalty. And we must give a shout out to the Television Academy for setting up this talk as well. Thank you so much. So let's get straight in. We are focusing on the volume, LED stage, LED screen, however you want to describe it, and the collaboration within filmmaking and storytelling. So let's go to you, Chris, with the first question, and that is, what exactly is an LED stage or wall?
So I guess in the most simplest terms, it's a stage, not unlike any normal stage, that has a practical set that actors act on and directors direct on, and the rest of your normal crew operates on in the same way they would on any other normal stage. But the big difference, the augmented reality part of the volume, is that this practical stage, for example, on Star Trek Strange New Worlds, it's about 70 feet by 40 feet in diameter. It can be bigger or smaller, but that practical stage at some point ends. And where it ends, instead of being green screen or being something else, a matte painting or some other type of extension, the extension here is fully immersive 3D LED panels, which create a enclosed environment where we use Unreal Engine software to create a fully 3D immersive interactive world. So if you can imagine walking onto a normal sound stage or walking into just a warehouse for our friends who are not directors, you can imagine a floor that had a normal type of set, and then the extension into infinity would be built digitally and projected on these LED panels. And the LED panels are not only the what you see visually, they're also the lighting for the set. They provide the light to light the actors and the practical elements in the set. And again, it's interacts with the camera. It's live with the camera. So in a sense, it's really live VFX in that it is, as the camera is moving through this stage, it is the background is moving with it to create the correct parallax.
Yeah. Well, I don't even think AI could have given a better explanation of that. So thank you so much.
Welcome.
So I've actually had the privilege of being on that stage myself, and it's pretty magical. So my next question is, in terms of your first reactions or emotions when seeing this stage and walking around it for the first time, what was that like? Valerie, we'll come to you next.
Sure. Pretty spectacular. It was when I was doing my first episode of Strange New Worlds in season 2. I think it might have been your set, Chris. It must have been because you went first. You did the first episode, and I did the second. And it was, first of all, just like this alternate reality because you had all the stages, the practical stages you're shooting on, and then you go to where the volume is, and it's just like there's a whole different crew there, and it's like it's almost like a mirror image of everything that's happening, down the street on the practical stages. But it was incredible because not only did you have this other planet that existed, and so you're just already mesmerized by the fact that you could just walk into something so immersive and unreal. But I think what I was really blown away by was the level of detail of the practical set in the middle of it. I mean, because that's, I think, what really sells the walls being, a totally manufactured environment. And so there's the fire and the layers and levels and the textures of all of the set design were just really incredible. And it's really just transports you instantly to a place you never really could. It's not a location you'd ever find, and yet you feel like you're on location. It's really spectacular.
Yeah. And Chris, anything to add to that?
No, it's really a pleasure. I have the privilege of being the producing director of Star Trek Strange New Worlds. So I'm able to watch all of our incredible guest directors like Valerie have their wow moment when they walk on. And it really is overwhelming. We've all spent so many years/decades, directing actors on green screen, and most of the older directors like myself, we've perfected the art of imitating spaceships landing and dinosaurs growling, and the only negative is that those skills are no longer necessary, which is a great thing for the rest of the cast and crew. But every director walks in and just their jaw drops to the floor. They're immediately in a wow factor, and to the testament of directors, the first thing they say is, "Give me the keys. I want to drive this thing." Yeah, there's no hesitation. It's the wow turns into, what can I do with this? How can I paint with this? How can I tell my story with this? And Valerie, for example, just jumped in head first and took the keys and went for a spin, and it's really a pleasure to watch that.
Yeah. Yeah, it must allow for a much more immersive experience from a filmmaking perspective. Mary Lou, you haven't actually used the stage yet in your own projects, but I was wondering, obviously know about the stage. How does it compare to traditional filmmaking from your experience?
Well, I think you can compare what we used to do and what I started out doing as like riding a tricycle. And now we're on like a major, we're in the a spaceship, literally sometimes on their show. But what I love about it is that the environment that it gives to actors, because first and foremost, when you see an actor not have to pretend, as Chris mentioned just before. I was watching a wonderful Disney Plus extra feature where Jon Favreau was interviewing both actors and directors in 2 different roundtables about The Mandalorian. And I remember the late, and a friend of mine who's no longer with us, Carl Weathers, he said, we're a team on the same boat buying into the same visuals. And just to hear an actor talk about that, as opposed to questions we would get as directors saying, okay, so exactly when does this happen? Exactly where are we looking? What exactly? And of course, we could give them photos, you know, from storyboards we had, but it's nothing like being inside the real thing.
Yeah.
And I love the specificity that it gives the director and the independence, you know, in terms of a director finding their vision. I know almost everything I know about this by visiting stages like this. There's a few in LA, one called Liminal. But Chris has explained this very well in the next edition of Directors Tell the Story. And I think it's going to be the most cutting edge information out about this, which will be out in March of 2025.
Excellent. So using new tech and tools can be really beneficial to filmmaking. But in terms of the communication and just the general working dynamics, we've touched on how the actors react and being more immersive. Is there anything else that kind of helps with using a stage, with having everyone on set, that really aids the overall communication of the project? Anyone want to take that one?
Well, I'm going to just say overall, and you guys can give specifics. I think it affects every department.
Yeah.
And I'm going to let you guys maybe give a specific about which department benefited, you know, or which ones you see just, you know, exploding because of this.
I can talk about a project that I have in development. It's a feature film. It's a hybrid movie, which means we have a CG character in a live action world. And in addition to that, there's also a world, a metaverse that we need to have like 20 minutes of our film take place in. So we are thinking about using the volume in various ways. One, to potentially represent this metaverse, but even in our action sequences, because we have a CG character operating a vehicle. And so some of this might work better to do on the volume and marry it with a live action set, a backlot. So these are the sort of things that we're thinking about, you know, months and months before we're shooting. And that collaboration is really between my VFX supervisor, my DP, my production designer, my producers. It even impacts the writer, because once we figure out what we can and can't do, we ask, you know, to be written, the script to be written to the specifics of what we're doing. And then, of course, having a storyboard artist is going to be key to know exactly every shot that we're going to do. And then you can parse it out to say, we're going to do this practically, and we're going to do this piece, this shot on the stage. And then, of course, you're Unreal artists, because you, as Chris knows, you have to start working on those pieces at the very least 4 months in advance, probably much longer for something that's totally novel and not being amortized. So communication is huge from all of those departments, because I can't imagine you know, anyone being able to do all of it without tremendous collaborators.
Yeah, and in VFX, there's a saying that's hopefully going to die out soon, but it's there: fix it in post. And I guess now more than ever, VFX teams, as it's World VFX Day, the teams are really much closer to the very start of a project, even liaising with writers to really suss out where VFX and a stage could be used within that. How is the sort of dynamics directly between VFX and from a director's perspective or EP perspective changed since stage has come to light? Literally.
I'm like Chris.
Okay, yeah. Well, I think this is all such great stuff, and these are such wonderful questions. And I would say that there's something that really magical happened, something very magical happened for production when the volume came along. And it wasn't something that was intended, but it was something that's been a massive structural change in the way that we create and we collaborate. So in the traditional pipelines of film and television, you have production on one side and you have post-production on the other. So on production side, you have your production designer, you have your DP, and of course you have your director, and you have your showrunners, you have your writers, and you have, I'd say almost all of your best visual storytellers, right? You have the people that are creating this beautiful thing to tell the story. Yet there's always been this other pipeline, and that's been the post-production pipeline. And that pipeline has very seldom woven over into production. And one of the best things about the volume is that for the first time in production in television that I know, as any show that I've worked on, is our visual effects producer is now working 4 months before we even start production. We're all in the same pipeline together. Our visual effects producer, our production designer, our DP, our director, and our showrunner are all talking every day, creating the world, creating the sets, telling the stories together. And it's just a completely new way of structuring a TV show. It causes massive havoc for the studio because they have to, a guy who used to only be doing post now has to be working 4 months before we start production. And then the people that generally started on day one of shooting also have to start early. But just that change, just that structural change in bringing the best visual storytellers together for the first time in the same pipeline, creating the same worlds, has been, I would say, the biggest game changer for our show and for the volume in general. And, you mentioned, it being this new tool, and of course it's a new tool, and it's a very complicated tool. It's also a very expensive tool, and it can break. I always liken it to, this is a Formula One car. It's not a hot rod. You can't just get in it and floor it. It's not going to work. It's going to break. So you need these experts. And our expert is our visual effects producer. Jason Zimmerman is the one and only expert we have that can tune this car, that can make our Formula One car drive it. Look, it is the fastest car on the planet, but it also breaks the easiest. And he's the one that keeps that thing in the garage, keeps it tuned up, and keeps it working. And again, in a traditional VFX, on a traditional VFX show, he's not having any communication with any of us. As Mary Lee posted, what we used to do is we used to create storyboards, and we would hope and wish and dream that these storyboards were followed, 6 months later down in post. And for a million reasons, they often weren't, and many of those reasons, good reasons, but we weren't in that pipeline. And now we get to create those storyboards live with that entire team, and we all get to problem solve and push it towards the day one of production. It really is I sound like a pumper, and I am, but it's really a game changer to bring these people together in the same pipeline and be able to collaborate and communicate together. It's what's made our show look so beautiful.
Yeah, Chris, I remember when you were explaining it for our book. You said a director doesn't have to reverse engineer the story.
Mm-hmm.
And the moment you said that, I went, oh my gosh, that's what you call the game changer. And instead of the previs is making the selection ahead of time. So it's there when you're actually in production. And I bet, can you talk a little bit about how much the DP likes to know, in terms of that thing that happens, that used to happen in post.
Yeah.
And excuse me, sometimes screwed up their lighting or made no sense with their lighting, now is integral, right?
Well, the volume, yeah. So taking a step back, the volume isn't just the environment. It isn't just the world. It isn't just the view. It is the lighting. The actors are being lit by the world that they are standing in. So jumping into what Mary Lou is referring to. So what used to happen is we'd shoot on a green screen, right? So you had to guess that world was lit by something, right? You didn't know exactly what. The director, again, had storyboards. The writer had a script. So you would light that green screen and light the actors on that green screen in a pretty neutral way, because you didn't want it to, like, if the world ended up being a dark world that was full of greens and blues, and you lit it as a bright world full of reds and oranges, then you were going to get in big trouble down the line. And again, as Mary Lou points out, the DP would get blamed for that. Oh, this looks terrible. This looks fake. None of this looks real. Well, it wasn't anybody's fault. Nobody knew what they were doing by the nature of the pipeline, because this world hadn't been created yet. And this changes all of that, because what we do with our volume, and all volumes are different. And one of the things to point out that, whenever I speak about the volume, I'm speaking about our very specific volume, which has our ceiling panels are not necessarily camera ready, meaning that the pixels are large and they cause quite a bit of moire. But the benefit of having a ceiling with larger pixels is that it gives off more light. And our volume really does work as the light for the set. Now, occasionally, you'll see our DPs, they'll bring in a little fill light or a little edge light. They still occasionally bring in some traditional LED lighting onto the stage, but very minimal. So the DP looks amazing because they actually get to do their job. And the DP, just like I said, our VFX producer is involved day one in creating the assets and creating our environments. So is the DP. He's in every meeting from day one. He says he gets to put the sun where he wants the sun. He gets to put the moon as a bounce card where he wants the moon. All these things are within the DP's control. And of course, the director gets as much input as they want as well. But it is made, look, there's no such thing as good or bad VFX. There's either real VFX or there's VFX that don't look real. And by being able now to control the lighting and light the actors with the actual lighting of the world, things look more real. And that always is the number one goal of VFX, whether they're post VFX or as we sometimes call them live in camera VFX, which is what the volume is. And it's just having the DP be able to talk to our VFX producer about what kind of lighting works and doesn't work on a volume. And there's a lot of rules, which I won't bore anybody with those now. But once you know those rules, then you can start to bend them and improve them and even break them. And that's always the fun with being a director with a new tool is, nobody wants to, referencing Ferris Bueller, my favorite movie, nobody wants to leave the Ferrari in the garage, right? We all want to get the keys and go for a spin. And, once everything that we said season one that we can't do, every rule that we had season one, season four, we're breaking every one of those rules because now we've learned how to use this thing and not be afraid of it as much as we were when we were trying to shoot a show during the pandemic.
Yeah. And am I right in saying that it wasn't just lighting? There are many benefits of using the stage, but you're also using it with animation as well, so like sparks and smoke and spaceships and everything within the shot. Is that right? And how did that sort of add to the magical ambiance on set?
That's one of our biggest improvements from season one to season four is having animation. It's completely changed. Again, like this is, this technology is only, 4 or 5 years old, in terms of, Star Trek and The Mandalorian starting to use it, but it has already been, everything we did 4 years ago is outdated and passé. And so, yeah, we are doing, we have animated spaceships flying through our sets. We have, volcanoes and dragons and you name it, you can have flying through your volume. But you can also have really small things, really interesting things, just like having the trees blowing and the grass waving and moving, just clouds rolling through the sky and birds flying over, all these little things. Again, going back to it's never about, you're never trying to create VFX that are amazing. You're trying to create VFX that seem real. And the more animation you have, the more real it seems. And we just, as Jason and his team at Star Trek Strange New Worlds, Jason Zimmerman is our VFX producer. Also, he's in charge of VAD. So VAD is our virtual art department. That's the team that designs and builds the asset, the digital part of the environment. And him and his team are just constantly, bringing more stuff in-house, finding more good vendors to do things, just to create more and more and more in animation. And again, going back to season one, the first thing that Jay-Z told us is no animation. If you do any animation, it's going to break. And then, like, by the time we did our first asset, he was already breaking his own rule, and we were experimenting and having fun. And knock on wood, we have yet to have an environment that hasn't worked.
Yeah, amazing. And if I may, I'd like to just take a step back and just go back to the catalyst into using the stage in the first place. Had you used it before? Chris and Valerie had used it in other projects, or was it brand new for Star Trek? And sort of who or what was the catalyst in using the stage?
So my first time was doing it for Star Trek Strange New Worlds, and that was the catalyst and really fun. And to Chris's point about the environment, I had a scene in a mess hall with the Earth right outside. So you could never have that other than on the volume. So that was really, really cool. And just also to Chris's point about lighting with the stage, it's a director's dream because lighting goes so fast, and it's literally like your DP has a remote control and he's like moving the block of light around, and it's wonderful for moving fast. It has great applications for working with kids who pumpkin after like 20 minutes, or if you want to shoot something at magic hour, like another show I do shoots everything at magic hour. So, it doesn't last that long. You have to shoot really fast, but on a stage, have it much longer.
Valerie, will you just explain for some of the lesser people what magic hour is and why having it last forever is such an advantage?
So it's truly magical. I'm thinking of sunset, but sunrise has sort of a magical time too. As the sun, sorry, it's my dog. On cue. It's his magic hour. So as the sun starts to dip, you get just this beautiful golden light that brightens everything up, makes people look pink. It's so romantic. Everything looks better at magic hour. And whenever I was directing Outer Banks, I'd get a script and there'd be 25 scenes all set at magic hour, and we'd have 7 days to shoot it. And I'm like, did they all need to be magic hour? Like, yes, of course, it's Outer Banks. So, you just learn to shoot very, very, very fast. But sometimes you need a scene to take longer. There's just more coverage or more dialogue. And so depending on the style of the show, it could be like, for instance, the movie I'm talking about, this big chase scene takes place at magic hour. We see a golden look in the vanishing point between the buildings. And so that would be a perfect thing to do on the stage because you can shoot 12 hours with that golden light. So, and then after that, there's a blue light. I think that might also be called magic hour, but traditionally it's the golden hour before that. But
Great. Can we just talk about in terms of Valerie, I think of you so much as working so beautifully with actors. Chris or Val, do you have an aha moment that happened where an actor was like blown away by something they didn't have to, imagine because it was there in front of them, or the way they interacted with this that was different from Valerie, for you just said you didn't have to rush them.
Right. You just got more shooting time, which is so nice. And it's just real. I think the one thing I've heard that's challenging, unlike a traditional set, is that the parallax, Anson would talk about the parallax can be really confusing when they're moving and the camera's moving. So that's something that you have to watch out for. But I think just not having to imagine so much like anything, it just really helps them to be able to have it. So yeah, I think that's the big magic of it. How about you, Chris?
Well, yeah, I'd say I've had kind of two aha moments that happen regularly. I mean, I would say, so take consider, there's 4 really good reasons to use the wall. One is creative, one is budget, one is safety, and one is environment. So going to those last 2. So the first time I ever used the wall was actually for a mini-series, the Stephen King's A Stand. And we used a single flat wall to do an explosion. And it was a stunt that was very dangerous to do realistically. It involved real fire, involved wire work, involved timing. There was extras standing around. So the more we dug deep into this stunt on a practical location with a house blowing up, the more I was just getting really cold feet about it, wasn't feeling comfortable with it. And the VFX producer of that show came to me with this idea, and we jumped at it. So that was an aha moment for the actors because we got to do an explosion that had from the camera's perspective was real fire and real. We had a pullback and the parallax worked, everything worked, and we got to do it safely on a soundstage with no fire, no flame, not in the middle of the night, not rushed for time. So it really, after we finished that, that was the first time using it. I think all of us were secretly worrying, oh my gosh, is this going to look real? And it looked 100% real. And the actors were so grateful. The fact that they didn't have to take any risks, and they didn't have to be rushed and pushed to try to do something, you're almost always doing stunts in bad weather or late at night, and none of this happened on a stage. So that was one aha moment. I'd say the other is, and really I think, and I know Valerie's really keen on this, is, the environmental aspect of it, right? So long distance location shooting is probably one of the worst things for the environment. Like, to use Machu Picchu as an example, to fly a bunch of cast and crew around the world to on airplanes and put them up in hotels and go bombard this beautiful environment with cranes and water bottles and big lights, and then having to light a big exterior, you've all the power you use and the generators and the diesel, all that's gone. We can take you to any location in the world, and the only thing you need, if you're working with Claire or George, the only thing you need is an electric generator. So there's no more long distance location shooting. You don't have to go trample on exotic places. You don't need to fly planes to go to exotic places. You can bring everything into the volume, and it's all lit with LED lights, so it's low energy. So it is the greenest, in this digital revolution that brought us so many great things for filmmaking. I think one of the biggest winners here is really the environment. We don't have to go, you don't have to, expend all this energy and pollution and potentially risking environmentally sensitive areas, because all this you can create in your own backyard and do it in a soundstage, and it's really a game changer for the planet that we live on.
Yeah, I love that.
Wow, win-win-win.
Yeah, like that. I feel like that's such a fantastic overview, what we're trying to talk about today. And I would love to ask you so many more questions, but I think we're kind of coming up to time now. Is there anything else that anyone would like to add to our conversation today?
I was approached. I just want to say I wouldn't have done this panel because I didn't have the expertise, but it was so great to be able to call on Chris and Valerie and say, hey, guys, I know who knows this, and it's you two. So thank you so much. And Haley, great questions.
Thanks for asking. So much fun.
Oh, thank you. I really appreciate it. It's so nice to be able to talk to production, client side. We have so many vendors across the world, and we have over 20 hours of talks over this Friday and Sunday. And it's so great to be able to talk to you all and get a different perspective of VFX and all the tools involved in filmmaking. So thank you so, so much.
Watch their show.
Yes.
Okay. Thanks so much.
Thank you, everyone.
Bye.
Bye.
Thanks, everyone.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to our talk. I'm very, very happy to have Alex Alvarez here today, who's the founder of Gnomon. So let's get straight into it. But first of all, happy World VFX Day.
Indeed.
Thank you so much for joining. I'm so excited.
Thanks for having me.
I want to get to know Gnomon first of all. For those watching right now and haven't come across Gnomon so far, could you start with giving us a quick intro to yourself and Gnomon?
Sure. I'm Alex, and so I started Gnomon a long time ago now. It's 1997. So when I was 24, I started Gnomon, so 27 years ago. And so before that, I was working at Alias Wavefront, which was a software company that made Power Animator, but also Maya. So I was using Maya like Alpha 1 at the time, Alpha 2. I was doing support at studios in LA, and then through that and being in the right place at the right time in LA in like the late 90s as visual effects was obviously starting to explode. A very exciting time, and through a lot of friends that I was meeting and studio support, was able to start Gnomon as a tiny little training center with just one classroom, and then now 27 years later, somehow we're now an accredited college with degrees and full-time students and a big campus, big new campus we just moved, and so yeah, so that's sort of like a brief who I am.
Yeah, that's awesome. Thank you. So you founded both Gnomon School and the Gnomon Workshop. What does each company do, and what are their missions, or do they have the same mission?
Similar because they serve the same industry, the entertainment industry, but the school is a physical school. We do some online classes, but predominantly it's about the physical campus and being here on site. And so with the school, it started primarily for professionals in the industry to take classes and teach each other. So like for the first year, that's really what all of our students were. So there was nowhere to learn VFX or CG at that time. So when Gnomon opened, we had artists from all the LA studios coming. It was super, super cool, teaching classes. The students were professionals. And then pretty quickly, students who wanted to get into the industry started approaching us. And by 1998, we added our first full-time program. So Gnomon has always existed to basically allow professionals and students like the opportunity to create a community, meet each other, learn, and for those who were green and new to the industry to start careers in the industry, as an art school. So like even though we're on the tech side as far as visual effects and learning 3D and all of that, we very much since the beginning have seen ourselves as an art school. We've been teaching everything from figure drawing and storyboarding and color theory and clay sculpture since 98. The Gnomon workshop started in 2003 as video training. And so initially in 2000, actually. So 3 years after the school started. Gnomon Workshop is like professional training, intermediate to advanced, that's subscription based. Like you want to learn how to do hair grooming in Houdini or animate in Maya or build an environment in Unreal, like that kind of stuff. So they're similar but different. Like the school is if you want to study for 4 years full time, in Hollywood with teachers in a classroom. The Gnomon Workshop is self-study, and we have a lot of studios sign up for the workshop, like Pixar and Blizzard and Weta. And we have obviously a lot of universities and colleges like Gnomon that have subscriptions, and then just individuals all over the world. So there's the school and there's the workshop. And that's kind of the difference between the two.
Yeah, amazing. Sounds like a lot of fun.
That's cool.
And you mentioned earlier about it being 27 years, which is an amazing achievement for any business, really. So what do you feel has been the winning formula or the secret, not so secret success, or to this success? Is it culture, team, services provided? Do you have an idea of that?
Yeah, before I started Gnomon, aside from working, I went to school to study art. So my background was not in business, and I was working as, again, a support guy at a 3D software company. So I didn't know much about business and didn't know how hard it is to start a company, and learned as I went. But I think I was very lucky from the beginning to sort of take some advice that I'd been given, which is just like know what you don't know and know that you kind of know nothing, which is how we all feel as artists very often, like how much there is to learn. But when you're starting a business, you just need to surround yourself with really smart people. So things like from the beginning, things like accounting to fast forwarding the years through to like regulation and accreditation and legal, and like there's all these things that, running a business that you just have to find people that you trust and hope that they'll support you. And I've been very lucky to just meet super cool people that believed in Gnomon's mission. So it's really all about everybody but me. So I think it's a little bit of luck, a little bit right place, right time, a lot of hard work, passion. I've been obsessed about Gnomon since I was, for over half my life now, just because I think it's cool.
Yeah. Yeah. That's awesome. Really good summary there as well. I'm sure there's been a lot of hard work and maybe tears behind the scenes as well over the years.
Yeah, it's tough start. I mean,
Yeah.
running a business is difficult, just because it's not a job. It's not something that you turn off at 6 o'clock. You're just always thinking about it, 24/7, really. And then I did, my kids are grown up now. They're both in their 20s. But having kids was like, for me, a good way to have balance in my life, just because once I had kids, then I was forced to, turn off and hang out with my kids on evenings or weekends. So that was for me like a really important life balance thing.
Yeah.
Because if I hadn't had kids, I think I just would have, just kept working from when I woke up until I went to bed 7 days a week.
Yeah, which isn't healthy, obviously. I'm hoping
Yeah, but in the beginning of a business, you do kind of have to do that for a little while.
yeah, just to get through the sort of peak and getting started. Yeah, I could definitely relate to that. So let's go on to the present day. And we can't not mention today's industry challenges. It's affecting so many people in our industry. The effects of the strike and general downturn have arguably been the worst yet over the years. So, from a student perspective, are you getting much feedback on that in terms of, are they worried about getting into the industry? Are they second guessing whether to study and make this their career? What general sort of information are you getting back from students, and has it affected Noman at all?
Of course. Yeah, I mean, of course, it's something that not only has it been, 2024 was a very tough year for a lot of different reasons, and I think that whether it's the strikes, whether it's the video game layoffs, I mean, it's something that, yeah, everybody is aware of, and obviously the media talks about a lot, and people are, like my feed for a long time was, a lot of people sharing what they were going through. So obviously that's an important topic of conversation. And I think that for not just students, but also parents, that our admissions, advisors talk to, obviously they see the news. There's always going to be a concern about like, is this, a career worth pursuing? Is it stable? And it was a tough year. But I think that, I've been in the industry for 30 years. Like, I mean, before I even went to art school, I worked as a colorist in comics, coloring comics with Photoshop, like the first comic book company to do that. So like I've kind of seen technology, transform things from coloring in watercolor to Photoshop to animated movies being 2D to being 3D. There's been so many transitions that I've sort of seen over the last 30 years with the careers, with the industry changing and evolving. So when you try to like understand, well, why did 2024 happen, and what does it mean about the state of the industry, and does it mean anything about the future? And it's hard to have a crystal ball, So I think ultimately, from Noman's point of view, like Noman is a good school, like Noman is very hard to get into. We are an art school. We have a very high placement rate. And so we try to be the most ethical school that we can be, to talk to studios and make sure that we're providing what our graduates need. And we're small, relatively speaking. We only have 300 full-time students. So I think that, for students that are graduating, I think 2024 was a more difficult time than for students that are starting. Because if you're graduating in this time, 2024, going into 25, then it's a difficult job market.
Yeah.
But if you're starting and you're going to be graduating in 4 years, then what are things going to be like then? And I honestly believe that the industry is going to rebound from what we're experiencing. Not that I have a crystal ball, but I've just seen so many cycles, whether it's cycles in tech, whether it's cycles in stocks, whether it's cycles in any kind of businesses that a lot of us understand why 2024 happened, why the strikes happened, why the layoffs happened in the game industry, what happened as a result of COVID with like the huge increase in production that happened and the correction that we've seen. So there are reasons behind it and reasons to be optimistic, and we, from talking to studios that hire our graduates, like we are hearing an optimistic message from them.
Yeah.
That next year isn't going to be normal, but next year will be better than last year, is
Yeah.
what we're hearing. We do a thing called Employer Preview Day where studios come to Noman to look at our grads,
Oh, cool.
to hire students that either are about to graduate or have just graduated. And we had 52 studios come, all hiring,
That's awesome.
which wouldn't have been the case maybe 6 months ago.
Ah, that's really
So
cool. I actually just
yeah,
got goosebumps when you said that. I was like, this is awesome news.
yeah. So it's so what I've heard from some recruiters is that like hopefully next year is maybe like 70% back to normal. Um, but so we're on that path.
Yeah.
But yeah, no doubt that 2024 was a scary year.
Yeah, yeah, for sure. Um, so thank you for that. And moving swiftly on to another hot topic, AI.
Yeah.
It is a big topic. I know there's lots of things we don't know yet, how it's going to affect the industry, etc. But people are using it in their day-to-day. Some people are using it in the industry. So is Noman now including AI tools within its courses? And if so, how is it being used, or are the future?
We're not, but it is something worth mentioning in what we were just talking about, that I do really think that a lot of people, including the media, like greatly conflated tech layoffs with the rise of AI.
Yeah.
And from everybody that I've talked to, that they're two unrelated things. That
Mm.
like, yes, AI is real and new tools are here and are coming, but that's not necessarily why all these layoffs happened.
Yeah.
So I think, but a lot of people, I think, were conflating the two and therefore making AI out to be evil
Mm.
because it created the situation of all these layoffs. And I don't know how related they are.
Yeah.
But it doesn't change the fact that there are a lot of issues with AI that are a problem, when it has to do with copyright. So from Noman's perspective today, we have like a hard no AI policy.
Yeah.
And so our policy right now is that AI is considered plagiarism. And so we don't want to see it in portfolios. We don't want to see it in applicants. We don't want to see it in student work. We don't want to see teachers using it in class. It's just, we have a hard policy of like no AI.
Yeah.
That may change in the future as some of these legal issues are resolved. There's a lot of legal cases, a lot of lawsuits that are pending, so we'll see where those land. And there are new tools that are coming that are maybe more on the machine learning side
Yeah.
than the AI image generation side that are less problematic, because machine learning is something that's been around for a while.
Yeah.
And I know that software companies, obviously, like from Autodesk to Adobe to a lot of startup companies, are integrating things that ultimately are being called AI, but maybe are more, where machine learning would be the more accurate word to use. But we're kind of avoiding it. So we know that obviously in production there are people using these tools,
Mm.
but also since our mission is to help people start careers in the entertainment industry, what we're hearing from recruiters that hire our graduates is they still need, artists who can model, texture, light, rig, animate, composite effects, use game engines, use Unreal, etc. So like all the foundation core art skills that a CG artist needs to have are the same from a studio perspective that's hiring. So, and as an art school teaching aspiring artists or professionals, that's what people are asking us to teach. So
Yeah.
we have, we do a lot of training still for studios and for artists working in studios. So we have like over 150 artists from studios this term taking classes. And the classes they want to take are things like Houdini and Unreal and, just the ZBrush, like how to use the tool. We're not getting requests from any of those people to add AI classes. And as far as the studios, same thing. They're not asking us to teach how Midjourney or how to teach this or that AI tool. So we have a hard no AI policy, but we're also not like going against the grain as far as what studios are asking us to do,
Yeah.
if that makes sense.
Yes. I think it's
Yeah.
kind of approach with caution, which I think's probably.
Yeah. I mean, I think if there's obviously a lot of really amazing things happening in the world of AI that I see on my feed, like, social media, whether it's Meta or Google, have decided that they're gonna shove that stuff down our throats. So we just are forced to see all this AI stuff all the time. And a lot of it is annoying and, generic, but some of it is interesting. So I'm just as curious as everybody to see where this is going to go. But,
Yeah.
I don't know if I believe that it's going to mean that there are less artists working in the entertainment industry in 5 years than today. I don't know if I believe that at all.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. Some of the stuff I've seen online has been nightmare inducing, actually.
Yeah.
So, but I get it for like helping with the more sort of repetitive, mundane tools, like you were saying, in production, for example. If that frees up time to do more interesting, creative things, then that sounds like a good thing.
Yeah, but we just have to be careful to be overly speculative. I think the media, I mean, if you look at the stock prices from like Nvidia to any AI related stocks and how crazy high they are right now, I think it's a bit of a bubble. This isn't gonna last forever, but there's so much investment being made as if the more money that if you spend enough money that the singularity is coming and AGI is around the corner and computers are going to be able to do anything any day just
Yeah.
because they're throwing billions and billions of dollars at it. And I don't know if it's necessarily that simple of a problem, because I do read a lot about it and listen to podcasts about it and watch YouTube videos and talk to artists that are dealing with it. And, it seems like a lot of the things that people think are around the corner in the media, if you talk to people that really work in this field, they'll say that some of these things may never happen.
Yeah.
So we'll see. I'm an optimist, always have been. It's like I've seen changes happen that like were so transformative in workflow for artists, like when ZBrush came out. Like that was like the fastest adoption of software I've ever seen was when ZBrush came out. Like
Yeah.
the way you modeled stuff pre-ZBrush and post was so dramatically different. And ZBrush made things so much faster to be able to create, originally, organic stuff in the computer. And then eventually they added hard surface tools, but really just like, 2000, 2001, 2002, like from nobody using it to the whole industry using ZBrush. And
Yeah.
the rate of output increasing dramatically as a result of that. And the number of artists because of that dramatically increased, even though a tool came out that made it way easier to do stuff.
Yeah.
And like now if you look at tools like Embergen, like on the sort of like simulation, fire, smoke effects side of things, how insanely fast Embergen is at simulating things, thanks to its being GPU based compared to what it was like to do fluid sims and, Houdini or Maya, prior. Like it's so much faster. It's so cool. It allows you as an artist to be so much more creative, so much quicker because it's so much more iterative. Is that going to mean that there's going to be fewer effects artists? No, I think it means there are going to be more because people are going to have so much fun with Embergen and tools like that, that more people are going to want to become effects artists.
Yeah, because it becomes more accessible, I guess, to people too.
Yeah, and I also think a lot of this AI stuff is just going to be used for people to make like memes and like, reels on Instagram and TikTok. And, like the general public is going to use this stuff to make a lot of crap. But our industry is so specific about what clients and directors want that, I think that we're still going to be using Houdini and ZBrush and Maya and
Yeah.
for a while.
Yeah. Cool. Thank you for that answer. Going back to sort of basics, but sounds like you're doing so many things. But what does a typical day in the life look like for you?
It really is all over the place because I'm in charge of Gnomon, but there's a lot of people that work here, and so we have roughly 55, 60 in staff, and another 85 teachers, and hundreds of students. And so as with my position, I have a lot of directors that report to me, and so there's certain people that handle certain areas, but I kind of check in. So I think my title is president, but it's a business, so I'm CEO also. And so I'm kind of whatever comes my way on any given day. So today I just got best of term where we have all of our students submit work every term.
Yeah.
And then I go through all of that and I judge best of term competition.
Yeah.
And so that's something that I'll be working on for the next 2 or 3 days, is looking at student work, which is one of my favorite parts of the
Yeah.
term. We just had a big event Saturday night, like an industry mixer.
Oh, nice.
And so it was, last week we were busy planning that. Next
Yeah.
weekend we have a big open house with like 800 RSVPs. So this
Nice.
week we'll be getting ready for that. So it's like every week is different because I'm everything from marketing to the website to print to the facility in the campus to tech to industry relations to going to events to um I just wear a lot of different hats.
Yeah, still very hands-on by the sounds of it.
Yeah.
Have you got plans to maybe quietly retire at one point, or are you quite happy to just carry on as is?
Um, I mean, I've been doing this for, I mean, I'm also playing Dragon Age and I'm 10 hours into that. And I'm 10 hours into Black Myth Wukong and I'm 3 hours into Space Marine. So like it's like between video games and art and Gnomon and students. And my son goes here, by the way. So
Oh, that's cool.
he's in term 5 of the full-time degree program. So he's got 2 years to go. Like, oh, so which is amazing that I get to see him here every day. And
God. Yeah.
so I think so yeah, no, I mean, Noman has become my community. It's like it's an art school, so like everybody's cool. Most of the staff are artists. I'm very lucky, that I get to be surrounded by creative people every day. And there's so many talented people that are coming here all the time. And
Yeah.
so
Yeah.
it's busy. I have a lot on my plate. There's certain things that maybe I would like to do less of, whether it's accounting or legal but most of the time I get to spend my time focused on what's important for Noman. So like for me, the campus was very important for Noman and that was creative, and moving forward, we'll see.
Yeah.
But yeah, retiring is not something that I really see myself doing.
Yeah.
But like with the Noman workshop, I mean with the school also, but like with the workshop, we've worked with like, a lot of people that are really inspiring. And artists like, Ian McKeag, Sid Mead, who is the visual futurist for Blade Runner, designed a lot of things for Blade Runner and Tron. And, he did a bunch of DVDs with us 20 years ago and then again 5 years ago.
Yeah.
And getting to work with people that are in like their 70s or, he was like, I think it is late 70s when he did his DVDs. And to see how passionate he was about art and like was just as like up on everything going on in CG and science and tech as like, and just as excited and passionate as like somebody in their 20s would be.
Yeah.
And I found that just like really inspiring, that like what you do as a hobby and what you do for work, can cross over if you're passionate enough, so
Yeah.
that becomes your career and that you just do it forever because you love what you do. Doesn't mean it's easy.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of busy work and there are a lot of days where I'm doing things that are like that,
Yeah. Yeah.
but
And of course you're in Hollywood as well, aren't you? That must add a bit of sparkle to the day. Do you get to kind of rub shoulders with the
no,
A-listers and things like that?
no. I mean, I grew up in LA,
Yeah.
and yeah, they live in a different part of the city than I do. So yeah, I mean, once in a blue moon, you're gonna see them around, which is like the famous people, but that's yeah, that's not our scene. I mean, to me, the cool people to meet are, like our party on Saturday, like Ralph Corsetti was here, who's just such an inspiring artist, and Alex Nice, is a friend of mine who's art director on so many movies, and Alien Romulus. He designed a lot of iconic stuff for that movie, and it's like to me, those are the celebrities that I.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of who I meant by A-listers, the A-listers of our industry.
Yes, yeah, okay, all right. Like for that, I do get to meet a lot of really, really cool people, and
Yeah.
that's really, really cool. And not only that, though, what's so cool about Noman, like, at the party, like on Saturday, because, we opened the new campus in July, but we wanted to wait until the campus was 100% done and do this big party. So we invited all of our alumni going back 25 years. And then all of our instructors, all the Noman workshop instructors, it was over like, we invited like over 2,000 people, and hundreds of people showed up. And it was like just to see like grads from 25 years ago, 15 years ago, and people who graduated a month ago. and people, and then students that are still in class and just seeing, 23-year-olds like just recognizing like some, pretty senior people walking around and being super excited about getting to meet those people. And while those, hmm?
That yearly thing that you're doing?
No, a big party like that we did because of the new campus.
Ah, of course, yeah.
Yeah, and but it's just so, community is so important.
Yeah.
Like meeting people that you can look up to, that can help you. Artists tend to be insecure and introverted, because we're all so aware of, from Michelangelo and Da Vinci to Frank Frazetta and Boris Vallejo and Frank Miller, and like, I mean, there's just so many artists that are so iconic and so amazing that
Yeah.
artists tend to be very aware of like how good they want to be. And
Yeah.
so having a community that can, support you is so important. And so Nomen, is I want to be that for people who have the opportunity to come here. And obviously the world's very different now with the internet, and there's so many ways to meet people online, and there's so many cool things happening online, like World VFX Day. But
Thanks for that
all-
plug.
but it's important what you're doing. It's like people need to have a way to connect with each other.
Yeah. It's
So anyway.
yeah, I really honestly love it. And like you were saying earlier about just, having that passion and that kind of ignites a light inside you. That's how I feel with this. So, and getting to meet so many people around the world, it's just, yeah, I feel really privileged to be on this side and be able to share and like, yeah, do this. So I can sense how you feel as well in that respect, and just bringing people together. So I feel like it's the point of life, really, isn't it? Just kind of make the world a better place, and whatever format you can do that.
Yeah, for sure.
So you mentioned a couple of people just now, but and you've probably got a lot, but do you have any current inspirations in arts or business?
In business, not so much, like, because I think I don't really pay too much attention to business leaders. Yeah, I mean, I used to think Elon Musk was cool, but
Let's move on.
Sadly. Uh, but yeah, as far as, I mean, obviously there are a lot of amazing people in our industry, in the game space and the visual effects space, that are doing really, really cool things. And so I tend to get inspired by projects. Obviously Arcane season 2 just came out, and so that's something I'll be watching this week, and discovering Fortiche, and knowing that there's a cool studio in Paris that's amazing, making amazing work for Riot. And so those are the kinds of things that I get inspired by as far as companies. And then artists, I follow so many artists, online. We have a lot of really cool people that teach here. So many graduates that are inspiring.
Yeah. Yeah. And this links in to the next question, and you kind of touched on it as well already, but you must get such a big kick out of seeing your alumni going on to achieve their career goals and passions, or maybe they've taken a bit of a turn, but what they did at Nomen has really driven that.
Yes.
Is there a particular student story? I'm sure there are many, but is there a particular student story that you could share with us today? You don't have to mention names or anything.
I mean, that's the weird thing of Nomen being, is 27 years old, is that people that graduated, we added our first full-time program in 98. So, and back then it was only a year and a half long. So by 99, 2000, we had our first graduates. And so we have people who graduated from Nomen who've been in the industry for 24 years, which is a pretty, like, good amount of time to be in the industry, who are now like leads and supervisors. And so that's pretty weird to me. And but yeah, I mean, there's people like Kirk Shintani, like he graduated like around '03, so like 20 years ago. Like he's been in Make for a really long time. They're an amazing studio, A52 Elastic. It's Make's the umbrella. They have a lot of studios under the umbrella, but they do lots of commercials and titles. He won an Emmy for the Game of Thrones titles.
Nice.
So he's creative director for Make. So he's, obviously the title work that he's supervised there, like Westworld, Last of Us. I mean, it's so many amazing opening titles. I think titles are such a cool creative part of the industry that a lot of people don't think about maybe when they discover CG.
Yeah.
who else? Josh Herman. He's now the head of art for Dungeons and Dragons, which is crazy.
Yeah. That that's another one of those classics, isn't it? You growing up with.
Oh my
Yeah.
God, yeah. It's and he worked in the industry for a long time. Like his first job out of Noman was at Legacy Effects. I think it was his first job. He modeled the Iron Man suit at Legacy, which was 3D printed. Because Legacy does props and physical costumes and animatronics, so he got to do that. But then moved on and worked on a lot of different projects. Ended up in the art department at Marvel. He designed Groot from Guardians of the Galaxy.
Okay, that's
Um,
pretty cool.
and then he ended up on Star Citizen, and then he came to Noman for a couple years as our chief creative officer. We've had a history of having like resident artists at Noman.
Yeah.
So he was here for a little while, and while he was here, he got the job for Dungeons and Dragons. And Josh is like a DM, like Dungeon Master. Like he's obsessed like he knows everything about D&D. He's like, there's
Wow.
no more perfect person to be head of art for Dungeons and Dragons than Josh.
Yeah.
So when he got that job, I was like just so incredibly excited for him,
Wow.
and he's
Oh,
so happy. Like I just saw him a couple weeks ago, and he says it's like dream job.
yeah. What would be yours? Because mine would be if I could, not that I'm an artist, but if I could work on Lord of the Rings, I'd be so
Yes.
happy.
Yeah. That to me, honestly, if there's a dream job, it probably is Weta in New Zealand.
Yeah.
For sure. It's, it's the weird thing is back in 97 when I started Noman, is when they were beginning to hire in New Zealand for Lord of the Rings. And this guy, Jason Schleifer, that I worked with at Alias Wavefront, moved to New Zealand, and sent me an email saying like, hey, like we're hiring like crazy. Because back then finding 3D CG people in 97 was, there
Yeah.
weren't that many.
Yeah.
And he's just like, what are you doing? Like, you should interview down here. And I was like, oh, I just started a company. But I was super into Lord of the Rings in high
Oh,
school and like read the
yeah.
books, and so that to me was actually like a really like I actually like considered like because Noman had just started, like do I
Yeah.
not do Noman and just like say screw the school and go to Zealand
Yeah.
if they would have hired me. So, and I've been there twice. So I've gotten to go to New Zealand twice and visit Weta Digital and Weta Workshop. I mean, there is no cooler place than Weta Workshop.
Yeah. Oh, I really want to go
Oh,
someday.
you have to go there
Yeah.
because, dude, there's so much eye candy. It's just
Yeah,
like
I bet.
it's huge, and everywhere you look, there's just like suits of armor and swords and weapons, and it's I mean,
Oh,
and it's so many talented designers. Yeah,
yeah.
that's and New Zealand's so beautiful.
Mm,
So yeah, so
yeah.
if I could you know do something else, it would be working at a place like that. If that just sounds like a dream.
Yeah. I'd be happy just to be an orc. Just to
Yeah,
be an
that too.
extra in the background.
That too.
Uh,
I know.
so we're on to our final question, and it's
Mhm.
a big question, and you're gonna have to get your crystal ball out. But what are your sort of hopes, I guess, for the future of both Noman but our industry as well?
I mean, Noman, we're an art school. We're going to continue to be an art school. So moving forward, we just moved, which was we were at our old campus for 27 years. So that right now has been a big step for us, to move into this place, which is really, really cool. So moving forward is just continuing to serve the industry and respond to the industry. So like I can't predict where things are going, but really we'll just continue to react to what studios ask us to do. Like that's our, if there was a thing, like what's like the secret to being a good school? It's just like listen to the studios.
Yeah.
It's like they know what they need.
Mm,
So you have to talk to them, and that's what we'll continue to do. So I assume Noman will just continue to evolve as tech evolves,
yeah.
but I think the industry obviously is just going to continue to change from a tech perspective. And it's hard to say what it is because there was VR as like VR was a big thing and then it's not a big thing. And then the metaverse was a big thing and it's not, just like NFTs and now AI. So some new tech comes and fizzles and some new tech comes and it's ahead of its time because I do think that VR is, whether it's VR, AR, you know, immersive CG is going to be a much bigger thing in the future. I read Ready Player One and Ready Player Two and saw the movie, and it's like people have been like trying to make VR happen for a long time.
Yeah.
And it's difficult and it's expensive, but I'm excited for that future.
Yeah.
I do think immersive CG is going to be big,
Yeah.
and that we'll see that happen. The AI thing, like I just rewatched Blade Runner 2049, and if you remember, like, Deckard's daughter who like, has like the little spinning cylinder and she can just like visualize whatever she can to design memories. It's like CG becoming like that might be 100 years away if it ever happens. But that idea of like what's in your head being visualized quicker and quicker and quicker
Yeah, that'd be
is
awesome.
exciting, and I think that's where things are going to get.
Yeah.
Because anybody who's a CG artist or 3D artist knows that there's still a lot of tedious stuff that we do.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Well, all I have left to say is thank you so much. I want to stick around with you and talk more about Lord of the Rings, but for now, thank you so much, Alex, for giving up your time today.
Haley, thank you for wanting to talk to me. I really enjoyed it. Appreciate it. Thank you.